Chapter 1. Ottavia Yelvaine died on the fourth-floor landing of a building she had never liked, with blood climbing the back of her throat and appointment bells ringing somewhere above. The stairs were concrete. The railing was loose. She had taken them because the elevator had been out for 3 weeks, and the man in the front office had said, "Sorry about that," the same way he said sorry about the heating. Like the words were a fee he paid to end the conversation. She had nodded. She had been nodding for years. The knife went in below her ribs. The man who held it had her wallet in his other hand, and a face she would not have recognized if she met him again, which she would not, because this was the part where the world went narrow, and the concrete came up to meet her cheek. The bells kept ringing. Someone else's appointment, someone else's schedule, someone else's life moving forward on clean wheels while she bled into the gap between the third step and the wall. She thought about that. She thought about the woman in the kitchen doorway, laughing, half-lit by afternoon sun, and how Ottavia had left her because leaving was what she did when things got real enough to hurt. The cold spread from her chest outward. The bells softened. Then there was nothing. She woke with water in her lungs and stone against her back. The water was not the friendly kind. It was cold and tasted of salt and old iron, and it had flooded the space she lay in up to her hips. The stone was black, veined with pale streaks that caught a sourceless gray light, and the ceiling above her was not a ceiling at all, but a dome of worked rock, cracked along a seam that bled the same murky light. 2 moons hung through the crack. Both of them were broken. Ottavia coughed. Water came up. Her hand found the wound below her ribs and touched dry skin and whole flesh. No blood, no tear. Nothing but the memory of a blade and the phantom ache of a death that had already happened. Someone grabbed her arm. She turned. A face hovered inches from hers, hooded, pale, the eyes dark and wet and not quite human in their focus. The mouth moved. Words came out in a language she should not have understood and did. "You are awake. Good. The ward is failing. You must come now." She tried to say something. The hooded figure pulled her upright, and she felt her legs remember how to hold her as 2 more figures waded through the floodwater to flank her. They were all dressed alike, heavy wool robes soaked dark, hoods cinched tight, bare feet visible beneath the hems. Drowned monks. The phrase arrived in her mind without source, the way a word you have never needed can suddenly be the only word that fits. This way. The first month tugged her forward. Quickly, the seal is tearing. Ottavia's feet found purchase on submerged stone. She moved because moving was easier than fighting, because her body was alive and her mind was a storm of wrong signals. Because the cold water and the broken moons and the drowned monks made no sense, and she had no framework to refuse. They passed through an archway into a larger chamber. The grey light was stronger here, pulsing from a wall of rippling translucence that should have been stone but moved like disturbed water. Beyond it, something pressed. She could not see it clearly, only the shape of it, the wrongness of its dimensions, the way the light bent around something that did not belong in the world. One of the monks pointed. "The breach, it opens." The translucent wall split. Not a crack, a tear, vertical and ragged, and through it came a hand. The hand was the wrong color, dead gray, long-fingered, the nails black and thick as roof slates. It gripped the edge of the tear and pulled, and more of the thing followed. An arm, a shoulder, a head with no face, just a smooth oval of gray flesh that should have held features and held nothing. The monks fell back. They were not fighters, they were record keepers, she realized. Men who read bones and kept ledgers. Men whose hands were trained for ink and ritual ash, not for this. But something in Ottavia knew. The knowledge rose from a depth she had not known existed, a well in her chest that had been waiting to be tapped. The thing from the tear was still climbing through, its faceless head turning toward her as if it could sense her without needing eyes, and the well answered. Fire came out of her. Not heat, not flame, something older than fire, ash-white and absolute. A column of force that punched through the flooded air and struck the tear dead center. The faceless thing did not scream. It dissolved, unspooling like thread from a torn slum, and the tear itself began to close, the gray light dimming as the rippling wall smoothed over the rupture. The fire stopped. Ottavia stood in waist-deep water, dress ragged, hands raised in front of her face. Her palms were unmarked. No heat, no wound, nothing but the lingering sense of that well inside her chest, now quiet, now waiting, as if it had always been there and always would be. The drowned monks stared at her. The first one, the one who had pulled her from the stone, recovered first. He lowered his hood. His face was young, shock-pale, his dark hair plastered to his scalp by moisture. He looked at her the way a drowning man looks at a rope. "You are the one," he said. "The bone readers said someone would come. They said the Cindering would find a vessel." Ottavia lowered her hands. Water dripped from her sleeves. The well in her chest was still there, coiled and patient, and she understood with a clarity that should have frightened her more than it did, that she had just done something immense and had no idea what it had cost. "What did I just do?" Her voice came out rougher than she expected, raw. The monk opened his mouth to answer, but another sound cut him off. Bells. Not the appointment bells of the stairwell. These were deeper, slower, struck on iron somewhere above the waterline, and their rhythm was wrong. Not a schedule, an alarm. The monk's face tightened. They heard. The Galamir wardens. They will be here within the hour. Who? He looked at her like she had asked what water was. The order that summoned you. They have been waiting. They said you would arrive at the breach, and that when you did, we were to dun you to them. Ottavia thought about the knife in the stairwell. She thought about the quiet men with clean hands and appointment bells. She thought about being summoned, about the word vessel and how it sounded less like a person and more like a container. "No," she said. The monk blinked. "You do not understand. The wardens, I said no." Her voice was steadier now. "I do not go anywhere until someone tells me what I just did and what it took from me." She saw something flicker in his wet, dark eyes, something that looked almost like guilt. He knew. He knew what the Cindering cost, and he had not told her yet. The bells kept ringing. Chapter 2. The water settled around her thighs. Steam, but not seam. The ash-white residue of the Cindering hum in the air like powdered bone before it began to sink, dissolving into the floodwater in pale spirals. The faceless thing was gone. The tear in the translucent wall had smoothed over into rippling translucence, and beyond it, the pressing gray shape had retreated into whatever depth it came from. Ottavia lowered her hands. They were shaking, but not from cold. The well in her chest had gone quiet, coiled back into itself, and the absence of that power felt almost as immense as its release. She had not known she contained that. She had not known she could contain anything like that. The drowned monk with the shock-pale face was still staring at her. The others had pressed themselves against the chamber walls, dripping, silent, their wet robes clinging to stone. None of them moved to touch the space where the breach had been. "You need to tell me what that was," Ottavia said. Her voice sounded strange in the sudden quiet, too human, too small. The monk swallowed. His throat moved visibly. The Cindering. It is the force that seals the wards. The bone readers said it would choose a vessel when the breaches became unmanageable. They said. He paused, and something in his eyes shifted. They said the vessel would come to us. I did not come to you. I woke up here. You died. The words sat between them in the damp air. Ottavia felt it land somewhere deep in her chest, alongside that coiled well. I died, she repeated, testing it. Your body was found at the base of a ward tower during the last alarm. The bone readers brought you to the immersion chamber. They said you would wake when the breach opened, and that when you did, the Cindering would answer. She thought about the knife, the stairwell, the clean hands and the appointment bells that had kept ringing somewhere above her while she bled out. None of that had been a ward tower. None of that had been this world. I died in a stairwell, she said. Someone killed me. The monk's face went carefully blank. I only know what the bone readers recorded. They said your death was a threshold, that you had to end in your world to begin in ours. The bells were still ringing above them, deeper now, closer. Iron striking iron in a rhythm she did not recognize, but that her body flinched from anyway. The same way she flinched from appointment bells. The same spike of cold recognition that had followed her through every system that had ever measured her work in ledgers and timetables. How many times have I used it before? The monk blinked. What? The Cindering. How many times have I used it? She was not sure why she asked. Something in the way he looked at her, the reverence and the dread mixed together, made her feel like a tool that had already been handled. Never. This was the first. Then why do you look like you are already mourning me? The monk looked up. His young face was a battlefield of loyalties, the order that raised him against the stranger standing in his flooded chapel, with death still fading from her skin. It takes memory, he said quietly. Every use takes something. That is what the bone readers taught us. The vessel pays for each sealing. Takes what? He did not answer. His eyes dropped to the water between them, and she understood that he would not be the one to tell her. He was afraid, not of her, but of the wardens who were coming. Afraid of what they would do if he spoke before they arrived. You can tell me, she said, and tried to make her voice gentle. It came out rusty. She had not used gentleness in a long time. Whatever it is, I need to know before they get here. The monk looked up. His young face was a battlefield of loyalties, the order that raised him against the stranger standing in his flooded chapel, with death still fading from her skin. It takes memory, he said. The words hung in the air. Ottavia pushed off the wall. Her legs were steady enough. That was something. Then let them come. The monk stared at her. You do not understand. The Gallimire wardens are not like me. They are bone readers who have spent decades studying the prediction records. I am just a ward attendant. I read the ledgers they give me, and I maintain the immersion chambers. But you knew I was coming? I knew someone was coming. The Cindering always chooses a vessel, but the timing, the location, the method of arrival, those are things the bone readers discover through the ledgers. They do not share everything. The bells changed. The rhythm shifted, faster now, and the monk's head snapped up. They are at the outer gate. Ottavia pushed off the wall. Her legs were steady enough. That was something. Then let them come. The monk stared at her. You do not understand. The Gallimire wardens are not like me. They are bone readers who have spent decades studying the prediction records. I am just a ward attendant. I read the ledgers they give me, and I maintain the immersion chambers. But you knew I was coming? I knew someone was coming. The Cindering always chooses a vessel, but the timing, the location, the method of arrival, those are things the bone readers discover through the ledgers. They do not share everything. The bells changed. The rhythm shifted, faster now, and the monk's head snapped up. They are at the outer gate. Ottavia pushed off the wall. Her legs were steady enough. That was something. Then let them come. The monk stared at her. You do not understand. The Gallimire wardens are not like me. They are bone readers who have spent decades studying the prediction records. I am just a ward attendant. I read the ledgers they give me and I maintain the immersion chambers. But you knew I was coming? I knew someone was coming. The Cindering always chooses a vessel, but the timing, the location, the method of arrival, those are things the bone readers discover through the ledgers. They do not share everything. The bells changed, the rhythm shifted, neverly as the kind of fracket to listen. It is the fixedly, which feels not like this. Whenever it is, I need to know before they get here. The monk looked up. His young face was a battlefield of loyalties, the order that raised him against the stranger standing in his flooded chapel with death still fading from her skin. It takes memory, he said. One would still find that just coves. The monk looked up. I need to sit down, she said. There was nowhere to sit. The chamber was flooded, the stone benches submerged beneath dark water that reached her thighs. She leaned against the wall instead, feeling the cold seep through her wet clothes, and tried to think. The monk came closer, not touching her, but near enough that she could smell the damp wool of his robe and the salt on his skin. The wardens will be here soon. They will want to take you to Gallimire. To Gallimire? The order's seat. The bone readers who prepare for your arrival. They have records, predictions, a plan for the breaches. She heard the word plan and felt something lock into place in her chest. A plan. These people had a plan for her. They had predicted her arrival. They had prepared a chamber for her body. They had known she would wake when the breach opened. His hands were bare, and she could see the salt-burn whitening along his fingertips, the ink rings around both wrists. He stopped at the edge of the water. He did not wade in. He simply looked at her, and she understood that he was the one who had been waiting. Ottavia Yelvaine. His voice was quiet, precise, the voice of a man who chose each word before he released it. I am Dimas Drenik, warden translator of Gallimire. We have been expecting you. She felt the well pulse once, like a heartbeat, and she understood, without knowing how she understood, that this man would lie to her. He would tell her truths wrapped in half-truths, and he would do it with such precision that she would not know which parts to fight. Explain the cost, she said. Drenik's pale eyes did not flicker. The Cindering takes memory. One significant loss per major sealing. The smaller uses take smaller pieces, but they add. Bone readers cannot stop it. We can only influence what goes. Influence how? We choose the range. The Cindering picks the specific. He paused. You will not remember things you loved. That is the pattern. She held the memory of the woman's laugh tighter. She did not let it go. Test it, she said. Drenik tilted his head. Test it now. Tell me if I am still whole. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a small object, a knotted cord, pale bone beads threaded between the knots. Reach for something small, he said. Something from your old world. A sound, a face, a room. She closed her eyes, the woman laughing. Kitchen door half closed, sunlight on linoleum. A memory she had held for years, the one she reached for when she needed to remember that someone had once been glad to see her. She reached for it now. The shape was there, tenderness, the feeling of safety, the impression of warmth. But the sound was gone. The laugh had been replaced by silence. The kitchen door, the light, the woman's face, all of it had blurred into something she could not quite see, like a photograph left too long in the sun. Her eyes opened. Drinnick was watching her with something that might have been pity, or might have been patience. She could not tell the difference. "What did I lose?" she told him, and for the first time since she woke in the flooded chamber, she felt real fear. Chapter 3. Ottavia held the blank space where the laugh had been, and felt nothing but the shape of its absence, like a tongue probing the gap where a tooth had been pulled. Drinnick watched her. The pale gray eyes did not blink. "You felt it go," he said. Not a question. She nodded. Her throat had closed around the words. "Small loss first," Drinnick said. "That is how the pattern begins. The cindering takes what you would reach for in the dark, what you would hold against your chest if the world ended. The small intimacies, the ones you think no one knows, you keep." He stepped closer. The water at the edge of the immersion chamber lapped at his boots. He did not seem to notice. "You have 3 choices now. Listen, run, or fight. I recommend the first. The second will kill you within a day. The third will kill you faster and take more people with you." Ottavia's hand went to her chest, the place where the knife had gone in. The wound was gone, the skin smooth, but she remembered the angle of it, the way the blade had scraped against bone before it found the space between her ribs. "Who killed me?" Drennick's expression did not change. "I do not know the name. The bone readers who prepared the chamber received your body through a contract. They did not ask who sent it." "A contract?" "Sevrast runs on contracts, appointments, ledgers, bells that mark the hours you owe." He gestured toward the cracked dough above them, where the 2 broken moons hung like shattered pottery glued back wrong. "You are in Galamir, the drowned seat of the Bone Reader Order. The wards that hold back the Grey Breach are failing. The Cindering chose you as its vessel. These are the facts you need to survive the next hour." The next hour. Longer if you listen. The other monks had retreated to the far wall. They stood in a row, heads bowed, hands folded in their sleeves, waiting to be dismissed or told what to do next. Drennick reached into his robe and pulled out a folded sheet of pale leather. He opened it and she saw symbols pressed into the surface, not ink, something burned into the grain. "This is the ward map of the fever reach cell. The breach you sealed was small. There are larger ones. There will be more." "How many more?" "The ones we know of, or the ones we have not found yet." She stared at him. He folded the leather and put it away. "You will learn the difference between those 2 numbers. It will keep you awake at night." "Keep me awake," she said, "or keep me alive." Drinnick almost smiled. The corner of his mouth moved 1/2 millimeter, then stopped, as if the gesture had been trained out of him young. "Both." He turned and walked toward the archway. The other monks did not follow. He stopped at the threshold and looked back at her. "The Galamir wardens will arrive within the hour. They will want to process you, record you, assign you to a cell and a schedule. They will treat you like a resource because that is what they have trained themselves to see. But I am the translator. I speak your language, and I know what you will need to survive the first week. Come with me now, and I will show you the wards before they cage you in ledgers." "Show me what exactly?" "How the world ends, how we are trying to stop it, and what the cindering will cost you every time you use it to hold the pieces together." She should have said no. Every instinct she had, the ones sharpened by years of reading contracts and watching quiet men with clean hands, told her to stay still, to demand more answers before she moved an inch. But the blank space in her head where the laugh had been was still warm, still bleeding at the edges. She had already paid. She needed to know for what. Ottavia stepped out of the water. The stone floor was cold against her bare feet. She had not noticed she was barefoot until now. Her clothes were gone, replaced by a thin gray shift that clung to her skin like a second layer of chill. Drinnick did not look at her body. He looked at her eyes. Follow close. Do not touch anything. Do not speak to anyone who does not speak to you first. And if you hear bells, stop moving until they stop ringing. She followed. The corridor beyond the immersion chamber was narrow, the walls wet with condensation, the air thick with the smell of salt and stone and something metallic she could not name. Lamps burned at irregular intervals, pale flames behind wire cages, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the people who cast them. One is coming. He stopped at a door at the end of the corridor. It was iron, set into a frame of black stone with symbols carved into the metal that she could not read, but that made her eyes ache if she tried. The breach is spreading faster than the wards can be repaired. The Order has known this for decades. They have been training vessels, preparing bodies, but none of them were compatible. None of them could hold the Cindering. He opened the door. Until you. The room beyond was small, circular, the walls lined with moa bone slabs. A single lamp hung from the ceiling, casting a circle of light that barely reached the edges of the space. In the center, a stone table held a map carved into a single flat piece of slate, the lines so fine they looked like veins. Ottavia stepped into the light. She saw the shape of the land, the rivers, the coast, the dots marking cities, the lines marking wards, and the cracks. Hundreds of cracks, branching across the slate like shattered glass, radiating outward from a single point at the center of the map. What is that? Drinnick pointed to the center. The gray breach, where the first ward failed 200 years ago. Everything since has been a retreat. Retreat from what? He looked at her, and for the first time something moved behind the pale gray eyes. Not warmth, but something that looked like the memory of warmth. The dead who do not stay dead, the silence that follows them, the shape of the world when it stops remembering what it was. He touched the map at the edge where the cracks stopped. The Cindering is the only force that can seal new breaches. Without you, every one of these cracks becomes a door. And eventually, every door opens at once. Ottavia looked at the cracks, at the city dots waiting in the path of the branching lines. How many times will I have to use it? Drinnick did not answer, but his hand moved to the map, tracing one of the cracks from the center to the edge, and she saw that his fingers were trembling. Not with fear, with something that looked like grief. We should go, he said. The wardens will be at the immersion chamber by now. She turned to follow him out, and behind her, somewhere deep in the drowned corridors of Galamir, a bell began to ring. Chapter 4. The bell was still ringing when they reached the outer door. Ottavia stepped through into a world she had not seen since waking. The sky was low and gray, the color of old bandages, and rain fell in a steady, unemphatic sheet that blurred the edges of everything. The ground under her bare feet was stone, then mud, then stone again as Drinnick led her along a raised causeway that curved between buildings the color of wet slate. The cold hit her first. Not the chill she carried in her own skin now, but a wet, wind-driven cold that came from outside and meant to stay. She wrapped her arms across her chest. The thin shift she had worn out of the immersion chamber was already dark with rain. Drinnick stopped. He pulled a wool cloak from a pack he had slung over one shoulder and held it out without looking at her. You should have said something before we left. You should have noticed before I had to. He turned. His pale gray eyes moved over her once, assessing. Then he dropped the cloak into her hands. You are not wrong. Put it on. We have ground to cover before the wardens finish their count. The cloak was heavy, rough against her skin, and smelled of smoke and salt. She wrapped it tight and followed him down the causeway. The road beyond Galamir's outer wall was not a road in any sense she recognized. It was a strip of packed gravel and broken stone that wound between flooded fields and stands of black trees whose branches hung low and motionless in the rain. No birds, no movement except the water sliding off the leaves. The bells, Drennick said without preamble. There are 3 kinds. Appointment bells, which ring at fixed times to mark the work shifts. Alarm bells, which mean a breach or a fire, and death bells, which mean a quarantine has been declared and no one enters or leaves until the bells stop. I know death bells. He glanced at her. You heard them when you died. I heard them after. Someone was ringing them above the stairwell while I bled out. Drennick said nothing for a long moment. Then he nodded, as if she had answered a question he had not yet asked aloud. Here, you stop moving when you hear bells. Every time. Even if you are in the middle of a street. Even if you are alone. You stop and you wait until the ringing ends. It tells the wardens you are alive and paying attention. And if I do not stop? Then they assume you are dead or compromised, and they treat you accordingly. She walked beside him in silence for a while, her bare feet growing numb against the cold stone. The rain kept falling. The cloak kept her torso warm, but left her legs exposed, and she could feel the cold climbing up from her ankles into her knees. Where are we going? South, toward the fever-reach cell. There is a summons at the edge of the ward map that needs inspection. You said the cracks were spreading south. I did. Is that why we are going? Drennick did not answer immediately. He stepped over a fallen branch that had rotted into the mud, then held out a hand to help to across. She did not take it. She stepped over herself, mud sucking at her heels. We are going because the Orzalwir expect me to keep you inside Galamir until they process you, and I do not want you processed. Processed how? Ledgered, mirrored, cataloged, assigned a use and a schedule and a bell time. The Order loves ledgers. They will write your name into 100 pages before sunset, and every page will be a claim on what you do next. You said the dead witness everything. What do the ledgers witness? Drennick's mouth tightened. Whatever the living decide to write in them. They walked until the fields gave way to a stretch of open ground where a single ward tower stood against the gray sky. It was tall, narrow, made of the same black stone as the door in Galamir, and symbols climbed its surface in spirals that caught the rain and held it like veins. Ottavia stopped. The cindering inside her stirred a warmth that was not warmth, a pressure behind her ribs. That tower is failing. Drennick stopped beside her. How do you know? I can feel it, like a tooth with a crack in it. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at the tower. The Order says it will hold for another season. The Order is wrong. Probably. He turned back to the road. But that is a problem from tomorrow. Today we have to reach the causeway before the tide rises. They walked on. The rain did not stop. The sky did not lighten. Sevrast had no afternoon that she could see, only a slow deepening of gray into darker gray, a gradual dimming that marked the passage of hours. At a crossroads marked by a stone pillar carved with names, a checkpoint waited. A small shelter of weathered boards, a brazier that hissed against the rain, and a single official in a gray coat sitting under the roof with a ledger open on his lap. Drennick approached first. Ottavia hung back, watching. The official looked up. He was young, younger than she had expected, with sharp features and a bruise discoloring one cheek. His eyes moved from Drennick to Ottavia and back. Travel papers. Drennick produced a fruitful sheet from inside his robe. The official took it, read it, and his expression shifted. Not fear, interest. This is the summons record. It is. The official's eyes lifted to Ottavia again. He studied her the way a man studies a signature he is not sure is genuine. She does not look like a vessel. She does not need to look like one. No, but the record says she arrived this morning. That is fast for processing. She is not processed yet. The official's fingers tapped the edge of the ledger. The rain drummed on the shelter roof. The brazier flicked. I need to confirm the name, he said, for the crossing log. Drennick did not move, but Ottavia saw his hand shift slightly, the fingers loosening at his side, ready to reach for something. Ottavia Yelvaine? She said. The official wrote it down, the pen scratched across the page. He wrote her name slowly, letter by letter, as if tasting each one. Then he looked up again. There's a flag on this name. Drennick went still. What kind of flag? The official closed the ledger. He set the pen across the spine, and he looked at Ottavia with something that was not reverence and not hostility, but the hollow, measuring stillness of a man who has just recognized the face on a wanted notice. The kind that comes from the appointment houses, he said. They sent word this morning. Anyone matching your description is to be detained for interview before she reaches Kharod's gate. Ottavia's blood chilled. Drennick's hand came to rest on the hilt of a knife she had not seen him draw. Drennick's hand stayed on the knife. The rain did not stop. The brazier hissed. The young official watched Ottavia with those measuring eyes, and she felt the cindering shift inside her chest. A coil of ash-white readiness that wanted to answer a threat she could not name yet. You are detaining us, Drennick said. His voice was flat, not a question. I am following the flag procedure. The official's fingers stayed on the closed ledger. The appointment houses sent instructions this morning. Any woman matching her description traveling south toward Kharod's gate is to be held for interview. Any woman. Her specifically. The official's eyes flicked to Ottavia again. Her name was written in the instruction. Drennick. She cut her voice low. What are appointment houses? He did not look at her. His focus stayed on the official, on the space between them where violence could happen if the wrong word came next. Civic contractors, he said. They manage the bell schedules, the travel logs, the work assignments between wards. They run the appointments that keep Sevrast moving, and they answer to no one in Galamir's order. The official's jaw tightened. The order answers to the same laws as everyone else. Does it? Drennick's hand shifted on the knife hilt. Then you will know that a summons record from Galamir takes precedence over a travel flag until the order has completed its processing. The official opened his mouth. Check your own regulations, Drennick said. Page 43, the processing clause. A flagged subject cannot be detained until the order formally releases the summons claim. And I have not released her. Silence stretched across the rain. The official's bruised cheek seemed darker in the gray light, a bloom of old purple that someone had put there with a closed fist. He held Drennick's gaze for a long moment. Then he pulled the ledger open and turned pages with wet fingers. Ottavia watched him read, watched the tiny shift in his expression when he found the clause. He is right. The official closed the ledger. The summons takes precedence. Then write it in your log. Ottavia Yelvaine, traveling under Galamir's summons, route to Kharod's gate via Fever Reach inspection. Note the appointment flag but record that processing has not been completed. The official picked up his pen. He wrote. The scratching filled the wet air. When he finished, he looked up at Ottavia, not with hostility now, with something closer to pity. You should know, he said. The houses do not flag names they intend to lose track of. Someone in Kharod's gate is already waiting for you. Drinick took a step forward. What else did the instructions say? Nothing. Just the name and the description and the order to detain. The official set the pen down. But the messenger who brought it had a Kharod's gate seal on his sleeve, so whoever wants her interview is already there. Drinick nodded once. He released the knife hilt and reached into his robe. For one cold second, Ottavia thought he was drawing the blade after all. But he pulled out a small leather pouch instead and set it on the Schuldstitudel. The coins inside clinked. For your trouble, he said, and your discretion. The official looked at the pouch, then at Ottavia, then at the rain. I did not see you, he said. The log will show you passed through before the flag arrived. Drinick turned and walked. Ottavia followed. The rain hit her face the moment she stepped out from under the shelter roof. The wool cloak clung and weighed. Behind them, the brazier hissed, and the official did not call out. They walked until the checkpoint vanished into the gray curtain behind them. He took the bribe. He did. Who couldn't see you technically completely definitely, was he spake. Will it hold? Drinick's expression did not change. Long enough for us to reach the causeway. After that, the tide will decide. The road bends south to flooded fields where black trees stood in standing water like drowned sentinels. The ward tower she had felt earlier was still visible behind them, a dark needle against the sky, and every step away from it felt the cindering settle deeper, quieter, as if the pressure had been a voice calling to something inside her. They reached the causeway as the light failed. It was a stone bridge sinking into salt water, its far end lost in mist and rain. The sea, or whatever wide water this was, had swallowed most of the road, leaving only a raised spine of wet stone that narrowed toward the horizon. A flat-bottomed boat was moored at the near edge, rope tied to a rusted iron ring. The boat was old, patched, and smelled of fish and wet wood. A man sat in the stern, hood pulled low, hands still on a single oar. He looked up when they approached. His face was weathered, lined, and his eyes moved over them with the quick assessment of someone who measured people by what they carried. You the ones the order sent? His voice was rough, scraped by weather. Heard a woman was coming. Did not believe it until now. Drinick stopped at the edge of the water. You are Ivan's Tor. I am. And you are a bone reader with a North accent and a knife you are not hiding well enough. Ivan's eyes slid to Ottavia. And you are the one they are calling the vessel. The one the houses want. Ottavia did not answer. Ivan's grinned. It was not a friendly grin. Get in. The tide turns in 20 minutes and I am not rowing against it for a discount. They boarded. The boat took their weight with a groan of protest. Ottavia sat in the bow, facing forward, Drinick across from her with his hand back on the knife. Ivan's pushed off with the oar, and the causeway receded into the mist. The Fever Reach cell is not your destination, Drinick said. We need to reach Kharod's gate. I know what you need. Ivan's pulled the oar through the water, steady and unhurried. The question is what you can pay. Drinick named a sum. Ivan's laughed. That gets you to the Fever Reach landing. Kharod's gate is 3 days harder, and the road between is patrolled by appointment wardens who will ask questions I do not want to answer. I can add. I know what you can add. Ivans leves the forward. The question is what you can pay. Drinnick named a sum. Ivans laughed. That gets you to the Feather Reach landing. Kharod's gate is 3 days harder, and the road between is Chilbite appointment wardens who will ask questions I do not want to answer. I can add. I know what you can add. Ivans vowed stayed on the water. I've been running this route for 12 years. I have seen wards crack, wards collapse, and wards repaired slow enough that people died who should have lived. But I have never seen failures come as neat as they have this season. Ottavia felt the cindering pulse. Neat how? She asked. Ivans looked at her. His grin faded. Like someone timed them, he said. Like every crack happened right after a supply shipment was delayed, right before a scheduled inspection could find something wrong. Like the order in the houses were watching the same clock. The water lapped against the hull. The mist closed around them. Ottavia watched the schwa disappear and felt the weight of his words settle into her chest next to the Cindering's slow burn. Kharod's gate needs you, Ivan said, even if no one there has admitted it yet. Ottavia's hand went without thinking to the knot she had tied in her cloak string that morning. A memory she had not lost, a plus she needed to remember when she arrived. She looked at Drinnick, who was watching Ivans with a stillness that looked like cold calculation and something else beneath it. Something that looked like dread. The causeway is gone, she said. How long to Kharod's gate by water? Ivan's grin came back, thin and bitter. Long enough for the appointment houses to decide what to do with you when you arrive. Chapter 6. The boat slid through gray water for another hour before Ivan's tour brought them to a landing Ottavia had not seen until they were on top of it. A stone shelf jutted from the mist, slick with rain, marked by a single iron post with a rusted bell hanging from its hook. No building, no lamp, just the bell and the wet stone, and the sound of water sucking at the pilings below. Evans held the boat steady with one oar. Fever Reach landing. From here you walk. Drinnick stepped onto the stone first, then turned and offered Ottavia his hand. She ignored it and climbed out herself, feeling the cold seep through her boots the moment her feet touched the shelf. Evans watched her with that same measuring look. The road north is patrolled, but the patrols follow the bell schedule. If you hear iron ringing from this post, get off the road before the third chime. Who rings it? Ottavia asked. Depends on who finds you first. He pushed off before she could ask more. The boat dissolved into the mist, and then there was only the stone, the rain, and the silence of a world that had no business holding her. Drinnick was already moving. He had a small leather satchel slung across his chest that she had not seen him carry before, and he knelt on the wet stone to pull it open. We have 3 hours before the next patrol rotation, he said. That is not enough to reach Kharod's gate, but it is enough to reach shelter if we move. Then move. We will. First, you learn what you are carrying. He drew a handful of dark gray powder from the satchel and let it trickle through his fingers onto the stone. The powder did not dissolve in the rain. It sat on the wet surface, dense and dry, and when Drinnick touched it with the tip of his smallest finger, it glowed faintly at the edges. Ash salt, he said. Mined from the beds beneath failed wards. It holds residual ward fire and can be shaped to stabilize small fractures if the breach has not fully opened. Watch. He spread the powder in a line, then pressed his palm flat against it. The line shifted, curving, thickening at one point and thinning at another, until it formed a pattern Ottavia recognized from the bone slabs in Galamir. A ward geometry, a door drawn in ash. Touch it. She hesitated. Then she knelt beside him and pressed her fingers to the powder. The cold of it was immediate and specific, colder than the rain, colder than her own unnatural chill. It bit into her skin, and she felt the cindering stir, a slow pulse of recognition, as if the ash salt was a language the force inside her already spoke. "Good," Rinnick said. "You felt it." "I felt something." "That is the residue of every breach that salt has touched. The powder remembers the dead that came through it." He swept the line away with his palm, and the glow died. "You will need to learn to shape it without me. The Order's supply is not always available, and the ash beds are watched." Ottavia looked at her fingers. The cold was still there, faint, like a breeze that had not fully healed. "You brought this for the lesson." "I brought it because we may need it before we reach Kharod's gate." He stood, brushing the ash from his hands. "The tower you felt, the one you said was failing, how far south did you sense it?" She closed her eyes and tried to find the pressure again. It was there, fainter now, a distant echo behind her ribs. "Half a day? Maybe less?" "And the Order says it will hold another season." "Yes." Drennick said nothing. He packed the satchel and started walking, and Ottavia followed, her fingers still cold, the cindering still pulsing in time with something she could not name. The shelter was a collapsed ward station, half sunk into the marsh. Its walls were bracken stone, its roof gone, but one corner still held another structure to block the rain. Drennick cleared a space with his boot, pulled dry tinder from his pack, and struck a flame against the stone floor. Ottavia sat across from him, watching the fire catch. They had walked in silence for 2 hours. The road had been empty, the mist unbroken, the only sounds their boots on wet ground, and the distant cry of something that might have been a bird or might have been something else. She had not asked questions. He had not offered answers. But now, with the fire between them and the dark pressing in from every side, the silence felt deliberate. A test. "Anchor stones," Drennick said. "You feel, I felt something." "That is the residue of every breach that salt has touched. The powder remembers the dead that came through it." He swept the line away with his palm, and the glow died. "You will need to learn to shape it without me. The Order's supply is not always available, and the ash beds are watched." Ottavia looked at her fingers. The cold was still there, faint, like a breeze that had not fully healed. "You brought this for the lesson." "I brought it because we may need it before we reach Kharod's gate." He stood, brushing the ash from his hands. "The tower you felt, the one you said was failing, how far south did you sense it?" She closed her eyes and tried to find the pressure again. It was there, fainter now, a distant ache behind her ribs. "Half a day, maybe less." "And the Order says it will hold another season." "Yes." Drennick said nothing. He packed the satchel and started walking, and Ottavia followed, her fingers still cold, the cindering still pulsing in time with something she could not name. The shelter was a collapsed ward station, half sunk into the marsh. Its walls were blackened stone, its roof gone, but one corner still held another structure to block the rain. Drennick cleared a space with his boot, pulled dry tinder from his pack, and struck a flame against the stone floor. Ottavia sat across from him, watching the fire catch. They had walked in silence for 2 hours. The road had been empty, the mist unbroken, the only sounds their boots on wet ground and the distant cry of something that might have been a bird or might have been something else. She had not asked questions, he had not offered answers, but now, with the fire between them and the dark pressing in from every side, the silence felt deliberate. A test. "Anchor stones," Drennick said. "You felt it." "I felt something." "That is the residue of every breach that salt has touched. The powder remembers the dead that came through it." He swept the line away with his palm, and the glow died. "You will need to learn to shape it without me. The Order's supply is not always available, and the ash beds are watched." Ottavia looked at her fingers. The cold was still there, faint, like a breeze that had not fully healed. You brought this for the lesson? I brought it because we may need it before we reach Kharod's gate. He stood brushing the ash from his hands. The tower you felt, the one you said was failing. How far south did you sense it? She closed her eyes and tried to find the pressure again. It was there, fainter now, a distant ache behind her ribs. Slow, he was a promise now, patient, waiting from the next breach, the next crack, the next moment when she would have to spend another piece of herself to keep the world from tearing open. She thought about the knot on her cloak string, one memory still intact, one she had not lost yet. How many of these lessons do I get before we reach Kharod's gate? 3 days by road, 2 if you push. Drennick fed another piece of tinder to the flame. Enough for you to learn the basics, not enough for you to be safe. I do not think safe is an option anymore. He looked at her for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted, not softness, recognition. No, he said quietly. I do not think it is. Ottavia woke to the sound of scratching. The fire had burned down to embers, casting the shelter in dim orange light. The rain had stopped, and the marsh outside was still. The mist settled low against the ground. Drennick was sitting against the far wall, a small lantern burning beside him, a bone slab balanced on his knee. He was carving into it with a fine-tipped tool, the scratching sound precise and unhurried. His salt-burned fingers moved with the ease of lame practice. Ottavia did not move. She watched through half-closed eyes as he finished a line, then another, his face angled away from her. The ledger lay open beside him. She could see the page from where she lay, marks, symbols, a list of something that she could not make out in the low light. He was recording. Her hands, her face, her fingers on the asphalt. What she had said, how she had looked at the Cindering's pulse. She felt the cold rise in her chest. Drennick finished a final stroke, set the tool down, and reached for the ledger. His eyes found her a calmness in the dark. He did not startle, did not apologize. He simply closed the cover, slowly, deliberately, and set the ledger on the stone beside him. You should sleep, he said. Ottavia did not look away. What were you writing? Observations. About what? What are you writing? Observations. About what? She held her gaze for a long moment. The embers crackled, the mist pressed against the broken walls. About you, he said. I record everything, Ottavia. Every lesson, every reaction, every moment you use the Cindering or respond to its presence. Why? Because when the memories go, someone has to remember what you were. The words settled between them like ash. Ottavia did not know if it was a threat or a promise. She did not know if he was keeping a record to preserve her or to control what was left. But she knew one thing. She had not heard this version of the story before. She had written the knotted cord I gave her for strength, and she realized he lied. He was not recording to remember her. He was recording to choose. The embers died, the dot closed in, and Ottavia lay awake in the silence, staring at the shadow where Drennick sat, wondering what he had written on that page about her hair, or her hands, or the cold she carried in her chest, and how much of it was the whisper of something still speaking without sound. The last thought before she forced herself to breathe was this. At what point does the scribe make the truth? Chapter 7. Ottavia woke to rain against her face and the smell of something wrong in the air. The shelter had not held. Water streamed through a gap in the roof she had not noticed in the dark, pooling on the stone floor near her hip. Drennick was already standing at the broken entrance, his silhouette sharp against the gray morning. Get up, he said. The marsh is rising. She pushed herself upright, the wool cloak heavy with damp. The cold in her chest stirred as she moved, the Cindering waking with her, sensing something her ordinary senses had not yet caught. "What is it?" He did not turn around. "The storms shifted overnight. The causeway we came by is already underwater. If the Fever Reach road floods before we reach high ground, we will be trapped in the basin until the water recedes." "How long does that take?" "Days, sometimes weeks." She pulled the cloak tighter and crossed to where he stood. The marsh outside had transformed overnight. What had been a flat expanse of reeds and standing water was now a churning sheet of brown, the causeway invisible beneath the current. Rain fell in solid sheets, drumming against the shelter's walls. "You said we had 3 days to Kharod's gate." "We did." He pointed south where the road should have been. "The ward station is half a mile that way. The fracture of ends mentioned is past it, closer to the Fever Reach cell boundary. If the water keeps rising, we will not reach either." "Then we go now?" He looked at her and she saw calculation behind his pale eyes. "The flood will cut us off before we make the station. The ground dips between here and there. We will be wading chest deep within an hour." "And if we stay?" "We wait for the water to drop and hope the fracture holds until then." A pulse moved through her chest, low and certain. The Cindering knew something she did not. "It will not hold," she said. Drenick studied her, and she saw the moment he decided to believe her. He grabbed the pack from the floor and threw it over his shoulder. "Then we run." The rain hit like a wall. They crossed the first stretch at a jog, boots sinking into mud that pulled at every step. The Cindering moved inside her with each stride, alert, restless, reading the landscape in ways her eyes could not. She felt the fracture ahead of them like a pressure against her ribs, a place where the ward lattice had thinned to nothing. The water rose as Drenick had predicted. By the time they reached the high ground where the ward station should have been, the flood was at her thighs, pulling at the wool cloak, dragging at her legs. The structure ahead was not a station. It was a ruin, collapsed roof, broken walls, the anchor stone at its center cracked clean in two. Drenick stopped at the threshold, rain streaming down his face. "It is already breached." Ottavia felt it before she saw it. The ward had not just failed, it was open. The air around the ruin shared with the same wrong refraction she had seen in Galloway's flooded chamber. The place where reality had torn and something else pressed through. "How long?" she asked. "Hours, maybe less." He was already moving, circling the ruin, his pale eyes scanning the ground. "The anchor stone is dead. The ash salt for Fever Reach will not be enough to hold this." "Then what will?" He stopped, looked at her. She knew the answer before he spoke. "The Cindering." The rain fell harder. Drenick spread the ash salt in a wide arc around the broken anchor stone, working fast, his salt-burned fingers scattering the powder in lines that glowed faintly even in the gray light. Ottavia watched from the edge of the ruin, the cold in her chest building with every second. "The fracture is small," he said, not looking up. "A controlled flare should seal it. You will not need to burn as deeply as you did in Galloway's." "You do not know that." "I know the Cindering responds to pressure, not volume. A small breach takes less than a large one. That is how the bone readers trained the previous vessels." "The previous vessels died." He looked at her. Rain dripped from his jaw. "Yes, but they did not have someone who could steer what is taken." The words landed like a stone in her chest. "You want to choose what I lose. I want you to survive this." He straightened, the ash salt arc complete. "I cannot promise you will keep everything, but I can promise you will keep more with my help than without it." The Cindering pulsed, the fracture rippled. Something moved on the other side of the tear. Ottavia stepped into the ark. The ash salt burned when she touched it. Not heat. Cold. A deep, bone-deep cold that spread from her fingers up through her arms and into the hollow of her chest. The Cindering rose to meet it, and for a moment she was two things at once. Herself standing in the rain, and also the ward lattice itself, a web of light and pressure and failing connections stretching across miles of flooded land. She felt the fracture as a wound. She felt the dead pressing against it. She pushed. The ash salt flared white, and the Cindering answered, pouring through her like water through a broken dam. The fracture sealed in a rush of light and sound, the wrong refraction smoothing over, the pressure against her ribs easing. Then it was done. The rain fell. The marsh seethed. The ward held. Ottavia opened her eyes. Drennick was watching her, his ledger already in his hands, his salt-burned fingers already writing. "What did I lose?" He did not answer. She felt for the shape of her memories, the familiar ones, the ones she had counted before she fell asleep. The laughing woman's voice was already gone. The kitchen door was blurred. She checked for the knot in her cloak string. Chapter 8. The rain softened to a drizzle by the time the bell stopped ringing. Ottavia stood at the edge of the ash salt ark, her hands still cold from the Cindering's passage, listening to the silence that followed. The marsh had gone still. The water lapped at the broken walls of the ward station, no longer rising, no longer retreating, just waiting. Drennick closed his ledger with a soft click of bone against bone. "We should move," he said. "The bell means someone heard the flare. They will send riders." "Who?" "Anyone still alive in this basin." He tucked the ledger inside his coat. "Wardens, appointment scouts, farmers who still remember what the bells mean. It does not matter who arrives first. We should not be here when they do." She did not argue. The walk back to the causeway took twice as long as the walk out. The flood had rearranged the path, swallowing landmarks and leaving new channels where solid ground had been. Ottavia followed Drennick's lead, her boots filling with marsh water, the wool cloak heavy and cold against her shoulders. She tested her memory as she walked. The laughing woman was gone. That loss she had already measured, already grieved. She reached for the knot in her cloak string, the one she had tied to mark it, and found the knot still there, a small, rough lump of thread beneath her fingers. She tested her memory as she walked. The laughing woman was gone. That loss she had already measured, already grieved. She reached for the knot in her cloak string, the one she had tied to mark it, and found the knot still there, a small, rough lump of thread beneath her fingers. She tested her memory as she walked. The laughing woman was gone. That loss she had already measured, already grieved. She reached for the knot in her cloak string, the one she had tied to mark it, and found the knot still there, a small, rough lump of thread beneath her fingers. But the morning with the sunlight and the coffee and the sound of someone else's breathing. She tried to find it. She found the shape of a room, a window, light falling at an angle. She found the smell of coffee, sharp and familiar. But the breathing was gone. The person in the bed beside her was gone. She did not know if they had been a stranger or someone she had loved. She did not know if she had loved anyone at all. The thought arrived like a blade slipped between ribs, quick and cold and precise. Drennick walked ahead of her, his black coat a dark shape against the gray of the marsh. She watched his shoulders move as he walked. The salt-burned fingertips, the ledger in his pocket. "You said you can steer what is taken." He did not turn. "Yes." "Then what did you steer this time?" He stopped, turned. His pale eyes met hers through the rain. "I told you the truth. I cannot choose the specific memory. I can only influence the range. I aimed for something peripheral, a minor intimacy, a sense of a place or a person that does not anchor your present survival. You aimed? Yes. And you hit? He did not answer. She wanted to push, to demand the name of the person she had forgotten, the shape of the morning, the reason the loss hurt more than she had expected. But the words would not come. The loss was a blank space, not a wound. She could not argue with an absence. They walked on. The road rose as the marsh receded, climbing toward a ridge of cracked black stone that overlooked the basin. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the top, the clouds breaking into thin gray strips that let through a pale, watery light. Ottavia stopped to catch her breath. Below them, the flood stretched across the basin like a dirty mirror, reflecting the broken sky. The ward station was a dark speck at its center, already sinking. The fracture she had sealed was invisible from this distance. The cindering had done its work. She had saved something. She had lost something. The equation was simple enough. She had learned it in Galamir, learned it again at the checkpoint, learned it that night on the Causeway with Evans Tor's flat-bottomed boat rocking beneath her. Sevrast took payment. Sevrast always took payment. She could endure small losses. She had to. If she stopped now, the next fracture would not want for her permission. The next breach would open wider, and the dead would press through in numbers no ash salt arc could contain. She had seen the slate map in Galamir's Easter archive. She had traced the cracks with her own eyes. Hundreds of doors. She was the only hand left to close them. You are thinking about the math, Drinnick said. She looked at him. He had stopped a few paces ahead, his back to her, his voice carrying back over his shoulder. The calculation. How much you can lose before you stop being yourself. He did not turn. I have seen that look before. On every vessel before you. They died. Yes, but they made the same calculation first. They told themselves they could afford the cost. One more time, one more piece, until there was no one left to decide. That is not a comfort. It is not meant to be. He turned, finally, his face unreadable. It is meant as a warning. The calculation itself is the trap. The smaller you make your losses, the easier it is to tell yourself you can keep paying. And you will, until there is nothing left to pay with. She said nothing. He held her gaze for a long moment, then turned and started walking again. The road led through a stretch of dead farmland, fields gone to rot and thorn, fences collapsed under the weight of wet wood. They passed a farmhouse with its door hanging open and a child's rag doll half sunken in the mud outside. Ottavia did not stop to look. She kept her eyes on the road ahead, watching the gray sky for smoke or movement, listening for the sound of bells that would mean riders were close. She did not think about the doll. She did not think about the kitchen door. She walked. The grave was at a crossroads, a small mound of black earth marked by a wooden post hammered into the ground at an angle. The post was old, weathered to the color of bone, and nailed to its top was a child's ward charm. A circle of braided straw, 3 black feathers tied with red thread, a single bell. Ottavia stopped. The charm was small, no larger than her palm, the straw frayed and the feathers bent from rain. It should have been meaningless, a folk charm, a superstition left by someone who had hoped the dead would stay buried. But the cindering stirred when she looked at it. Not a pulse, a recognition. The charm had been warded once. Whatever spell the straw and feathers had carried, it had been real, and it had failed. Drinnick had stopped a few paces ahead. He was watching her, waiting. That is a guide charm, he said. They nail them above the graves of children, to keep the body where it is put. Do they work? Sometimes. His voice was flat. When the ward lattice is strong enough to anchor them. She looked at the charm. The bell was still. The straw was still. The feathers hung limp in the damp air. But the grave beneath it was empty. The black earth had split, a crack running from the center to the edge, and the whole inside was dark and hollow and wrong. Ottavia's hand went to the knot in her cloak string. The cindering pulsed. And somewhere beyond the dead fields, a bell began to ring again. Chapter 9. The bell did not stop. It kept ringing across the dead fields, thin and insistent, a sound that did not fade into the distance, but seemed to follow the curve of the road. Ottavia walked faster. The empty grave stayed behind her, but the bell moved with them, threading through the gray air like a needle. Drennick said nothing. He had not looked back since the crossroads. She matched his pace. The land began to rise again, the flooded fields giving way to packed earth and scattered stones. The clouds pressed lower, and the light dimmed until it felt like dusk, though the day was only half gone. Then she saw the walls. Kharod's gate rose out of the flat horizon like a scar, dark stones stacked high against the sky. Iron-shod gates still visible at this distance. The walls were not clean. They were patched, reinforced, braced with timber and mortar in a dozen places where the stone had cracked. The city had been repaired so many times the original shape was barely legible. Alarm bells were ringing from the watchtowers. 3 notes, repeated. Breach protocol. Drennick stopped at the edge of the causeway leading to the main gate. His hand went to his knife, then dropped. They know something is wrong, he said. They know something is wrong everywhere. Here they act on it. He pointed at the walls. Look at the gate. It is half barred already. They are not letting anyone in until they know what set off the bells. Ottavia looked. The iron portcullis was partway down, held by chains that creaked under the weight. Soldiers lined the parapets, crossbows trained on the causeway. She had walked into checkpoints before. She had stood in front of officials who measured her with their eyes and found her wanting or useful or both. This was different. This was a city that expected attack and had decided to shoot first and sort the bodies after. Do we turn back? She asked. No. We walk forward with our hands visible. We give them our names, and we hope the Gallimire summons still carries more weight than the appointment flag. He started walking. She followed. The crossbows tracked them the entire length of the causeway. She counted 15 soldiers on the walls, then 18, then 23. More kept appearing, called by the bells. The city was not just ready, it was waiting. The portcullis stopped descending when they were 10 paces from the gate. A voice called down from above, rough and unhurried. State your names and business. Dimas Drennick, warden translator of Gallimire, traveling under summons order bound for the Fever Reach cell. A pause. The Fever Reach cell is 3 days north. You are coming from the wrong direction. The road flooded. We took the long way. Another pause. The voice did not sound convinced. Who is the woman? Ottavia did not wait for Drennick to answer. She stepped forward, hands still visible, and looked up at the soldier on the wall. Ottavia Yelvaine. The name landed like a stone in still water. The soldier on the wall went still. The crossbows did not lower, but the men holding them exchanged glances. Someone behind the wall started speaking in a low, rapid voice, too quiet to make out. Then the portcullis began to rise. Not all the way, just enough for a single figure to duck under it and walk toward them across the hard-packed girth. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a soldier's dark wool and a long coat that had seen too much rain. His face was lean, clean-shaven, with the kind of watchful stillness that came from years of deciding who lived and who died on his word. He did not carry a crossbow. He carried a short sword at his hip and a ledger under his arm. And he walked like someone who owned the ground beneath him. He stopped 3 paces from Ottavia and looked at her. Not at Drennick. At her. "You are the vessel," he said, not a question. "I am Ottavia Yelvaine. I know your name." His voice was flat, unhurried. "Do you know mine?" "No. Marshal Yelvaine, Border Marshal of Caerleon, attached to Kharod's gate by standing order." He did not offer his hand. "I have read the reports from Gallimire. I know what you are supposed to be capable of." She heard the edge in his voice. He was not impressed. He was not afraid. He was assessing her the way he would assess a new blade or a breach in a wall. "I am not a report," she said quietly. "No, reports do not flinch when they hear alarm bells." He held her gaze. "You are afraid of this city. That is not an insult, it is an observation." "I've been told to be afraid of the appointment houses." "Then you have been told the truth." He turned to Drennick then, and the warmth that had not been there for Ottavia was even less for the bone reader. "I have a secondary summons for you, Warden. The order sent a rider ahead. They want you processed through Kharod's administration before you continue south." Drennick's jaw tightened. "I have already invoked the processing clause. The Gallimire summons overrides." "It does not override my city's security protocols." Marek's voice did not rise. It did not need to. "You will be logged, queried, and cleared before I let either of you pass the inner gate. That is not negotiable." Ottavia watched Drennick's face. He was controlling it, but she saw the flicker in his eyes. He had been avoiding ardent processing since Gallimire. He had bribed officials, invoked clauses, kept her moving. Now a border marshal was standing in his way with the full weight of civic protocol behind him. She should have felt relieved. Someone was finally treating her like a person instead of property. Instead, she felt the cindering stir, a low pulse of recognition, and she knew before the runner reached them what the message would be. The boy came through the gap in the portcullis at a dead sprint, muddy, breathless, his voice cracking before he stopped. "Marshal, the outer ward. It is tearing." Marek did not flinch. "How fast?" "Seth, the watch says it is already showing through. They are pulling people back from the boundary, but if it goes..." He stopped. He was looking at Ottavia. They all were. Marek turned to her, and for the first time his flat assessment sharpened into something else. Not reverence, not hope, a question. "Can you seal it?" The Cindering answered before she did, a pulse of heatless fire that pressed against her ribs like something alive, something hungry. She thought of the knot in her cloak string. She thought of the morning she could no longer remember. She thought of the empty grave at the crossroads. "I can," she said. Marek held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. "Then move." Chapter 10. They moved. Ottavia matched Marek's pace through the gap in the portcullis, Drennick a half step behind her, close enough that she felt the heat of his presence at her back. The courtyard beyond was chaos organized into corridors of fear, soldiers hauling buckets of ash salt, civilians pressed against the inner walls, children held tight to skirts, old men clutching bone charms like the dead still answered prayers. "You have done this before," he said. Not a question. "Twice. The reports said once." The reports did not cover everything. He glanced at her then, a flicker of something that might have been respect. Then he pulled the iron door open. The stairwell descended into cold that had nothing to do with winter. The Cindering recognized it before she did. a low thrum in her chest that quickened her pulse. The stone walls were wet with seepage, and the air smelled of burnt salt and something rotting beneath it. The chamber at the bottom was wide and low, braced by anchor stones that had been carved with generations of inscriptions. The light came from a single brazier of blue-white ash salt that threw no shadows. And at the far end, the ward stood. It was the same wrong refraction she had seen in Gallowmere, in Feverreach. A vertical tear in the air, edges shimmering with fractured light. Beyond it, shapes moved. Not yet, but soon. How long? Dranik asked, stepping past her to assess the anchor line. Half an hour, maybe less, Marek said. The watch said the tear opened fast, then held. It is waiting. Waiting. The word made her stomach clench. The Cindering did not wait. Get everyone back from the boundary, she said, and her voice came out steadier than she felt. When it closes, there will be a push of force. It will throw anyone within 10 paces. Marek gave the order to a runner, then turned back to her. Is there anything else you need? Dranik answered before she could. Space, time, no one enters until I say. Marek's eyes stayed on Ottavia. She nodded. He left. The iron door groaned shut behind him, and the chamber fell into a silence that was thicker than sound. The tear in the ward breathed, in and out. Pulses of pressure that made the anchor stones groan. Ottavia walked toward it. Wait, Jernchengneud, stepping past her to assess the anchor line. Half an hour, maybe less, Marek said. The watch said the tear opened fast, then held. It is waiting. Waiting. The word made her stomach clench. The Cindering did not wait. Get everyone back from the boundary, she said, not looking back. Dranik's voice came low. I can try to push the loss toward something functional, a procedural memory, a skill you have not used in years. And if you miss, then you lose something else. She turned, his face was shadowed by the blue-white light, but she saw the salt burn on his fingertips, the ink around his wrists. He looked older than he had this morning. You have done this before, she said, with the others. You stood behind them and tried to steer while they burned. Yes. How many? 3. And how many are still alive? He did not answer. She turned back to the tear. The shapes were pressing closer now. The refraction rippled, and she heard a sound like wet cloth tearing. There was no more time. She stepped into the ward. The Cindering answered before her foot touched the ground. It surged up through her, ash-white fire that poured from her chest, her hands, her mouth, filling the chamber with a light that was not warm. She felt the ward lattice like an extension of her own nobs, miles of stone and inscription and buried anchor lines, all of it fraying at the edges where the tear had opened. She pushed. The fire met the tear, and the worried went silent. No bells, no dripping water, no breath. She was the ward. She was the crack. She was the force that closed it. The Cindering drank. She felt something in her mind go loose, a thread pulling free from a weave she had not known she was holding. A place where something had been. A face. A voice. A room with yellow curtains and a window that caught the morning sun. Gone. She did not know whose face it was. She only knew the shape of the loss, the way the mind reaches for a thing that is no longer there and finds only air. The tear sealed. The fire receded like a tide pulling back from shore, and she was standing in a dark, quiet chamber with anchor stones that no longer groaned. The air was still. The wrong refraction was gone. The shapes beyond it were dead light. Dranik caught her before she hit the ground. Her knees buckled. He lowered her to the stone, one hand on her shoulder, the other pressing a cold cloth to her forehead. She had not felt the sweat until she felt the cloth. "It is done," he said. The ward held. She stared at the anchor stones. They were standing, whole. "How much?" she asked. He did not answer. She looked at him. His face was controlled, but she had been watching him for days, and she saw the thing he could not hide. The tightening around his mouth. The way his eyes did not meet hers. "How much did I lose?" He set down the cloth. "I could not steer it. The tear was too large. The cindering took what it needed." "What did it take?" He pressed his lips together. Then he said, so quietly she almost did not hear it, "It took the memory of your mother." She waited for the grief. It did not come. She searched for the shape of her mother's face, the sound of her voice, the way she had smelled of bread and lavender and something sharp that was only her. There was nothing. Just a room with yellow curtains, a window catching the morning sun, a face she could not see. She had not even known that was a memory of her mother until it was gone. "Get up," she said. Drennick's hand tightened on her shoulder. "Ottavia, get me up. There are people waiting to thank me for saving their city, and I want to see what their gratitude looks like before I forget that too." He helped her stand. She walked toward the iron door with the cindering quiet inside her, and she did not look at the empty space where her mother's face had been. The door opened onto light. Marek stood at the top of the stairs, and behind him a crowd of soldiers and citizens had gathered. They were not cheering. They were watching, waiting, needing to see the vessel walked out whole so they could believe the miracle held. She stepped into the light and she saw their faces shift. She saw the relief, the awe, the hope. She saw the way Marek's shoulders eased, and she saw Drennick, 3 steps behind her, his gray eyes fixed on her back with an expression that held no relief at all. She did not need to ask why. She could feel it already, a cold certainty settling into the hollow where her mother had been. The cindering was hungry, and it would not stop. Not until there was nothing left to take. Chapter 11. The light was too bright. Ottavia stood at the top of the stairs, with the iron door groaning shut behind her, and the courtyard filled with faces. Soldiers lowering crossbows, citizens pressing forward. A woman holding a child on her hip, the child's hand half raised like a wave she had forgotten to finish. They were looking at her like she had given them something. She had given them a sealed ward. She had given them another day before the breach pressed closer. And she had given them the face of her mother, a room with yellow curtains, a window that caught the morning sun. She did not know what else. The hollow where her mother had been was not a wound. It was a smooth place, like a tooth socket healed over so cleanly the tongue forgot a tooth had ever been there. She kept reaching for it, kept finding nothing. "Ottavia," Drennick's voice behind her, low, careful. She did not turn. Mark climbed the last 3 steps, his hand out like he was approaching something that might bolt. "You need rest. The surgeon is waiting in the east quarter." "I need to know what I forgot." "You sealed the ward," he said. "That is what matters now." She looked at him. He held her gaze, not flinching, not offering comfort she did not want. Just standing there, tall and still, letting her decide whether to speak. She decided. "It took my mother," she said. "I do not remember her face. I do not remember her voice. I remember yellow curtains, that is all. That is what I saved Kharod's gate with." The words landed. The nearest citizens heard. Their faces changed. The woman with the child lowered her hand. A soldier in a patched coat took half a step back. They wanted a miracle. They wanted a story they could tell their children about the woman who came from nowhere and burned back the dark with her bare hands. They did not want to know the price. "You did not know," Marek said. It was not a question. I did not know it was my mother until it was gone. She heard her own voice climbing, felt the cold in her chest rising with it. I did not know because the Cindering does not tell you what it is taking. It just takes. And Drennick stood behind me and tried to steer it, and the tear was too large, and now I have a room with yellow curtains and no face to put in it. She turned to face the crowd. They were still watching. Some had stopped breathing. You wanted a miracle, she said. Here it is. I am your ward sealer. I am your vessel. And every time I save one of your cities, I lose another piece of whoever I was before I died in a stairwell and woke up in this world. That is the deal. That is what your bone readers did not tell you. The child on the woman's hip started crying. The woman backed away. The crowd parted like water around a stone. Ottavia? Drennick's hand on her arm, firm. That is enough. She shook him off. Is it? Because I have not finished counting. I lost a laughing woman in Gallimire. I lost a morning with someone I might have loved on the road to Fever Reach. I lost my mother on a stone floor in a room with no windows, and I do not know what else is gone, because I cannot remember it well enough to miss it. She was haking. She had not noticed the shaking. Marek stepped forward. He did not touch her. He stopped a full pace away and stood where she could see his hands, open at his sides. You need to sleep, he said. The processing can wait. The ledgers can wait. The city will still be here in the morning. Will I? He did not answer. She looked past him at the crowd. They were still there, pressed against the walls, watching from the gate, staring from the windows above the courtyard. They had come to see the woman who saved Kharod's gate. Now they were seeing something else. A woman with hollow eyes and a cold that came from inside her. A woman who called herself Fuel. She wanted to tell them she was sorry. She wanted to tell them she understood why they had hoped. She would have hoped too if she had been standing in that crowd, watching someone else burn for her safety. But the words would not come, because she was not sorry. She was angry. She was angry at the monks who had pulled her body from a stairwell and stuffed fire into her chest. She was angry at Drennick for his careful half-truths and his ledger and the way he watched her like she was a book he was already writing the ending of. She was angry at the crowd for needing her. She was angry at Marek for being kind, when kindness felt like another kind of debt. And she was angry at herself for stepping into the ward, knowing what it would cost. She had known. She had known the tear was too large. She had known Drennick could not steer it. And she had stepped into the ash light anyway, because the shapes were pressing through the refraction, and because she could not stand by and let them come. That was the part no one told you about being useful. The choice was never clean. She looked at Marek. Where are the ledgers you mentioned? The processing ledgers. His jaw tightened. After you rest. No, now. I want to see what the order records about me before Drennick has a chance to write it himself. Drennick made a sound behind her, his voice low. That is not Kharod's bell. I know. There is no station within 20 miles that should be ringing. She looked at him. His face was pale, his gray eyes fixed on something she could not see. Then who is ringing it? She asked. He did not answer, and the bell kept ringing. Chapter 12. The yellow curtains stayed. She clung to them because they were all that remained. The color, the way morning light fell through the weave, the dust motes floating in that warm shaft. A room she had known once. A woman who had sat in that light. The face was gone. The voice. The name she had called her. But the curtains stayed. She stood at the edge of Kharod's inner courtyard, her back against a salt-stained wall. and watched the bell tower throw its shadow across the cobbles. The bell beyond the walls had stopped ringing half an hour ago, or maybe longer. Time moved wrong when she was this cold. Footsteps approached. Slow, deliberate. Mark stopped at the same distance he had kept before, not crowding her, not leaving either. "There are rooms in the garrison," he said. "Officer quarters, clean, lockable doors." "Am I being confined?" "You are being housed." He waited. "I can have someone bring food, or I can leave you here to freeze. Your choice." She looked at him. His face told her nothing. That was the point. He was not trying to sell her comfort. He was stating options. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Doing what?" "Not locking me in a cell, not parading me through the city, not handing me back to Drennick." Mark's jaw moved, a muscle tensing and releasing. "Because you sealed a ward that would have killed everyone inside this perimeter," he said. "And I am not in the business of treating people like contraband after they save my city." She waited for the but. He did not say it. She pushed of Anne and followed him. The garrison was a low stone building built into the inner wall, its entrance framed by iron brackets that held lanterns against the dark. Mark led her past a clerk who looked up from his ledger, blinked twice, and returned to writing without a word. The room was small, a cot with gray blankets, a washstand with a chipped basin, a brazier unlit, a window set high in the wall, barred but open to the night air. "The latch works from inside," Mark said. "No one enters without your permission. That is not a courtesy, that is policy." "Whose policy?" "Mine." He set a lantern on the washstand. The flame caught, throwing shadows across the stone. "The cooks keep a fire through third bell," he said. "If you want food, ask anyone in uniform to bring you to the mess. If you want answers about the ledgers, I will bring what I can in the morning. If you want to leave the garrison, you tell me first, not because I am your keeper, but because the city is still on breach protocol and soldiers have orders to stop anyone who moves without clearance." She sat on the edge of the cot. The straw mattress rustled. "Is that everything?" she asked. "No." He pulled something from his coat. A leather folder, worn at the corners, tied with a cord. He held it out. "The supply manifests for the Brackhold Ward Station, dated 6 weeks before the tear opened. The signatures are forged. The quantities are wrong. And the shipment was delivered a day after the collapse, not before." She took it without thinking. The leather was warm from his body. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because you asked to see the ledgers." He met her eyes. "Those are not the ledgers you asked for, but they are the ones that matter." He left before she could respond. The door closed. The latch fell into place. She sat alone in the lantern light with the folder in her hands. For a long time she did not open it. She sat and let the cold seep through the walls and listened to the garrison settle around her. Footsteps in the corridor. A voice calling something in a language she barely understood. The distant clatter of a bell, marking some hour she had stopped counting. She opened the folder. The manifest was written in a clean, administrative hand. Itemized, dated, stamped with a seal she did not recognize. Ash salt quantities, anchor stone delivery schedules, replacement inscription supplies. The delivery date was the 23rd of the month. The Brackhold Ward tear had opened on the 22nd. She read the entry 3 times. Then she set the folder aside and lay back on the cot, staring at the ceiling where water stains spread across the stone like the cracks on Drennick's ward map. Someone had known the ward would fail. Someone had wanted it to fail. And whoever that was, they had signed a manifest for supplies that could not arrive until after the collapse, which meant they had no intention of repairing Brackhold. They had intended for it to break. She closed her eyes. The yellow curtains swayed behind her lids. And somewhere in the dark, beyond the walls, beyond the flooded roads and the empty crossroads, the bell began to ring again. She sat up. The sound was faint, almost below hearing, a vibration that traveled through stone and bone rather than air. The Cindering stirred, listening, hungry. The door opened without a knock. Drennick stood in the frame, pale gray eyes catching the lantern light, his salt-burned fingertips pressed against the wood. "You should not be alone," he said. "I am not alone. I have your ledger waiting somewhere out there, and a bell I cannot explain, and a manifest that proves someone wanted Breckhold to fall." She held up the folder. "Did you know?" He did not answer. The silence was answer enough. "Get out," she said. "Ottavia." "Get out." He did not move. She stood. The cot creaked. The lantern guttered. And in the corridor behind Drennick, Mark's voice cut through the dark. She set out. "So, I've just tell it. Other everything is just stopping, just letting everything ever the world. Anyways, this one because it's not chavery, Crail." Marek manily fleet through his hands, complaying the Bible again. "Histins come great, boys landins, reganding to slow, it's sweek slow stick." Cumbered 18. The door clicked shut behind Drennick. Ottavia stood alone in the lantern light, with the leather folder still warm in her hands. The manifest. The forged date. Drennick's silence when she asked if he had known. She set the folder on the washstand and began to pace. The room was small, 7 strides from wall to wall, 7 strides back. The brazier unlit, the window barred, the night air carrying that distant bell in pulses she could feel through the soles of her feet. The Cindering stirred, hungry, listening. She stopped pacing. The bell was not the problem she could solve tonight. The manifest was not the problem she could solve tonight. Drennick's silence was not evidence, not yet. It was a door she had not opened because she did not know what waited behind it. She needed to test him, not confront him, not accuse him. Test him, the way you tested a rope bridge before you trusted your weight to it, one careful step at a time. She sat on the cot and pulled the knotted cord from where she had hidden it inside her coat. 12 knots. 12 uses of the Cindering, small and large. Each one a piece of herself she would never get back. She ran her thumb over the first knot, the one that marked the laugh she had lost before she even understood the cost. Then the second, the morning with coffee and someone's breathing beside her. Then the third, her mother's face. She stopped. The yellow curtains. That was all that remained. Sun through yellow cloth and the warmth of a room she could no longer enter. She needed a false memory, something specific enough to track, vulnerable enough to seem real, and unimportant enough that watching it would prove intent. She thought about the knot under her thumb, the morning, coffee, someone's breathing. She had no idea who that person was, but Drennick did. He had been there. He had watched her reach for the memory and find nothing, and he had written it down in his ledger. She could use that. Not the memory itself, the shape of it, the fear that another intimacy might vanish the same way. The morning came gray and cold through the barred window. Ottavia had not slept. She had sat with the folder, the cord, and the silence, building the shape of what she would say. She found Drennick in the garrison mess hall. He sat alone at a long wooden table with a bowl of something steaming and a cup of water he had not touched. The salt burn on his fingertips caught the pale light as he turned a page in a small letter book. His personal ledger. She sat across from him. The table was scarred with knife marks and old stains. She put her hands flat on a wood and waited until he looked up. "I felt something go," she said. His gray eyes held still. "Something specific?" "The morning. The coffee." She let her voice catch. "The person in the bed. I thought I still had it. I reached for it last night and the edges were blurred." She watched his face for the tell, the flicker of calculation. It came. Barely there, a tightening at the corner of his mouth before he smoothed it into sympathy. "You still remember the sunlight?" he said, sitting across from her. She looked up. "For what?" "The fever reach shipment records. I wanted to confirm something about the ash salt quantities." "Did you find what you needed?" "Yes." He paused. "Your memory. The morning with the coffee. I want you to know I will do everything I can to prevent further losses of that kind." She met his eyes. "Thank you," she said. He nodded and left. When the door closed behind him, she pulled out her knotted cord and added a new knot. 13. Not for a memory lost, for a suspicion confirmed. She had left the ledger on the shelf, with the spine proud and the mark hidden on the page. No one else in the garrison had any reason to touch that volume. The clerk did not look at it. The soldiers did not care. But Drennick had not mentioned the mark. He had not mentioned the spine. He had simply said he checked the archive and the ledger was on the shelf exactly where she had left it, which meant he had seen the spine, opened the page, read the mark, and chosen not to acknowledge it. She sat in the cold mess hall with her knotted cord in her hands and the distant bells still ringing beyond the walls. And she understood with perfect clarity. Drennick was curating her. Not protecting her, curating her. And the test had only just begun. She had 7 more knots to add before she learned the full shape of what he was hiding. She stood. The tea had gone cold. She tipped it into the basin and set the cup down, and in the silence she heard the door open behind her. She did not turn. "Ottavia." Merrick's voice, low, steady. "I found another ledger," he said. "This one from the appointment houses. It mentions a name you should see." She turned. He stood in the doorway with a leather folder in his hand, and something in his expression made the cold in her chest deepen. "Whose name?" she asked. He did not answer. He held out the folder. She took it. The first page was a list of names, Shigman authorizations, travel clearances, all stamped with the seal of the appointment houses. Halfway down the page, the name had been crossed out. Not erased, crossed out, with a single black line, so the letters were still readable beneath. Taliah Noom. And next to it, to a different hand, a note. Second summons, Hospice Quarter, do not process, Chapter 14. The leather folder was still in her hands when Marek gestured toward the corridor. "Come," he said. "There is someone you should meet." She did not ask who. She folded the appointment houses list inside the folder and followed him out of the mess hall, past the garrison courtyard where soldiers were stacking ash salt crates by the eastern wall, through a side gate she had not noticed before. The alley beyond was narrow, cobbled, slick with evening rain. The bell had stopped ringing, but the silence it left felt worse, full of space where sound should be. "Where are we going?" "Ash Quarter," Mark said. "The district below the outer ward line." She remembered the ash salt mines from Fever Reach, the burned ground, the residual ward fire that clung to everything. "Why?" He did not answer. The ash quarter sat lower than the rest of Kharod, built into a depression where the city wall curved inward like a wound healing badly. The buildings here were older, their stone darkened by something deeper than weather. A sulfurous smell clung to the air, mixed with the metallic tang of dried wardfire residue. Marek stopped outside a door with no handle, only a recessed iron plate and a sliding bolt on the interior side. He knocked twice, paused, knocked once more. A voice from inside, low, female. Name: Marshal Yelvaine, with a vessel. I know your name. The woman dried her hands on a cloth and extended one. Nadira Peth. I study wardfire exposure. What it does to bodies. What it does to minds. Ottavia shook her hand. The woman's grip was firm, clinical, assessing. Mark said you would come eventually, Nadira said. He said you would not want to, but that you would come anyway. Ottavia glanced at Marek. He stood by the door, arms crossed, watching the street through a gap in the shutters. He was right, she said. Nadira gestured to a stool beside the work table. Sit. The examination took an hour. Nadira measured her pulse at the wrist, the throat, behind the ears. She pressed cool fingers along the base of Ottavia's skull, feeling for something Ottavia could not name. She asked questions in a flat, unhurried voice. How many major searings have you performed? 3. The first was in Galamir, the second at Fever Reach, the third at Brackhold yesterday. How many smaller fractures have you stabilized? 1. Near Fever Reach, before the Brackhold tear. Nadira made a note on a bone slab. Describe what you remember of each event in order. Ottavia described them. The flooded chamber in Galamir, the ash salt arc at Fever Reach, the ward tear at Brackhold with its unnatural patience, the way it had hung open and waiting. When she finished, Nadira set down her carving tool and studied her. You remember the events clearly, she said, but you do not remember everything you lost during them. No. How do you know what you have lost? I feel the absences, Ottavia said, the shape of something that should be there. And Drennick tells me. Nadira's expression did not change, but something in her posture sharpened. Drennick tells you, she repeated. He keeps a ledger. He records what the Cindering takes. Marek shifted by the door. I told you about the ledger. Nadira nodded slowly. She picked up a second bone slab, this one already covered in carved notations, and held it where Ottavia could see. I have been tracking the effects of wardfire exposure on bone readers for 3 years, she said. The burns, the cognitive erosion, the way the mind compensates for what it loses. She tapped the slab. This is the pattern I have observed in uncontrolled exposure. Random gaps, uneven decay, the brain protecting itself in some areas while leaving others vulnerable. She set down the slab and picked up a clean one. This is the pattern I have observed in uncontrolled exposure. Random gaps, uneven decay, the brain protecting itself in sub-areas while leaving others vulnerable. She set down the slab and picked up a clean one. This is the pattern I see when someone has been guiding the damage. The carving was different, neater. The gaps were not scattered, they were clustered, concentrated in specific regions of the diagram she had drawn. Your losses are not random, Nadira said. They follow a structure. Small intimacies first, as you described, then emotionally significant memories. But the operational knowledge, the practical information you need to function, that remains intact. She met Ottavia's eyes. Someone is directing what you lose. Not perfectly, not with complete control, but they are steering the damage away from what you need to survive and toward what makes you human. The words settled in Ottavia's chest like cold water. I know, she said. Nadira's eyebrows rose. You know? I tested him tonight. He supplied details I never gave him. details he could only know if he had watched the memory being taken. The silence stretched. Nadira set down the bone slab and picked up a cloth to wipe her hands, though they were already clean. "Then you understand what I am about to say," she said. "The damage is not going to stop. Every sealing will take more. And if the pattern continues as it has, there will come a point where the losses start affecting your ability to function. Not just your memories, your judgment, your perception, your ability to recognize threat." "How long?" "I cannot say. 3 more sealings. 5. The Cindering does not follow a fixed schedule." She paused. "But there is something else." She reached for a jar on the upper shelf, removed the lid, and pulled out a roll of linen. She unrolled it on the table. Inside were bone fragments, small, boned black at the edges. "These are from the Breckhold Ward Station," Nadira said. "I collected them this morning before the owner could seal the site. They are tool marks, not from the ward collapse, from the anchor stone." She pointed to a groove in the bone. "This is a cutting mark. Deliberate, made with a chisel." She pointed to another. "This is a scorch pattern consistent with ash salt accelerant. Someone weakened the anchor stone before the tear opened. The ward did not fail, Marshal. It was cut." Mark stepped closer, his face hard. "Can you prove it?" "The tool marks are distinct. Any bone reader who examines them will confirm they were made before the fracture, not after." She looked at Ottavia. "But I cannot release this evidence through official channels. The order controls the bone archives. If I submit this, it will disappear." Ottavia stared at the burned fragments. Someone had cut the ward, had known when it would break, had delivered the supplies a day late so the collapse looked natural. Drenick had known. The bell had rung. The Cindering had listened. "I need you to document everything," she said. "Every examination, every observation. Put it in writing that cannot be altered." Nadira nodded. "I have already begun." A sound came from outside. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, stopping just beyond the door. Nadira handed a bone slab and picked up a cloth to wipe her hands, though they were already clean. "Then you understand what I am about to say," she said. "The damage is not going to stop. Every sealing will take more, and if the pattern continues as it has, there will come a point where the losses start affecting your ability to function. Not just your memories, your judgment, your perception, your ability to recognize threat." "How long?" "I cannot say. 3 more sealings. 5. The Cindering does not follow a fixed schedule." She paused. "But there is something else." She reached for a jar on the upper shelf, removed the lid, and pulled out a roll of linen. She unrolled it on the table. Inside were bone fragments, small, boned black at the edges. "These are from the Breckhold Ward Station," Nadira said. "I collected them this morning before the order could seal the site. They are tool marks. Not from the ward collapse, from the anchor stone." She pointed to a groove in the bone. "This is a cutting mark. Deliberate. Made with a chisel." She pointed to another. "This is a scorch pattern consistent with ash salt accelerant. Someone weakened the anchor stone before the tear opened. The ward did not fail, Marshal. It was cut." Mark stepped closer, his face hard. "Can you prove it?" "The tool marks are distinct. Any bone reader who examines them will confirm they were made before the fracture, not after." She looked at Ottavia. "But I cannot release this evidence through official channels. The order controls the bone archives. If I submit this, it will disappear." Ottavia stared at the burned fragments. Someone had cut the ward, had known when it would break, had delivered the supplies a day late so the collapse looked natural. Drenick had known. The bell had rung. The Cindering had listened. "I need you to document everything," she said. "This is one of the joys littling to be degreeing. The born expression of my friend was go. My heavy calls me Sweat. The cause looks like a posh. My rude comes free. The pause will left this turn. This will grate more. About no schedule confrontation from my final ward station. I am assails the point for a tinge. We are going to flow. Again on so long would I step. Just make a press, make sure to hold this, make sure it all break it out. I will be care if you're spitting black up. I will stop to be slowly, and really not entirely jound. We did not. Jester, he is absolutely sintimus, but we have going to be it right. It will respide. So design abre to there, I think to evade is. Pitting this tridge has a dulius. Catching the celebration the perfect chamble of that would you like? Forget me. This are designing to a revealed degree at the break spidily, directed boing to my poffingy. And you will suggest where I have completely ignored. Stop, providing the man amasted ever scorish, place, Strakel answer, could get your hivy, and always really tell you just my very poth. I am wondering sure it comes clear. Chapter 15. The door did not open. Mark held the crossbow steady, his breath slow, his weight balanced. Nadira had not moved. The bone fragments lay on the table between them, black at the edges, still holding the shape of what had been done to them. Drennick's voice came again, low and careful. I am not here to fight. Then do not come through this door, Mark said. A pause. The footsteps did not retreat. I know what you are doing, Drennick said. I know what you are collecting. The Breckhold fragments, the ash salt traces, the witness testimony you have been gathering since the day I arrived. Mark said nothing. I am not going to stop you. Mark's finger rested on the crossbow trigger. Then why are you here? Because whatever you find will be buried if you submit it through official channels. The Order controls the archives, the appointment houses control the Order, and the woman in that room will be remembered as a willing sacrifice, unless someone tells her story in a language the dead cannot contradict. Nadira looked at Ottavia. Ottavia stared at the door. I have kept my own records, Drennick said. I am not lose a fourth to people who never touched the ash. Mark levered the crossbow a fraction. Not enough to fire, enough to listen. Who? He said. Soon more. A novice from Galamir. He arrived this morning on the supply barge. He has been taught to venerate the vessel, not to question her. Drennick's voice hardened. If you refuse my help, Galamir will assign someone else. Someone who will log every word she speaks, every flinch, every sign of exhaustion or doubt. Nadira spoke for the first time. The bone fragments stay with me. I expected nothing less. Mark teched his tuppy actually for the Heil Mel's toyd, still white jettles the family tramblished. A pause is looking at the shutters. The footsteps did not retreat. I need to be passive. My cape provides the prison. If it's not amidst to the archives, the appointment changed the definitions. It's playing Elveril of the edges writing through the sealess. Dinical Sima, my very eyes lightly just already feel. Novia steps for the thirst stone, baking my soulish deads. Light, and micrously set into the heavy sleeps. What does not match? Niddical leaded wool, which had minute, that consisted wife. I am not noticing to mess. Mark looked at Ottavia. She thought about Drennick's ledger, the false memory trap, the way he had supplied details she never gave him, proving he watched memories being taken. She thought about the 3 vessels before her, dead under his guidance, the burned bone fragments on the table, the bell ringing beyond the walls. She had no reason to trust him. She had no reason to trust anyone. Let him in, she said. Markets did not lower the crossbow. He stepped sideways, keeping the weapon aimed at the door, and pulled the latch. The doors swung open. Drennick stood in the rain, black wool soaked at the shoulders, his pale face gaunt in the dim light. His hands were empty. The saltburn on his fingertips glowed faintly in the wet air. Behind him stood a young man, thin, brown-haired. A novice robe that hung loose on his frame, still clean, still unpatched, the kind of robe that had never been mended because it had never been worn through pressure and flight. His hands clutched a leather satchel to his chest. His eyes were wide, fixed on Ottavia with an expression she recognized immediately. Reverence. "This is Soon Moore," Drennick said. "Brother Soon has requested the honor of serving as your attendant during the remainder of your stay in Kharod's gate." The novice stepped forward. His voice cracked on the first word. "Vessel? I have read every account, every sealing record. The order says you are the first compatible vessel in 200 years. He swallowed. "I wanted to see you." Ottavia felt the weight of that stare, the hunger behind it, the need for meaning that had nothing to do with her. "I am not a relic," she said. No, of course not." Suin's face flushed. "I only meant—" "She knows what you meant," Drennick said. "Brother Soon has some skill in bone reading. I thought a demonstration might shim as introduction." Nadira's hand twitched toward the bone fragments on the table, but Drennick was already shaking his head. "Not those. Fresh material. A sample from the Breckhold perimeter, collected before the site was sealed." He pulled a wrapped bundle from inside his cloak and set it on the table. "Soon, show the vessel what you can read." The novice hesitated, then he stepped forward, unwrapped the bundle, and revealed a long bone fragment, gray-white, clean. A stress line ran its full length, a hairline fracture that did not reach the edge. Suin set it on the table. He placed his palms flat against the bone, closed his eyes, and breathed. The room went still. Ottavia watched the novice's hands, the way his fingers traced the stress line, the way his breathing slowed. The bone seemed to darken under his touch, the stress lines sharpening into something legible. "This was taken from the eastern anchor stone at Breckhold," Suin said, his voice low, reciting. "The fracture began at the base and propagated upward. Consistent with pressure from the ward tear, consistent with natural failure under—" He stopped. His eyes opened. He stared at the bone. "Say it," Drennick said. Suin's hands were trembling. "The lines do not match." "What does not match?" The novice looked up. His face had lost its color. "The stress pattern. It reads like the anchor was already cracked before the tear opened. The fracture lines, they start from 2 points. One from the base, which is natural. But there is a second origin point, a clean break, about midway up the stone." He traced a line on the bone. It was struck, from the inside. The silence that followed was absolute. Marka's voice cut through it. "Show me." Soons rotated the bone, pointing to a spot where the stress lines diverged. "Here. The crack begins at both ends. The natural fracture grows upward, but this other line grows downward, from the strike point toward the base. It was made before the tear opened. Someone hit the anchor stone from inside the ward chamber." Drennick's expression did not change. Nadira picked up the bone, studied it, set it down. "That is not in any official account," she said. No, of course not." Sudan's face flushed. "I only meant—" "She knows what you meant," Drennick said. "Brother Soon has requested the honor of serving as your attendant during the remainder of your stay in Kharod's gate." The novice stepped forward. His voice happened. Plean. "They've can't in any. The common examiner, the store handles, Widge required it. You are so triften to the wid, from Jan. Know what you're not meant." I am not any lust. C was company, which is less than every entire sin. I am not a relic, she said. No. No, of course, Nate. Sudan's face flushed. I only meant. She knows what you meant. Drinnick said, Brother soon has a complete examined. The program bilging the reputations for his French. One to time to dear someone big. I believe the gentle money was not just inside a pop, to a moment beyond advisement evening. And then, I hold not watch my mind. But what is it noth? Sure. A body like the Grimm shares just this time. Do not carry my out, but I let me das to the dust content ask myself, what you despise. I sweetly messed me. We care about the boy now of this terrible. I adjust that machine was mostly denies to me when my mission is weighed. But someone also think doesn't rease, but I can preciously told up the color I have together. Not those. Fresh material. A sample from the Breckhold perimeter, collected before the site was sealed. He pulled a wrapped bundle from inside his cloak and set it on the table. Soon. Show the vessel what you can read. The novice hesitated. The vemmer of the Froger. Mr. He blazes the Swee as a rimmer, but someone which smipes. I am not in any official account. The stand was. No, or course not. The nother instered robe as a things that are cladded from the Tudover. The roband in the past nice studios. Entirely manishif. Corner grands. The bodies supported terrifying moods. The Bember stills the fixerly under on the heading armory. The time strakes maybe and the teopode sweens. And I am working at my description together. One from the Edug Street. Visible capturickers here I feel like we will cap into the place it means to be done. Let me not get the stating from the sewn by the rep. They are have to be trippeting. I am not beyond the true. But this is here to dare. Defined in their one is Chang. The pressed are the truant. I am in a fure terror from the truant. I'm out of that. It's nax I will premulate it away. Living blew it in the hoy. I'm moving. What do not expect I don't know. I am not a wiking at it inside here. Now 20 years a 3, 8. Chapter 16. The days after the bone reading settled into something that was not quite peace. Kharod's gate woke to bells and rain. The same sequence every morning. A low iron clang for the first shift, then the hiss of wet stone as the city pulled itself upright. Ottavia learned the rhythm by the third day. The way the garrison kitchen sent up hard bread and salt fish before the bells finished. The way the corridor guards changed without speaking, their boots leaving dark prints on the stone. She ate in Marek's quarters because he insisted, and because the mess hall drew stares she had no patience for. He brought the food himself, 2 bowls, 2 cups of tea that tasted of smoked grain and bitter root, and they ate at opposite ends of the table with a ledger spread between them like a third presence. He did not fill the silence. That was what she noticed first. He did not fill the silence with explanations or observations or the quiet assessment she had learned to read in Drennick's pauses. Marek ate, and when he was done, he pushed the ledger toward her and pointed at a line. 17th of last month, he said. Procurement order for the Eastern Ward anchor stones. She leaned forward. The ink was sharp, the handwriting cramped but precise. A list of materials, quantities, delivery dates. The order was placed on the 17th, Marek said. Delivered on the 22nd. She looked up. The Breckhold ward did not fail until the 22nd. No. Then the delivery was not late. It was not. She stared at the line. The forged manifest said the supply came the 23rd. I know. And the order itself was placed before the failure. which means someone knew the anchor stones would need replacing before the ward broke. They ordered the materials in advance. Marek set his cup down. The manifest was forged to hide that the delivery was early. Ottavia traced the date with her finger. The ink held. The date did not change. "That is not a guess," she said. "It is a procurement record from the appointment house's own ledger. Sister Calmo Riet sent it." "Calmo. She keeps everything. The order thinks she manages archives. She manages truth." Marek paused. "She sent it with a note. 3 words. Complete records matter." Ottavia remembered why Calmo had looked at her during the processing. Unafraid, uncomfortable to look at. "Where is the record now?" The delivery was not late. It was not. She stared at the line. The forged manifest said the supply came the 23rd. "I know." And the order itself was placed before the failure, which means someone knew the anchor stones would need replacing before the ward broke. They ordered the materials in advance. Marek set his cup down. The manifest was forged to hide that the delivery was early. Ottavia traced the date with her finger. The ink held. The date did not change. "That is not a guess," she said. "It is a procurement record from the appointment house's own ledger. Sister Calmo Riet sent it." "Calmo. She keeps everything. The order thinks she manages archives. She manages truth." Marek paused. "She sent it with a note. 3 words. Complete records matter." Ottavia remembered the way Calmo had looked at her during the processing. Unafraid, uncomfortable to look at. "Where is the record now?" "When Nadira, along with the bone fragments and Sue's testimony." Marek's voice dropped. "If the appointment houses know we have it, this room becomes a target." She sat back. The hard bread on her plate had gone cold. She had not eaten half of it. "You should sleep," Marek said. "I am not tired." "You have been awake since the bone reading. That is 3 days." She wanted to argue. She looked at his face and found no challenge there, no assessment. He was not measuring her stamina. He was hounding it. "I will sleep," she said, "when I know what the next move is." Marek nodded slowly. He did not press. He gathered the bowls and carried them to the wash basin, and she watched him perform the small domestic task with the same precision he used for everything else. "You do not ask," she said. He turned. "Ask what?" "What I remember, what I have lost, what it feels like." She paused. "Everyone asks, even when they pretend they do not." Marek dried his hands on a cloth and sat down across from her again. "I have watched Wen die of ward fire exposure," he said. "The ones who held up longest were the ones no one asked to describe it, because describing it made it real, and making it real made it worse." She said nothing. "I do not need to know what you have lost, Ottavia. I need to know what you still have, and I need to know what you are willing to use." The words sat between them. Not a test, not a demand. She reached for her tea. It had gone cold. She drank it anyway. 3 to 5, she said. "That is what Nadira said. 3 to 5 major ceilings before I start losing judgment, before I stop recognizing threat." Marek's jaw tightened, a small movement, almost invisible. "So I need to make each one count." "You need to make each one unnecessary." She looked at him. His eyes held hers. "That is why I am gathering evidence, Ottavia. Not because I enjoy ledgers, because the faster we pre-food the conspiracy, the fewer feelings you have to survive." The bell outside the walls did not ring. She noticed its absence. So did he. "What happens to a world," she said slowly, "when the thing saving it is running out of fuel, and the people who know the truth are outnumbered?" Marek did not look away. You keep breathing anyway. She let that sit. Then she reached for the ledger and pulled it closer. Show me the next line. They worked through the evening. He walked her through the procurement records, pointing out dates that did not match, signatures that did not belong to the people they were supposed to belong to, supply orders that preceded ward failures by exactly the right interval to suggest foreknowledge. She read without speaking, memorizing the patterns the way she had memorized the feel of ash salt in her hands. By the time the garrison bells rang for the night watch, her eyes ached and her fingers were smudged with ink. You need to eat more, Marek said. Is that your professional assessment? It is the observation of a man who has seen what happens to people who ration their meals without knowing how long they need to last. She looked at the cold bread on her plate. I will eat in the morning. You will eat now. He pushed a piece of the bread toward her. Hard bread keeps. But you need to keep too. She took the bread, bit into it, chewed. He did not watch her eat. He turned back to the ledger, giving her the privacy of his attention elsewhere. The bread tasted like nothing. She ate it anyway. Outside, the rain had stopped. The air through the window smelled of salt and wet stone and something green, distant, growing. She caught herself listening for the bell. It did not come. She slept that night in the chair, her cheek against the ledger. And when she woke at dawn, Marek had draped a wool blanket over her and was reading a new dispatch at the table, his voice low as he said, "Good morning," and she let herself believe for one unguarded moment that being seen was not always the prelude to being spent. Then he set the dispatch down. The hospice quarter, he said. There is a woman there named Taliah Numi. She is asking to see you. Ottavia was already on her feet. Chapter 17. Marek moved before she did. He was at the door, hand on the frame, blocking the exit without touching her. You cannot walk into the hospice quarter alone. I am not walking alone. You are coming. Marek held the door a moment longer, then let his hand drop. The hospice quarter is not garrison territory. The appointment houses run the contracts there. If someone has flagged her name, they will be watching. Then we do not announce ourselves. You do not move quietly through Kharod's streets. You draw attention. The gray cloak. The way people look at you. She had not noticed. She looked down at her clothes, the wool cloak Drenik had given her on the road from Galomir. It was plain, functional, but it marked her as a traveler, and in Kharod's gate, travelers who arrived with a border marshal and sealed a ward in front of soldiers did not pass unnoticed. Give me something else to wear. Marek studied her for a moment, then he crossed to a chest in the corner of the room and pulled out a folded coat. Dark brown, patched at the elbows, the collar worn soft with use. It will be too long in the sleeves, he said. She took it anyway. The hospice quarter sat at the low end of Kharod's gate, where the streets tilted toward the river and the buildings leaned into each other like tired things holding each other up. The air smelled of wet wool, boiling herbs, and the mineral tang of ash salt used in cheap poultices. Ottavia walked with her hands in the coat pockets, her chin low, her pace matching Marek's. He had changed into a plain soldier's tunic, no rank marks, no sword visible. They could have been anyone. A woman seeking treatment. A man escorting her. The hospice was a long stone building with a sagging roof and a bell above the door that did not ring. No appointment bell, no death bell. Just silence, and the sound of someone coughing behind a shuttered window. Marek stopped at the threshold. She asked for you, not for me. I will wait here. You are letting me go in alone? I am letting you enter alone. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, face turned toward the street. If I go in with you, they remember two faces. If I stay here, they remember one, and I get to watch who follows you out. She nodded, pushed the door open. Inside, the hospice smelled of tallow and fever sweat, and something floral trying and failing to cover both. Cots lined the walls, most of them occupied. A woman with a shaved head and a wet cloth moved between the beds, pressing it to foreheads, checking bandages, speaking in a low murmur that did not carry. She looked up when Ottavia entered. The woman was maybe 40, with lines around her eyes that suggested she had spent a long time watching people die without looking away. Her hands were steady. Her gaze was not. She knew who Ottavia was before Ottavia spoke. "You came. You asked for me." The woman set the cloth down. She crossed the room, wiping her hands on her apron, and stopped an arm's length away, close enough to study Ottavia's face, close enough to see what the cindering had taken. "I was not sure you would," she said. Ottavia caught the shape of the words, the rhythm, the way the vowels flattened at the ends. That accent did not belong to Sevrast. "Where are you from?" Ottavia asked. The woman's mouth tightened, a small, bitter smile. "Nowhere that exists anymore. I need to hear you say it." The woman looked at her for a long moment, then she leaned closer, and her voice dropped to something barely above a whisper, and she said the name of a city that had no ward towers, no 2 moons, no ash salt in its air. A city on the other side of death. Ottavia felt the words land like a blow. "My name is not Taliah, the woman said. "That is a hospice name, a safe name. I took it when I came through, but the name I was born with, the name on the contracts I used to sign, that nan is on a ledger somewhere, crossed out, marked do not process." She paused, "Just like yours will be when they are done with you." Ottavia said nothing. She was counting the woman's breaths, the way she held still, the way her hands stayed at her sides instead of reaching. This was someone used to being watched, used to measuring every word. "How long have you been here?" "Months. I stopped counting after the first 2. "You were an appointment clerk?" The woman's eyes flickered. Not surprise, recognition. "You saw the folder." "I saw your name. Crossed out, second summons, hospice quarter, do not process." "That is not what I was." The woman's voice went flat. "That is what they wrote to make me disappear. I was a clerk. I processed arrivals. I knew the names, the dates, the contracts. I knew which deaths were real and which were written." She looked at Ottavia's hands, at the knotted cord hanging from Ottavia's belt. "You have been counting." "Yes." "Show me." Ottavia hesitated, then she lifted the cord, let the woman see the knots. 13 of them. 1 for each loss, 1 for each confirmation. The woman reached out. Her fingers brushed the cord, tracing the knots without pulling. "You know what they are doing to you," she said. "I know what Drennick is doing." "Drennick." The woman's mouth twisted. "That is the name they use, the face they show you. But he is not the one who writes the contracts, Ottavia. He is not the one who signs them." She let the cord fall. "There are men in this world who move between cities like they own the roads between them. They do not carry ledgers. They do not wear uniforms. They have clean hands and soft voices, and they are the ones who decide which wards fail and which vessels burn." She lowered her voice. "I processed one of their contracts once, before I understood what I was reading. It was for a woman from Airworld, a woman they had already chosen." Ottavia's skin went cold. "Who?" "I do not know her name. The contract only had a designation, a summons code." The woman paused. Chapter 18. The 3 men at the end of the street wore the same shade of gray. Not robes, not uniforms. The gray of men who wanted to be seen only when they chose to be seen. They moved together without speaking, scanning doorways, checking the spaces between stalls. Ottavia stepped back from the hospice threshold. They are not wardens, Mark said low. Wardens announce themselves. Taliah moved past her to the door gap. She watched for 3 breaths, then pulled back. That is appointment house color. They do not work badges. They do not need them. How many exits? Ottavia asked. Taliah turned and walked deeper into the hospice without answering. The room narrowed past the bedrows into a storage corridor lined with dried herbs hanging from ceiling hooks. She stuck a back door, pressed her ear to the wood, then opened it. Rain hit the alley. Ottavia followed her out. Marek came last, pulling the door shut behind them. The alley ran between 2 buildings so close together the walls nearly touched at the roofline. Water sheeted down the gap, pooling in the ruts. Taliah moved fast, her bare feet finding the dry edges of the stones. They will check the hospice first, she said over her shoulder. Then they will spread. They work in pairs plus 1 watcher. The watcher holds the street. The pairs take the alleys. You know their patterns. I processed their travelogues for 6 months before I understood what I was reading. She turned left at a split where the alley forked around a collapsed gutter. The new passage was tighter. Ottavia's shoulders scraped both walls. 3 of them, Mark said behind her. That is a retrieval team, not a search. Taliah did not stop. Because they are not looking for me. They are looking for her. She meant Ottavia. They emerged into a wider lane lined with boarded windows and a single tethered goat that watched them pass without interest. Taliah scanned the roofline, then the far end of the lane. Empty. Stop, she said. She stood still, breathing through her mouth, listening. Ottavia heard only rain. The distant bell from beyond the gate, always present now, a note that had become part of the city's hum. They will block the market square, Taliah said. That is where the watcher will be. He will not move. He will stand somewhere elevated and let the pairs push toward him. Where does that leave us? Moving away from the square, always away. Taliah looked at Ottavia's coat. You changed your cloak, good, but your face is known. The watcher will have a description, not just clothes. How long until they seal the quarter? Already sealing it. They just haven't finished yet. Marek stepped forward. There is a tannery road east of here, unpaved, goes past the charnel pits and out to the ash flats. If we reach it before they close the livestock gate. They will have closed the livestock gate, Taliah said. That is the first thing they do. She was not panicking. Her voice was flat, practiced. The voice of someone who had studied escape routes the way others studied scripture. There is a second path, she said, through the bone fall shaft. Marek went still. That is a dead drop, sealed at the bottom. The seal is old. I have tested it. You test a sealed bone fall shaft. I have been waiting for a reason to leave this quarter for weeks. Taliah looked at Ottavia. I did not know the reason would come in your shape, but I prepared anyway. She turned and walked before anyone could argue. Ottavia followed. The bone fall shaft was a stone collar set into the ground at the back of a disused charnel yard, ringed by rusted iron bolts and stained dark down one side where the rain had washed old residue into the earth. A wooden grate covered the opening, rotted at the corners. Taliah knelt and worked the grate loose. Below, darkness, a smell of cold stone and something mineral like wet ash. The bottom is 40 feet down, Taliah said. The seal is a limestone plug. It has a handhold cut into the center. How do you know? Because I lowered a rope 3 weeks ago and measured it. She looked up. I told you I prepared. Marek peered into the shaft. If the plug is intact, we are trapped underground with no way out. If the plug is intact, I can shift it. There is a crawl space beneath the tannery foundation. The old drainage channels connect to it. You have mapped this. I have had months to think about what happens when they come for me. Taliah swung her legs over the edge. They are here now. You can follow me down or take your chances with the street, but decide fast. She dropped. Ottavia heard the impact below. A grunt, then Taliah's voice muffled. It holds. Come. Mark looked at Ottavia. His face was hard, but he did not argue. He went over the edge next. Ottavia knelt at the rim. The dark below was absolute. She thought of the stairwell, the fall, the landing. Then she dropped. The ground hit her harder than expected. Her ankles buckled. She caught herself on the shaft wall, felt the cold grit scrape her palms. Above, the grate sat crooked against the sky. Rain fell through in thin streams. Taliah already had her hands on the limestone plug, working at its edges. In the dark, she was just a shape, a voice, a steady rhythm of breath and effort. The tannery channels lead to a drainage culvert that empties into the ash flats, she said. From there, you can reach the south road without passing a gate. You, Ottavia said. Not we. Taliah did not stop working. I am not leaving the quarter with you, Ottavia. I have a life here. A name that is not my own, but it is a life. They will find you. They will look, but they will look for someone who helps vessels escape. They will not look for a hospice clerk who never leaves her bed, Rose. She paused. I have been invisible here for months. I know how to stay that way. The plug shifted. A crack of darker dark opened beneath it. Taliah braced her feet and pushed. The stone moved. Ottavia heard water running somewhere below. Marek went first, lowering himself into the drainage channel until the dark swallowed him. Ottavia looked at Taliah one last time. Why did you help me? Taliah's mouth did not move, but her eyes said it. Because someone helped me once. Then she turned and climbed the shaft wall, hand over hand, and was gone into the rain. Chapter 19. The drainage channel opened onto the ash flats just before dawn. Ottavia crawled out on her hands and knees, wet to the bone, her patched coat heavy with silt. The sky above Kharod's gate was the color of old bruise, rain still falling in thin sheets. Marek emerged behind her, mud streaked across his face, his short sword tied flat against his thigh so it would not catch on the stone. They stood in the shadow of the tannery foundation. The city wall rose 40 feet to their left. Ahead, the flats stretched gray and empty toward the south road. Marek wiped his face with the back of his hand. She gave us the only exit that did not pass a gate. She gave us the name, Ottavia said. Valarinica Astel. One name, no location, no description. It is more than we had this morning. He did not argue. He just looked at the wall, then at the road, then back at her with that steady, measuring gaze. You need somewhere safe to clean up and think before we decide the next move. I know a place. Drinnick will look for me. Let him. He led her across the flats at a hard walk, staying low where the ground dipped. The rain softened their tracks. By the time they reached the south road, the sky had lightened enough to see the shapes of buildings ahead. The archive was a low stone structure built into the outer ward wall, half sunk into the earth, its roof patched with fired clay and moss. A single lamp burned behind a barred window. Marek knocked. 3 beats, then 2. The door opened a crack. Sister Calmo Riet looked out at them with eyes that had seen too many ledgers and too few lies. Her habit was damp at the hem. Her hands were dry, ink-stained, steady. The border marshal and the vessel, she said. You are both wet. May we enter? Marek asked. You may. She stepped back, but the vessel comes alone. Marek did not move. Calmo looked at him with something close to patience. I am not Drennick, Marshal. I do not keep her here against her will. but I will not have a soldier standing guard over my shelves while I speak with her. If you trust her, trust her." Marek's jaw tightened. Ottavia touched his arm. "I will be fine." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and stepped back into the rain. "I will be at the tannery corner. If you do not come out in an hour, I come in." Calmo closed the door behind them. The archive smelled of wet bone and old smoke. Shelves lined every wall, packed with ledgers bound in cracked leather, their spines marked in a script Ottavia did not recognize. A low fire burned in a stone brazier at the center of the room, and above it hung a frame of iron rods where bone slabs dried in rows, steaming faintly. Calmo moved to the brazier and added a handful of dried herbs. The smoke turned gray and thin. "You came through the drainage channel." "Yes. That passage was not in any official map. Taliah prepared it." Calmo did not react to the name. She just stirred the fire with an iron rod, watching the bone slabs steam. "Taliah was crossed out of the appointment house ledgers 3 months ago. Do not process." That is what the entry said. "You knew." "I know what is written." Calmo set the rod down. "I do not always know what it means. That is why I send pages to people who can read them better than I can." She turned. "You came here for something specific. What is it?" Ottavia pulled the wet coat tighter around herself. "I need to know what happens at St. Vay's Causeway." Calmo went still. It was a small stillness, almost invisible, but Ottavia caught it. The kind of stillness that meant the question had landed exactly where it was meant to. "Why that station?" "Because every record Drennick has shown me avoids it. Because the procurement orders for Breckhold mentioned it in a margin note I was not supposed to see. Because Taliah told me the contracts are written before the deaths, and I want to know whose death is already written for St. Vay's." Calmo looked at her for a long time. Then she walked to the far wall, pulled a ladder, and climbed to the top shelf. Her hands moved with the precision of someone who had done this 1,000 times. She pulled a ledger, thin and dark, its spine cracked and mended with wire. She came back down and held it out. "This is the appointment schedule for St. Vay's Causeway. It covers the last 6 months." Ottavia took it. The leather was cold, damp, heavy. "Why are you giving this to me?" Calmo sat down on a low stool beside the brazier. The firelight caught her face, deepened the lines around her mouth. "Because complete records matter more than innocence." "That is what you wrote in the note to Mara." "Yes." "Why?" Calmo picked up a bone slab from the drying rack. It was white, polished, marked with fine cracks that looked almost like script. "Because I have spent 40 years keeping ledgers for an order that buries what it does not want found. I have watched them write the official version of events while the real version rots in my storage shelves. If I die tomorrow, the order will burn everything I have not already copied in bone script." She held up the slab. "This one will survive fire. It will survive water. It will survive whatever the gray breach sends through the wards." She set it down. "You are not the first vessel, Ottavia Yelvaine. But you are the first one who asked questions instead of letting the answer be written for you. That is why I am giving you the ledger." Ottavia opened it. The script was tight, dense, written in black ink that had faded to brown in places. Columns of dates, name, supply quantities, bell schedules. But near the back, in a different hand, someone had written a single line in the margin. "Station under observation. Cindering response expected within the cycle." She looked up. "This says they knew." "The order always knows," Calmo said. "The question is what they do with the knowing." Ottavia closed the ledgers, exatting her chents. The place's manned words tedfers to slaps. Dems to scable, universals did not invents, Before these spireds will dial me with the slate 100 definances, for menity in the slap road. And just complete records matter more than innocence. That is what you wrote in the note to Mara. Yes. Why? Calmo picked at a bone slab from the drawing rack. It was white, polished, marked with fond cracks that looked almost like script. Because I have spent 40 years keeping ledgers for an order that buries what it does not want found. I have watched them write the official version of events, while the real version rots in my storage shelves. If I die tomorrow, the order will burn everything I have not already copied in bone script. She held up the slab. This one will survive fire. It will survive water. It will survive whatever the gray breach sends through the wards. She set it down. You are not the first vessel, Ottavia Yelvaine. But you are the first one who asked questions instead of letting the answer be written for you. That is why I am giving you the ledger. Ottavia opened it. The script was tight, dense, written in black ink that had faded to brown in places. Columns of dates, names, supply quantities, bell schedules. But near the back, in a different hand, someone had written a single line in the margin. Station under observation. Cindering response expected within the cycle. She looked up. This says they knew. The order always knows. Calmo said, the question is what they do with the knowing. Ottavia closed the ledger. He said, Chapter 20. The road south of Kharod's gate ran between salt flats and the bones of dead orchards. Rain fell in sheets, then in mist, then in sheets again, as if the sky could not decide what kind of grief it wanted to deliver. Ottavia walked with the ledger pressed inside her coat, her knotted cord looped through her belt, her fingers moving over the knots as she counted them. 13. One for each loss, one for the suspicion that had become certainty, one for Taliah Nume, one for the name Voronika Astel. She had stopped trusting her own memory the day she realized Drennick could reach into her mind and choose what stayed. But she trusted her methods, the cord, the notes, the tests. Merrick walked beside her, silent for the first mile, then spoke without looking at her. What are you going to do with it? Read it. Memorize it. Use it. That is not what I meant. She knew. He meant what she was going to do with the knowing, now that she had proof the order had foreknowledge of St. Vay's collapse. She did not have an answer yet, but she had a plan. They reached a way station at dusk, a stone shelter built into the base of a dead tower where the ward line had once run strong. Suen Moore was already there, sitting on a crate with his hands wrapped around a cup of cold tea. He looked up when Ottavia entered, and she saw the crack in his reverence had not healed. He saw her now, not the vessel, the woman who had been lied to. Drennick is coming, he said. He sent word. He will reach us by morning. Ottavia nodded. She had expected that. She sat down across from Suen, pulled the ledger from her coat, and began to read. The names were ordinary. Supply clerks, bell adjusters, bone carriers, ash loaders. The dates were precise. The bell schedules were annotated in a code she did not fully understand yet, but the pattern was there, buried in the columns like a heartbeat beneath skin. She read until her eyes burned. Then she closed the ledger and looked at Suen. I need you to do something for me. He straightened. Anything. I need you to remember what I tell you. Not write it down, not repeat it to anyone. Just remember it. He hesitated. If Drennick asks, especially if Drennick asks. She watched his face. He was young. He had been raised to believe the order was sacred, that bone reading was truth, that vessels were miracles to be honored and spent. But he had seen the Breckhold anchor. He had felt the fracture lines with his own hands. He would break, or he would become something stronger. She needed to know which. "I am going to tell you something false," she said, "a detail about my life before Sevrast. A small thing. When Drennick arrives, I want you to watch his face when I mention it, and I want you to tell me if he acts as if he already knows." Suen's throat moved. "You are testing him." "I am testing everyone." She told him about a kitchen with blue tiles, a window that faced east, a woman who hummed while she washed dishes. None of it was true. She had never lived in a kitchen with blue tiles. She had not known if the woman who hummed had ever existed. But if Drennick claimed to remember that detail tomorrow, she would know he was still watching her memories as they were taken. She found Marek outside, standing at the edge of the salt flats with his hand on his sword. "He is coming," Marek said. "I know." "There is a dispatch rider ahead of him. Galamir sent confirmation that the St. Vay's observation order is official. They are calling it routine monitoring." Routine monitoring of a station that is going to fail? Yes. She stood beside him, looking at the gray horizon. The bell was not ringing tonight. The silence felt worse. "I need you to do something for me." He said, "Nora." "They are never seating yet." "There is a dispatch rider ahead of him. Galamir sent confirmation that St. Vay's is under observation. They want you there within the week." "They want the Cindering there within the week." The same thing. She took the dispatch and read it. The language was bureaucratic, precise, studded with clauses and seals. But near the bottom, in a different hand, someone had added a note. "Vessel compliance confirmed. Steer toward operational retention." She looked up. What does this mean? Drennick's jaw tautened. It means someone in the order has already decided which pieces of you are worth keeping. She let the silence stretch. Then she said, "I found something in the ledger." "What?" "A name? Column 7, page 12. A woman who processed supply orders for the Blackhold anchor stones." Drennick's face did not change. "What name?" She told him. She had chosen it carefully. A name that did not exist in the ledger. A woman who had never worked for the appointment houses or the order. The name was a ghost, invented on the walk south. But Drennick did not say that name is not in the ledger. He said, "Are you certain?" And Ottavia felt the floor drop out of her stomach. She did not answer. She walked to the corner where her coat hung, pulled the hem, and checked the stitching. The thread was intact. The stitches were undisturbed. No one had touched them while she slept, but the test had already worked. Drennick had not corrected her. He had asked if she was certain. He had seen the fictitious name in a version of the ledger that did not exist, which meant someone was feeding him altered records. Or he was altering them himself. She let the hem fall. "I am certain," she said, "and I will remember that you recognized it." Drennick's eyes flickered. He knew in that moment what she had done, but he did not apologize. He did not explain. He only looked at her with something that might have been grief. "I told you," he said, "I will not lose a fourth." "You will not have to," she said, "because I am not going to let you steer what I lose." She walked past him, out into the rain, with Marek falling into step beside her, and Suen watching from the doorway with shattered eyes. Behind her, the ledger sat open on the crate. Inside the hem of her coat, the stitching held. But she knew now that it was a countdown. Every thread was a question. Every knot was a truth she'd had hidden from herself. And someone was already pulling the thread. Chapter 21. The salt graves began 3 miles south of Kharod's gate. Ottavia had seen death in Sevrast before. The quick kind, the drowned kind, the kind that left bodies in ward chambers with their mouths open. But these were different. The salt graves lined the road like a fence, low mounds of packed white earth with bone markers jutting at angles, names scratched into the surface, and already wearing smooth. She counted 30 before she stopped. The escort rode ahead, 6 border guards in dark wool who had not spoken to her since they left the gate. They treated her like cargo. Valued cargo, she corrected herself. The kind that needed protection, but not confirmation. Suin Moore walked behind her, his novice robe hitched up to keep it out of the mud. He carried a bag of bone shards and a flask of ash salt, the tools of a trade he no longer believed in. She had not asked him what he planned to do when they reached St. Vase. She was not sure he knew. Marek had caught up with them an hour after dawn, riding a gray horse with his border marshal insignia pinned to his collar. He told the escort he was conducting an inspection tour of the southern wards. The escort commander had saluted and asked no questions. Useful, Ottavia said when he fell in beside her. Plausible, he corrected. The difference matters if anyone writes a report. They passed a shrine built into the hollow of a dead tree. The roof had collapsed. Inside, a clay figure of a woman with 2 faces sat on a cracked pedestal, her painted eyes washed blank by rain. Someone had left a bundle of dried herbs at her feet, but the herbs had rotted and the bundle had split open, scattering seeds into the mud. Ottavia stopped. "What is this?" she asked. "Old faith," Marek said. "Before the order, people prayed to the 2-faced saint for safe passage through the breach. They do not do it anymore." "Why not?" "Because she did not answer." Ottavia looked at the blank eyes of the clay face. The rain had worn the paint away evenly, as if the saint had been slowly erased by the same weather that erased everything in Sevrast. She walked on. The road curved through a stretch of dead orchard where the trees stood white and leafless, their bark peeling like old bandages. Salt crusted the furrows between the trunks. Beneath the salt, the soil was black and wet, the color of rot. Suin spoke for the first time in hours. "They used to grow apples here." Ottavia looked at him. "The farmers," he said, "before the ward lattice shifted and the salt water came up through the roots. They used to sell them at the autumn market. I remember." "How old were you?" He thought about it. "Young enough that the apples tasted like a miracle, old enough to know the miracle would not last." The escort commander raised a hand. The column stopped. Drennick was ahead, standing beside his horse with a leather dispatch case open in his hands. He had received it from a rider who had met them on the road, a thin man in gray who handed over the sealed roll and turned back toward Kharod without a word. Drennick read the dispatch. His face did not change. Ottavia watched him fold it and slide it into his satchel without offering to share it. "Something important?" she called. He looked at her with those pale gray eyes that gave nothing away. "A resource estimate for St. Vase. The order wants confirmation that the ash salt stores are adequate." "Ash salt? Yes. You walked off the road to read an ash salt inventory." "I do not understand. At St. Vase, when the ward fails, I will need to know what the breach is doing before the cindering takes hold. Can you read a fracture mid-ceiling?" His face went pale. "That is not how it works. The bone has to stabilize. The fracture has to." "Can you?" He swallowed. "I have never tried." "Good," she said. "You will learn." She started walking. Behind her, she heard Marek fall into step. She heard Drennick mount his horse. She heard the escort adjust their formation, the creak of saddles and the clink of bridles, the small sounds of people moving toward a place they did not want to go. The salt graves continued. She did not look at them, slid with the body as to between the salt graves toward a horizon she could not see, lined with abandoned shrines and white dead trees, and somewhere beyond it, St. Vase Causeway was waiting. She touched the knotted cord at her belt. 13 knots. She had tied the 14th that morning. For the route clearance, the order had already approved without telling her. "Suman," she said. He looked up. "How fast can you read a bone if the fracture is fresh?" "I do not understand." "At St. Vase, when the ward fails, I will need to know what the breach is doing before the cindering takes hold. Can you read a fracture mid-ceiling?" His face went pale. "That is not how it works. The bone has to stabilize. The fracture has to... Can you?" He swallowed. "I have never tried." "Good," she said. "You will learn." She started walking. Behind her, she heard Marek fall into step. She heard Drennick mount his horse. She heard the escort adjust their formation, the creak of saddles and the clink of bridles, the small sounds of people moving toward a place they did not want to go. The sought graves continued. She did not look at them. Chapter 22. The skyfire lamps along the road had been failing for years. Their light pulsed weak and yellow, barely reaching the ground, casting shadows that moved without wind. The escort made camp in the lee of a collapsed bell tower, its iron rusted to red fur and its clapper long gone. The horses stood with their heads low, breathing steam into the cold. No one spoke more than necessary. Ottavia sat with her back against the tower stone, the knotted cord loose in her hands. 14 knots. She ran her thumb over each one, reciting what they meant, testing whether the names and warnings still came when she pulled. Her mother's face. Gone. The woman's laugh from the kitchen door. Gone. The morning sunlight across sheets. Gone. Taliah Numu. Veronica Estelle. The 19th. The names came. The warnings held. For now. Marek settled beside her, a bowl of something hot and grain-thick in each hand. He offered her one without looking at her, the way he had learned to do, giving her space to take it or refuse. She took it. The broth tasted of salt and root vegetables, and something medicinal that clung to the tongue. She drank it anyway. "Your man with the pale eyes," Marek said quietly. "He has been writing in his ledger since we stopped." She glanced across the camp. Drennick sat apart from the escort, his satchel open, a small lamp burning beside him. He wrote in a narrow book with the same focus he gave everything, as if the act of recording made the world hold still. "He is always writing," she said. "Does he write about you?" "Among other things." Marek was quiet for a moment. The skyfire lamps along the road pulsed, dimmed, pulsed again. One of them flickered once, twice, and did not come back. "I do not trust institutions that ask for irreversible sacrifice while hiding their books," he said. She turned the bowl in her hands. "That is a specific complaint." "It is a learned with one." "From what?" He stared into the dark beyond the camp. "Carolyn. Before I was posted here. There was a fire in the lower ward district. The grain stores went up in 3 hours. By morning, the order had declared it a breach contamination and seized the land for ash farms. No one was allowed to ask who owned the grain stores or why the ward watch had been reassigned the night before. They burned stores to claim land." "Probably. I could not prove it. The records had already been moved to Galamir by the time anyone thought to look." Ottavia set the empty bowl down. "But you remembered." "I remember everything," Marek said quietly. "That is the problem. If I forgot more easily, I might sleep better." She almost laughed. The sound caught in her throat and came out wrong, a dry exhale that could have been anything. "Not sleeping well either?" he asked. "I sleep fine. It is waking up that costs me." He did not press. That was one of the things she had come to value about him, the way he let silence do its work instead of filling it with noise. The fire crackled. One of the horses stamped. Somewhere in the dark, water dripped through stone. "Marek," she said. He waited. "If I told you something, and you could not unhear it, and acting on it would cost you more than you wanted to pay, would you still want to know?" He turned to look at her. The firelight carved shadows into his face, caught the edge of his jaw, the line of his mouth. "That depends," he said. "Is the something true?" "Yes." "Then I would rather know." She opened her mouth. The words sat on her tongue, heavy and shaped. "Drennick has been steering what the Cindering takes. He watches my memories being taken and does not stop it. He was told to steer toward operational retention, which means someone in the order has already decided which parts of me are worth keeping and which can burn. I do not know if he is the architect of the conspiracy or just the face they show me, but I know he is not innocent." That was what she wanted to say. But across the fire, Drennick looked up from his ledger. He did not look at her. His pale gray eyes were fixed on the dock beyond the collapsed tower, as if he were listening to something only he could hear. The lamp beside him cast his shadow long across the salt-crusted ground. His hand had stopped moving. The ledger was open on his knee. The pen was still touching the page. Waiting. She closed her mouth. Marek followed her gaze. She watched his shoulders tighten as he registered what she had seen. The stillness, the attentive silence of a man who did not need to look directly at them to hear every word. "I was going to say," Ottavia said slowly, "that the Skyfire lamps do not have much longer." Marek held her gaze. "No, they do not." She picked up the empty bowl and stood. Her legs were stiff from the cold. The knotted cord swung against her thigh as she walked toward the tower's broken archway, away from the fire, away from the light. Behind her, she heard Drennick's pen resume its work. She did not turn around. The collapsed bell tower opened onto a shallow chauver where the roof had fallen inward and the floor was littered with rusted brackets and bird bones. She sat in the dark, her back to the wall, and pulled the knotted cord into her lap. 14 knots. She counted them again just to be sure. Then she counted them a third time, because the first 2 counts had not felt real. Across the camp beyond the fallen archway, the Skyfire lamps continued to fail. One by one, in silence, as if the world itself is running out of patience. She tied a 15th knot, for the confession she had almost made, for the man who had been listening for it. Chapter 23. The storm caught them 3 miles past the salt graves, where the road turned to mud and the sky opened all at once. It came sideways, hard and cold, driven by a wind that ripped the breath from their mouths before they could speak it. Marek shouted something about shelter. Drennick pointed east toward a dark shape on the rise, a broken tower with a collapsed roof and no light in its windows. They reached it half-drowned. The watch station had been abandoned for years. The door hung on one hinge, the interior flooded ankle-deep with black water that smelled of rust and rot. The roof held in patches. Rain hammered through the gaps, pooling on the flagstones, running in thin streams down walls crusted with salt. Soon Moore found a dry corner near Collat's hearth and began stacking salvageable wood. The border guards unsaddled the horses in silence, their faces tight with the particular resignation of men who had been wet too long to care anymore. Ottavia stood in the doorway and watched the road disappear. The flood was already rising. The track they had followed was gone, swallowed by a sheet of brown water that stretched to the tree line. Dead orchards stood half-submerged, their branches black and slick, reaching out of the murk like drowned fingers. "We are not going anywhere until this passes," Marek said, coming to stand beside her. "How long?" He shook his head. "Could be a day, could be 3. The roads here drain badly." She looked at the water. And if it does not stop? Then we find higher ground, or we swim. He said it flat, without drama, and walked back inside to help Suan with the fire. Ottavia stayed in the doorway. The rain kept falling. The water kept rising. And somewhere in the distance, beyond the submerged orchards and the drowned road, she heard a sound that made her go still. A voice. Her own voice. Speaking words she had not chosen. 3 more ceilings, maybe 4. Then you will not remember why you started. She turned sharply. No one stood behind her. The chamber was full of movement. Merrick coaxed in flame from wet tinder, Suan breaking deadwood over his knee, Drennick laying out supplies on a dry ledge. None of them had spoken to her. Ottavia? Suan looked up from the hearth. Did you say something? No. She stepped back from the doorway. The rain continued its assault. The voice did not come again, but she felt it, still sitting at the base of her skull, a piece of herself that had learned to speak when she was not listening. The fire caught eventually, small and smoking, casting more shadow than light. They sat in a rough circle around it. The border guards kept to themselves near the door, eating hard bread from their packs. Suan huddled close to the flames, his thin shoulders shaking. Drennick had not spoken since they arrived, his pale gray eyes fixed on the fire in that way he had, the way that meant he was counting, measuring, waiting. Merrick broke the silence. We are short on supplies. Everyone looked at him. 2 days of hard rations, maybe 3 if we stretch. The horses are in worse shape. If the roads do not clear, we will be walking the last leg to St. Vay's. How far? Suan asked. 40 miles, maybe more depending on how much of the road has fallen. Silence settled around the fire. Ottavia watched the flames. Her hand went to the knotted cord at her thigh. 15 knots. She had stopped counting for what she had lost and started counting for what she was afraid to lose next. She did not know when that shift had happened. You know exactly when, said the voice inside her skull. It was the night you almost told the truth. She pressed her palm against the cord until the knots bit into her skin. Drennick rose and walked to the far end of the chamber, where a collapsed staircase led to nothing. He stood with his back to them, examining something in the rubble. Ottavia followed without designing to. Her boots splashed through the black water. The cold had soaked through everything, her coat, her boots, the layers beneath. She could not remember the last time she had been dry. Stop following me like a shadow, she said. He did not turn. I am not following you. I am looking at this. She came up beside him. The rubble at the base of the staircase held a scatter of broken bones, old enough to be brown and flaking, mixed with fragments of cloth and rusted iron. It was a warden station once, Drennick said, before the Order consolidated the Southern Watch. The wardens who served here were not bone readers. They were just men with bells and torches, watching for signs of the breach. What happened to them? The station was decommissioned. The wardens were reassigned. The records were sealed. Sealed or buried. He looked at her then. The firelight caught the crescent scar under his jaw, deepened the hollows of his face. Both. She wanted to press him. She wanted to demand the full truth about what the Order had done, what he had done, how many stations like this had been abandoned while the wards crumpled in the dark. But the voice was already forming the words for her. Ask him about the 19th. Ask him what happens if you do not arrive. She closed her mouth. You are shaking, Drennick said. I am cold. That is not cold. He was right. The tremor had started in her hands and was spreading up her arms, a fine vibration she could not control. It was not temperature. It was the cindering, restless and awake, pressing against the inside of her ribs like a thing trying to get out. "The storm," she said. "It is making it hungry." Drennick's expression did not change, but something in his stillness shifted. A new alertness behind the pale gray eyes. Chapter 24. She counted them again by touch. The rough cord between her fingers, the ridges of each knot, the familiar spacing. 15. But she only remembered tying 14. The voice had not returned. The chamber was quiet except for the rain, the hissing fire, the muffled breath of the horses. No one had moved. No one had spoken. Ottavia sat very still, her hands in her lap, the cord loose across her thighs. She could feel the missing thing like a gap between her ribs. Not a memory exactly, the shape where a memory had been. A warm space that was now only air. She did not know what she had forgotten. She waited until the others had settled into the shallow sleep of wet travelers. Suin curled against the wall with his bone shard clutched in his fist. The border guards took turns at the door, heads bowed under dripping hoods. Merrick sat propped against a fallen beam, his eyes closed, his breathing even. Drennick had not slept. He sat at the far end of the chamber, his back to the collapsed staircase, his ledger open on his knee. The firelight caught the saltburn on his fingertips as he wrote. She watched him for a long moment. He did not look up. Then she turned away and pulled a scrap of torn cloth from her pack. The inside of her coat lining had a seam she had already picked loose, a stub of charcoal wrapped in wax. She began to write. Taliah Noom. Hospice quarter. Crossed out. Not a mistake. The charcoal scraped against the cloth. She held the words close to her face, the letters small and cramped, so tight they looked like a thread. Merrick Yelvaine, Border Marshal. Curlin, brought ledgers, brought proof. Nadira Peth, Surgeon. Ash Quarter, 3 to 5. Suin Moore, Novice. Cracked Faith, mid-ceiling reading. Veronica Astel, Real Contracts, Vault. She listed the names she could not afford to lose. Then the wardings. Drennick steers what the Cindering takes. The Order knows. They are watching. Operational retention. Keep alive, keep empty. The 19th. St. Vase. Retrieval party. She read the word the back 3 times. They held. She folded the cloth into a tight square and pushed it into the seam of her coat, then worked the fibers closed with her thumbnail until the cloth was hidden. She pulled the cord from her lap. 15 knots. She had begun tying them after the second sealing, when she had woken from the cindering with the laugh still warm in her chest, and realized, an hour later, that she could not remember whose laugh it had been. The first knot had been for that. The second for her mother. The third for yellow curtains. The 4th through 7th for things she could no longer name but had marked anyway, trusting her earlier self to have known what they meant. The 8th for Taliah Noom. The 9th for Veronica Astel. The 10th for the forged manifest. The 11th for the chisel-cut conquerstone. The 12th for Breckhold. The 13th for Calmo Riate. The 14th for the route clearance the Order had approved without telling her. The 15th for the confession she had almost made. She remembered 14. She had tied the 15th knot. She remembered the motion. Her fingers looping the cord. The pull. The settling of the cord against her palm. But the memory was wrong. It had no weight. No before or after. It sat in her mind like a page that had been coppled and then cut from its book. She could not remember why she had tied it. She started a new cord. Her hands moved without her telling them to. She found a length of dry twine in her pack, snapped off a piece and began to tie. First knot, Taliah Noom, not forgotten. She spoke the words aloud, softly, into the space between herself and the fire. Second knot, Merrick Halvain. Trust the ledger, not the record. Third knot. Nadira Peth. 3 to 5. Count them. Fourth. Suenvimur. Makes him learn. He is all that is left of honest. Fifth. Veronica Astel. Find the vault. Read the contract. Sixth. Drennick steers. He watches. He listens. He decides what stays. Seventh. Operational retention. They want me alive and hollow. Eighth. The 19th. St. Vase. Do not arrive on time. Ninth. The voice. It speaks when it chooses. It knows things I have not learned. She stopped. Her hands were shaking again. The tremor had spread from her fingers to her wrist, running up her arms in waves she could not still. The cindering pressed against the inside of her ribs. Hungry. Listening. She tied the 10th knot. 10th. I do not know what I lost tonight. She did not speak that one aloud. She sat with the new cord in her hands. 10 knots. She had tied them. She remembered each one. She pressed her palm against the knots and felt the fibers bite her skin. Yes, she said. We go. She did not know if the word had been hers. She did not know if it mattered anymore. You absoluted your famous. Chamber vertine to the cord. The rain did not stop. 3 days, or 4. Ottavia had stopped counting after Marek waded out past the collapsed staircase and did not come back by nightfall. The water in the chamber had risen to her calves. The horses stood in the lee of the fallen roof, heads low, breath misting. She sat on the highest step of the broken stairs and watched the rain hit the flood. Each drop made a circle. The circles spread. They touched. They dissolved into each other. She could watch them for hours. She had watched them for hours. It is a language, she thought, the rain speaking to itself. She said it aloud. The rain speaking to itself. Her voice sounded wrong, too flat, too loud in the empty space. Suanor looked up from where he was trying to keep a fire alive under the partial shelter of the fallen roof. His hands were blue-white at the knuckles. Vessel. She did not answer. The word hung between them. Vessel. She had stopped correcting him. It took too much breath. He pulled the new cord from her wrist and counted. 1. Taliah. 2. Marek. 3. Nadira. 4. Sune. 5. Veronica. 6. Drennick steers. 7. Operational retention. 8. The 19th. 9. The voice. 10. I do not know what I lost tonight. The 10th knot had no name. She had tied it. She remembered the motion, but the thing it marked was gone, and she could not even feel its shape anymore. Only the absence of the shape, like a room she had walked through once and could not find again. She pressed her thumb against the knot until the fibers bit her skin. It does not matter, she told herself. You have the knot is enough. But she had told herself that before, and the knots were multiplying, and each one was a small death she had chosen to record, and she was running out of string to hold them. Drennick found her there an hour later. He did not announce himself. He simply appeared in her peripheral vision, a dark shape against the gray water, and lowered himself onto the step beside her. He smelled of wet wool and ash salt. Ottavia? She did not look at him. Marek will return, he said. He is a competent scout. Competent scouts drown too. A pause. Yes, he said. They do. She had expected him to lie, to soften it, but he had not, and that honesty cut deeper than any placation would have, because it meant he thought she could bear the truth, or he did not care whether she could. She turned to look at him. His gray eyes were fixed on the flood. The scar under his jaw was a pale crescent in the dim light. His hands rested on his knees, the salt-burned fingertips pale against the black wool. "You could have let me stay in your world," she said. "I could not." "You could have let me die in the stairwell." He did not answer. "Answer me." "I could have," he said, "but I did not." "Why?" He was silent for a long moment. "Because the world needed you," he said, "and because I believed I could bear the cost of asking." Not because he wanted to save her, because he calculated the price and decided she was worth the debt. She should have felt rage. Instead, she felt nothing. A flat, cold absence where the fire should have been. "How many of the 3 before me did you ask?" His jaw tightened. "All of them." "And how many said yes?" He did not answer. The rain continued. She counted the drops. She traced the circles. She recited the names on the new chord until they blurred into meaningless sounds. Soon all fell asleep by the dying fire. The horses stood in the water, too tired to shirt. Drinnick did not leave. He sat beside her in the gray light, breathing evenly, his hands still on his knees. He did not speak. He did not reach for her. He simply stayed, a solid weight at the edge of her vision, and his patience was the most infuriating thing she had ever endured. "Stop," she said. "Stop what?" "This, sitting there, being gentle. You are going to use me until I am empty, and you want me to remember that you were kind while you did it." He did not flinch. "Yes," he said, "I do." She stared at him. "Because when you are gone," he said, "and the records say I was the one who steered you toward the end, I went there to be something left in your memory that is not hatred. You want my forgiveness?" "No." His voice was soft. "I want your death to be less lonely than mine." She had no answer for that. She turned back to the rain. The flood had risen another handspan when Marek returned. He came through the collapsed entrance with water streaming from his coat, his face carved thin by cold and exhaustion. He carried something wrapped in oilcloth under his arm. Sooner scrabbled to his feet. Drennick rose. Marek did not speak until he reached his step. He dropped the oilcloth bundle at Drennick's feet and unrolled it with numbed fingers. Anchor stones. 3 of them, each no longer than his forearm, each scored with clean, straight cuts that gleamed pale against the dark stone. Not cracks, not stress fractures. Tool marks. 2 miles east, Marek said. His voice was hoarse. A secondary ward stone. In the floodplain. Someone struck it before the tear opened. Drinnick went still. The stillness was absolute. Not the controlled stillness of a man thinking, the stillness of a man whose mind had just stopped, because the thing he had believed impossible had just been laid at his feet. Marek watched him. "You said the Breckhold anchor was an isolated act." Marek said, "You said someone was working alone. A rogue contract, a clean break." Drinnick did not answer. "This is 3 stones," Marek said. 3. Cut the same way, at a site no one was watching. How many more are out there, Drac? How many ward stones have been tampered with that you did not find? The silence stretched. Ottavia watched Drinnick's face, the pale gray eyes, the crescent scar, the mouth that had just learned something it did not want to know. "I counted," Drinnick said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. 12. Chapter 2:6. The road to St. Vay's Causeway was no longer empty. They had seen the smoke first, a dark smudge on the gray horizon that did not thin or shift with the wind. Then the sound, a low vibration through the mud, felt in the soles of the feet before it reached the ears. Not bells, voices. Rerick walked at the head of the column, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Drennick had fallen back to walk beside Ottavia, though he did not speak. His silence was heavier than his words had ever been. The floodplain narrowed into a stone causeway, raised on arches above a wide river that should have been shallow this time of year. It was not shallow. The water had risen to the keystones, brown and fast, carrying branches and what might have been limbs. Soon Moore stopped at the causeway's mouth. "There," he said. Ottavia saw them. People, hundreds of them, pressed along the raised road ahead, huddled against the stone railings with bundles and children and faces that had stopped hoping. They lined both sides of the causeway, leaving a narrow path down the center, and every single one of them was watching the arches below. She followed their gaze. The dead things were gathered in the water, not moving, not climbing, standing in the current like reeds, their bodies pale and bloated, their faces turned upward toward the ward inscriptions carved into the undersides of the arches. Dozens of them, maybe more than she could count in a single glance. Saint Vase, Drennick said quietly, held the southern lattice together. If this ward falls, the breach will not be a tear, it will be a collapse. Ottavia looked past the refugees, past the dead in the water, to the ward tower at the causeway's far end. The stone was dark, wet, and the inscriptions along its face were flickering. Not glowing steadily, flickering, like a lamp running out of oil. She felt the cindering stir. "Not yet," she told it. "Not yet," it agreed in her own voice, from inside her skull. A man in official gray met them halfway across the causeway. He had a ledger under his arm and a seal on his collar that marked him as a contract administrator of the appointment houses. His face was smooth, his hands clean, and he did not look at the dead in the water. "The vessel arrives," he said. "We were told to expect you by the 19th. You are early." "The ward is saying," Merrick said. "The ward has weathered storms before." "Not like this one." The administrator smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "The order has assured us the structure is sound. Natural stress, seasonal flooding, no cause for alarm." Ottavia stepped past him. She walked to the edge of the causeway and looked down at the nearest arch. The inscriptions were visible even from here, carved lines that should have been deep and unbroken. She saw cuts, straight, clean, deliberate. Not cracks, not weather. She heard Merrick's voice behind her. "How many cuts?" She did not answer. She counted 7. On this arch alone. 7 places where the ward script had been severed with a blade or a chisel, the interruptions too precise to be anything but intention. She looked at the next arch. More cuts. The next. More still. 12, Drennick had said. "I counted 12. He had been wrong. There were more than 12 on this single causeway. The administrator had followed her. "Your assessment is not required," he said. "The ward will hold until the ritual can be performed. You are to rest tonight and seal the breach at dawn. That is the schedule." "Show me the procurement record for the anchor stones," Ottavia said. "I beg your pardon?" "The stones that were supposed to reinforce this ward after the last inspection. Show me the delivery manifest." The administrator's smile thinned. "That is not your concern. Show me or I walk back to Kharod and let this ward fall." She said it flatly, without anger, without heat. The numbness in her chest made it easy to say terrible things in a calm voice. The administrator stared at her. Then he looked past her, at Drennick, as if expecting the bone reader to intervene. Drennick did not move. The administrator's hand tightened on his ledger. The records are not available for review. Then neither am I. She turned and walked back toward Merrick, toward Sun War, toward the refugees who had begun to watch her with something like recognition in their hollow eyes. Behind her, the Cindering pressed against her ribs. "You are stalling," it said. "I am counting. You do not trust the count." "I trust nothing that comes from their ledgers." The water rose in another handspan before dusk. The refugees had begun to pray. The old prayers, the ones that called on the two-faced saint whose eyes had washed blank. Ottavia heard the words carried on the wind, fragmented, desperate. She sat on the stone steps of a collapsed watchtower at the causeway's midpoint, the new cord in her hands. Taliah, Merrick, Nidira, Suan Veronica. Drennick steers. Operational retention, the 19th. The voice, the 10th knot. She touched it. The fibers were smooth, worn by her fingers. She still could not remember when it marked. Merrick found her there. "The administrator is sending a rider to the order," he said. "He will report that you refuse to cooperate." "Good. You are running out of time." "I know." He sat beside her, close enough that she felt the warmth of his shoulder against hers. She did not pull away. "There is no proof," she said. "Not here. The procurement records are sealed. The anchor stones are under water. The dead things cannot testify." "I know. So if I seal this ward, I lose something else. Maybe something I cannot afford to lose. And if I do not seal it, everyone on this causeway dies when the breach opens." Merrick was silent. "I do not know which choice is worse," she said. He turned to look at her. His face was carved by exhaustion, but his eyes were steady. "Then make a third choice." "Like what?" "I do not know yet." He paused. "But you have never taken the path they cleared for you. Do not start now." She wanted to believe him. The Cindering stirred again, a hungry, listening. And from the water below, the dead things began to sing. Chapter 27. The Dead with Singing. The sound rose from beneath the causeway, a low harmonic that vibrated through the stone and into Ottavia's bones. Not words, not melody. Something older, something that pressed against the inside of her skull like water finding cracks in a hull. She stood at the edge of the arched span, the new cord still warm in her hands, and watched the faces turned up from the flood. The dead things had them. Human faces mostly. Some still wore scraps of clothing, collars, sleeves, the wrought blackened fabric clinging to shapes that should not have been upright. Their mouths were open. The sound came from all of them at once. The refugees on the causeway had stopped praying. They were listening. Merrick's hand found her arm. "We need to move." "Where?" "Away from the water." She shook her head. "Look at them." They were not climbing, not reaching. They stood in the current, braced against it, their empty eyes fixed on the ward inscriptions above their heads. The cuts, the deliberate severing of the script. "They are waiting," she thought, "for the ward to fall." The Cindering pressed against her ribs. "Do not wait for it to fall." "I know. Then seal it now." She looked at the arches, 7 cuts on the first, more on the second, more on the third. The pattern was everywhere, a lattice of deliberate wounds, and she understood with a cold clarity that the ward could not hold. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, too soon. The administrator had retreated to the watchtower, his ledger clutched against his chest. Drennick stood at the causeway's midpoint, his pale eyes on the dead things, his salt-burned fingertips pressed together. Seam Moore had gone white. "They are watching us," No, Ottavia said. They are watching the ward. She turned and walked back toward the watchtower, past the inscription for the eventual executing to report it to her like water around a stone. She climbed the collapsed steps to the highest point she could reach and looked south. The river curved into darkness. The skyfire lamps along the far bank had failed entirely. Beyond them, where the road should have continued toward the inner settlements, there was only a wall of mist that did not move with the wind. The Cindering was awake now. Fully awake. She felt it thrumming through her chest, her throat, the backs of her eyes. 3 ceilings, Nadira had said. Maybe 5, before the damage is permanent. She had already lost count. Merrick found her on the steps. The administrator is sending a rider to the order. He says you are refusing the ritual. I am refusing the schedule. The rider does not know the difference. She turned to face him. The dusk light caught the lines of his face, the exhaustion he held like a coat he had worn too long. If I seal this ward, she said, I will lose something I cannot afford to lose. Maybe the thing that makes me want to keep fighting. Merrick did not look away. And if you do not seal it, everyone here dies. The breach opens south. The dead climb out of the water. Then you are right. He paused. But you are also right. She stared at him. Make the third choice, he said. Whatever it is, I will hold the ground behind it. She walked to the threshold of the ward chamber. The inscription on the floor was a circle of interlocked loops, each one a binding point for the lattice that held the southern road together. The cuts were here too. At least 4 of them, slicing through the carved lines like knife wounds across a vein. She stepped into the center of the circle. The Cindering rose. It came up from her chest, her throat, her spine, a column of heat that turned her vision white at the edges. She felt the memories surface. A woman's face, a kitchen, sunlight across a table, laughter. She held on to it. Not this one, she thought. Not yet. The Cindering did not answer. It burned. She did not know how long it lasted. Time folded. The ward inscriptions lit, one after another, the glow spreading from the center outward, sealing the cuts, reweaving the lattice, pushing the dead back into silence. She felt the pressure of the river against the stone, the weight of the mist, the hunger of the dead things that had gathered beneath the arches, and she felt the Cindering take. Not one memory, more than one. A handful, a fistful. She reached for the woman's face, the kitchen, the laughter, and found only darkness. She reached for something else. Darkness. What else? The Cindering settled, the ward was sealed. The dead had stopped singing. She opened her eyes. She was on her knees in the center of the circle. Her hands were pressed flat against the stone. The glow was fading, the inscriptions holding, the lattice restored. Drinnick was there. He was crouched in front of her, his hand on her shoulder, his lips moving. She could not hear the words. The sound in her ears was a high, thin ringing, like a bell under water. She looked at his face. Pale gray eyes, crescent scar, salt-burned fingertips. She knew his name. She knew what he did. She did not remember why she had ever trusted him. The warmth was gone. The room was sealed. And she no longer knew why she had ever trusted the man kneeling in front of her. Chapter 28. She did not know how long she had been sitting there. The stone was cold through her trousers. The ward glow had faded to a dull amber. The inscriptions holding, the lattice restored. The dead had not resumed singing. The water still lapped against the causeway arches, but the pressure had eased. Her hands were still trembling. She pressed them flat against her thighs to stop the shaking. It did not work. Drennick was gone. She did not know when he had left. Margrek was somewhere above, speaking to someone in a low voice. Suan Moore was at the edge of the circle, his bone shards laid out in a pattern she could not read, his face pale in the dim light. She reached for the memory of the woman's face. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. The laughter. Empty. She tried to remember why she had trusted Drennig. The shape was there, a room she had once lived in. She remembered the door. She remembered entering it. She could not recall what had been inside. Her hand moved to her coat. The seam was rough under her fingertips, the fibers pulled tight where she had worked them closed with her thumbnail. She picked at the seal, pulled the threads loose, reached into the lining. The cloth note came out first. The words were her handwriting. She recognized the slant of the letters, the way she crossed her T's with a hard horizontal stroke. She read them. Taliah Noom, Markrak Halvain, Nadira Peth, Suin Moore, Voronix Astel, Drennik steers. He watches, he listens, he decides what stays. Operational retention, the 19th. Do not arrive on time. She stared at the words. She did not remember writing them. The shape was there, a bell tower, a flooded chamber, rain against stone, a fire burning low. She remembered the place. She did not remember setting the words on the cloth. She pulled the cords out next, the old one first, the 15-knot cord. The knots were tight, the cords stiff with wear. She counted them by touch, her fingers moving along the length, finding each lump, each memory tied into the fabric. She did not remember doing that either. She pulled a thread loose. The fibers parted. Beneath them the stitching was dense, deliberate, the marks of someone who had known she would not remember. She read the code. Galamir. Appoint my houses. Sold failures. Pre-written contracts. Route cleared through the 19th. The dead are not the enemy. The ledgers are. The pattern emerged as she read the hidden testimony. Galamir and the appointment houses had been engineering the ward failures with deliberate sabotage and forged ledgers. The Cindering's cost was not random. Drennik was steering toward intimate memories, keeping practical knowledge intact so she could keep functioning as a vessel. She scanned the stitching more frantically now, looking for one thing: a name, a reason, a clue about the 15th knot. The 10th knot. Her hands trembling, she pressed deeper into the hem. The final line. The silent knot marks the choice I made while the Cindering listened. I knew what Drennik was doing, and I decided it was worth continuing. Because if I stopped, cities would have fallen before the next nightfall. That was it. She had known. She had tied the 10th knot to mark the moment she chose to keep using the Cindering, even after discovering the truth. And now she had lost that memory too. She sat in the dark ward chamber, surrounded by evidence left by a version of herself that no longer lived in her own skull. She had discovered the full shape of the conspiracy, but could no longer remember making the choice. But the record survived. Her own handwriting, her own hands. I knew, she whispered, her voice thin in the chamber's emptiness. The ward inscription pulsed faintly, amber light flickering. The dead were silent. But she now knew they had not got away. They were waiting. She looked at Drennik across the causeway. He stood motionless, gray eyes focused on her. Then Marek's voice came from the tower gate. Rider returning. The air changed. Drennik turned sharply. Suin Moore scrabbled to his feet. Marek pushed through the refugees, his coat dark with rain, his face carved stone. The administrator's rider, he said, coming back at speed. A horse's hooves pounded against the road from the north. Chapter 29. The rider's horse crested the rise before anyone could move toward the gate. Ottavia watched it come. The animal lathered dark. The rider bent low over its neck. Behind her, the ward chamber hummed with the seal she had just paid for. Ahead of her, something was already arriving to claim the cost. She did not stand. Mek had his hand on his sword. Suen was already running toward the gate. Drennick had not moved from the causeway edge, his back still to her, his silhouette cut against the failing skyfire lamps. Ottovia's fingers found the hem of her coat, the hidden stitching, the testimony she had left for herself. Drennick steers, he watches, he listens, he decides what stays. She pulled the thread loose and stood. The horse reached the gate. The rider slid off before it stopped, boots hitting stone hard. His face was young, too young for the errand, his coat marked with the same dust that caked the old cord in her pocket. "The administrator," he said, breath ragged. "He sent me ahead. There is a summons." "From whom?" Merrick's voice cut through. The rider's eyes found Ottavia. "The appointment houses council. They have accelerated the central rite. It will be announced at dawn." Drennick turned. The air between them went thin and cold. Ottavia felt the shape of the hidden testimony against her ribs. The old cord, the new cord, the 10th knot she could not remember, the 15th knot she had tied for something that was already gone. She walked toward Drennick. She did not run. She did not shout. She walked the way you walk toward something you have already seen coming. "Dawn," she said. He did not answer. "The council," she said. "Not the order, the council." His jaw tightened. A muscle in his throat worked. "You knew." "I knew they would not wait forever." "That is not what I asked." Rain ran off his hood in steady sheets. His hands hung loose at his sides, the salt-burned fingertips pale against the dark wool. The ink rings around his wrists were visible where his sleeves had pulled back. "I have told you the truth," he said. "I have never lied to you about what the Cindering costs. I have never lied to you about what I am." "You lied by what you did not say." "Yes." He said it without hesitation, without defense. "I withheld what would have stopped you. I steered the losses toward what would not break your function. I watched you forget the woman whose laugh you carried, and I did not tell you she existed because knowing would have hurt more than losing." "Is that what you tell yourself?" "It is what I know." She stepped closer. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. "You let me believe I was saving the world. You let me believe the cost was random. You sat beside me while I counted knots, and you watched me try to hold myself together, and you never said, 'I am the one deciding what goes.'" "I said it would have hurt more." "That is not your choice to make." The words rang off the stone. The dead did not stir. De Ward hummed. Drennick's face broke open, the control cracking along fault lines she cannot seize for. "I know," he said. "I know it is not. Do you think I do not know? Do you think I wake in the dark and tell myself I am clean?" "You tell yourself you are necessary." "Yes." His voice cracked. "Because I am. Sevrast will not survive the truth I am burying. The order is hollow. The council owns the ledgers. The appointment houses have been selling ward failures for years and writing death contracts before the ink on a brook record has dried. If I let you know the full shape of it, you would have stopped sealing. You would have walked into the breach and tried to fight the system instead of the gray breach, and the system would have swallowed you before you reached the first hearing. You used me. I preserved you. For what?" He did not answer. The silence stretched long enough for the rain to fill it, for the dead to shift in the current, for Suen Moore to walk back through the gate with something pale in his hands, his face the color of bone dust. "Drennick?" Suen's voice was thin, not afraid, beyond afraid. Drennick turned. Suen held out a slab of bone. Fresh reading, the stress lines still dark dull wet along the surface. His hands were shaking. I did not believe it, Suen said. I asked for a second reading. I asked for a third. They all say the same thing. What do they say? Suen looked at Ottavia. His eyes were wet. The failures were purchased. Every ward collapsed in the last 3 cycles. The money moved through civic seals. He paused. Through the same seals that appointed Drennick to his post. Ottavia turned. Drennick stood very still. The rain ran off him like it ran round the stone. The bone cannot falsify, Suen whispered. The dead cannot lie. Drennick did not deny it. He did not explain. He stood in the rain and let the silence say what his voice would not. A horse screamed somewhere beyond the gate. The second rider was coming. Ottavia reached into her coat. Her fingers found the old cord, the new cord, the cloth note, the hidden testimony. She pulled out the new cord and held it up between them, the 10 knots visible in the failing light. I tied this in a flooded chamber, she said. I named each knot aloud so the Cindering would hear me claim my own losses. The 10th knot I did not name because I was afraid. She held his gaze. I just learned what I was afraid of. I was afraid I had already chosen to burn for a lie. She set the cord down on the stone between them. Tell me the bow reading is wrong. He looked at the cord, at the bone slab in Suen's hands, at the rider who was already dismounting at the gate. I cannot, he said. The rider's boots hit the stone. His coat bore the seal of the Appointment House's council. Dinas Drennick, he said, breath hard. You are commanded to present the vessel at the Central Ward Complex by the 20th hour. The council has declared the canonization rite will proceed at the next moonrise. Failure to comply will result in immediate revocation of your station and reassignment of the vessel to a new handler. Drennick did not look at him. He looked at Ottavia. Then I will present her, he said, but she will not be what the council expects. The rider's hand went to his belt. Ottavia felt the Cindering stir, not hungry, alert. Merrick's blade was half drawn before the rider finished his step, and Suen Moore said very quietly, the bone reading also showed something else. Everyone turned, something the council paid to seal. A contract written before the death it describes. He looked at Ottavia. The contract has your name on it, Ottavia Yelvaine, and it was signed by a woman who is still alive. Chapter 30. Merrick moved before the rider could finish his step, positioning himself between Ottavia and the councilman. His blade caught the last light, a flat silver line that did not waver. Lower your hand, he said. The rider froze with his fingers still at his belt, measuring Merrick's face, the distance to the gate, the number of witnesses. You are interfering with a council directive. I am protecting a citizen under border marshal authority. You want to argue jurisdiction? You bring it to Curlin in writing. Until then, you stay mounted and you stay silent. The rider's jaw tightened. He looked past Morek to Drennick. You will answer for this. Drennick said nothing. The rider turned his horse and rode back through the gate. The hoofbeats faded into the rain. No one spoke. Rack sheathed his blade. His hand stayed on the grip. Inside, he said. All of you. We have an hour before he finds a signal post and reports back. He led them into the watch station's remaining dry room, a narrow chamber where the roof still held and a single lamp burned low. Ottavia sat with her back to the wall, the memory cords in her lap, the hidden testimony folded against her ribs where she could feel it through the coat. Merrick did not sit. He pulled oilcloth from his pack and spread it across the floor, then began laying out pages from his coat, dispatch packets from the Curlin archive, the 3 scored anchor stones wrapped in stained leather. Each item he placed with care, corner to corner, building a grid of evidence across the wet stone. Nadira's procurement record. Calmo's original ledger page. the bone fragments from Breckhold. Soon's wet bone slabs from the readings he had done tonight. The dispatch with the operational retention note. Ottavia watched him work. "What are you doing?" "Building a case," he said. "One they cannot suppress." He knelt beside the grid and began speaking, not to her, to himself, testing the pieces aloud. Procurement order from the 17th. Delivery receipt from the 22nd. The manifest was forged to make it look late. Calmo's original shows the order was placed before the ward failed. That is foreknowledge. He placed a dispatch packet beside it. Corlin grain stores. The order burned them, claimed breach contamination, seized the land for ash farms. I was there. I saw the records moved before the inquiry opened. That is destruction of evidence. He laid the 3 anchor stones side by side. Floodplain site, 2 miles east of Breckhold. Clean tool marks on every stone. Same chisel width, same strike angle. Coordinated sabotage across multiple sites. He looked at Suin. The bone readings. Tell me exactly what you saw. Suin stood in the corner, still holding the wet slab. His voice was steadier than it had been at the gate. Every ward collapse in the last 3 cycles. The stress fractures show a consistent pattern. The origin point was not natural. Someone struck the stones from inside the chambers before the breaches opened. And the money? Purchased. The repair contracts were awarded to the same appointment house brokers who had placed standing bids on the sites 3 months before each failure. The money moved through civic seals, the same seals that appointed Drennick. Merrick looked at Ottavia. He did not deny it. That matters. The bone cannot lie, but a confession in front of witnesses carries weight in a council hearing if we reach one. We will not reach one. Everyone turned. A figure stood in the doorway, rain sliding off a patched coat, hood thrown back. Yelvaine's door. He looked at the grid of evidence spread across the floor, then at Merrick. You are building a lawful case, he said. That is what you are doing. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. Yelvaine stepped inside, dripping on the stone. And you are wasting time. The council already knows what you have. They have known since the Causeway. That is why they accelerated the right. Merrick's hand went to his blade again. Yelvaine's did not flinch. I am not here to stop you, Marshal. I am here to tell you that every official stick you are about to name, someone has already closed. You want to file a challenge with the Kurlan judiciary? The council has 3 men stationed there with standing orders to delay any petition from your name. You want to present evidence before the Warden's Assembly? The Assembly has been adjourned until after the canonization. You want to go over their heads and appeal to the old families? The last family with independent authority died out 2 cycles ago, and the council bought their seals before the bodies cooled. Silence. Yelvaine's pointed at the grid. This is proof, but proof is only useful if there is a court that will hear it, and right now, every court in Sevrast is waiting for the canonization to finish so they can declare Ottavia Yelvaine a willing martyr and seal the record forever. Merrick's face was stone. How do you know this? Because I have been running cargo for the appointment houses for 12 years. I know every lock they have changed, every route they have blocked, every official they have bought. And I know that when they accelerate a right, they are not afraid of the evidence. They are afraid of the vessel refusing. He looked at Ottavia, which means they believe you are still dangerous. That is why they are moving the ceremony up. They want you inside the ward geometry before you decide what to do with what you know. Ottavia's hand tightened on the memory cord. Then I do not go in. You go in, Yelvaine said, or they send a retrieval party that will not stop at you. They will take Merrick. They will take Zone. They will find Taliah in whatever hole she is hiding in, and they will make her disappear again, this time permanently. He is right. Soon's voice was quiet. He set the bone slab down on the grid. The council knows the canonization is the only moment they control. Once Ottavia is inside the central ward complex, she is inside their geometry, their inscriptions, their narrative. The rite will be witnessed by officials, soldiers, and citizens who believe they are watching a voluntary salvation. If she refuses in front of them, they will not see a woman fighting for her own mind. They will see a vessel rejecting her duty. Ottavia looked at Merrick. You said there was a third choice? There is, he said, but I need time to make it work. Time we do not have. Evans pulled something from his coat, a folded sheet, wax seal cracked. I took this off the council rider before he reached the signal post. Merrick took it. Read it. His face went still. What does it say? Ottavia asked. Merrick looked up. It says the canonization has been moved again. Not moonrise, dawn. He held the sheet out. And it names the woman who signed your death contract. Ottavia took the paper. The seal was fresh, the handwriting precise. And at the bottom, above the council's mark, a signature she recognized. Veronica Estelle. Chapter 31. He did not argue when she took the dispatch. Ottavia folded it once and pressed it flat against her tie, the paper cold through her trousers. Veronica Estelle. The name sat in her chest like a stone she had swallowed years ago, and only now felt the weight of. The room had gone quiet. Even dropped on the stone. Merrick stood with his hands open at his sides, the sheet gone from his fingers, his face carrying the stillness of a man calculating losses in real time. She looked at him. You said there was a third choice? I said I needed time to make it work. Then make it work faster. Merrick's jaw tightened. He looked at Even, then at Swen, then at the grid of evidence still spread across the floor like a map of everything they had and nothing they could use. I need to send a message to Curlin, he said. There's a warden there who owes me a debt. She sits on the Judiciary Review Board. If I can reach her before dawn, she can stall the canonization seal long enough for me to present the evidence in person. Even shook his head. The roads are watched. Every signal post between here and Curlin is controlled by the council. Then I ride the ash flats. The ash flats will kill you before the council does. The ground is unstable, and the gray mist settles chest high after midnight. Then I go now, Merrick said. Before midnight. Ottavia watched the exchange like a woman watching a door close slowly from a great distance. They were all moving, planning, calculating, and she was still standing in the center of it, with a name in her hand and a memory cord in her coat that she could no longer fully read. She needed to think. She turned and walked out of the room. The corridor was dark. The watch station's last dry hallway smelled of wet stone and rusted iron. She passed a door that hung crooked on its hinges and kept walking until she reached the end, where a narrow window opened onto the floodplain. The water had risen since the causeway ceiling. It lapped at the station's foundation stones, black and still under the broken moons. Somewhere in the dark, the dead things had gone silent. She heard footsteps behind her. She did not turn. I know that look, Merrick said. What look? The one that says you are already deciding how to make this easier for the rest of us. She pressed her palm flat against the window frame. The stone was cold. Everything in Sevrast was cold. I am not going to let them take me into that ward geometry, she said. I know. And I am not going to let them take Taliah, or Suen, or you. I know that too, Merrick stepped closer. She felt the warmth of him before he touched her, a presence at her back that did not press but waited. Ottavia. She turned. He stood close enough that she could see the reins still caught in his collar, the muscle at the corner of his jaw that had not stopped flexing since he read that dispatch. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had been running toward something some weeks and had just realized he might not arrive in time. "Tell me you have a plan," she said. "I have part of one." "Then tell me the rest." He reached out. His hands stopped a breath from her arm. "If I ride for Curlin now," he said, "and I reach the judiciary warding before the seal closes, I can force a review. Not a full hearing, but enough to delay the canonization by a day." "The day will not change what happens inside the chamber." "No, but it changes what happens outside it. A day gives me time to bring the evidence to the border garrisons. The soldier command does not answer to the council. They answer to the warden's code. If I can show them proof that the council manipulated the ward failures, the garrisons will not let the right proceed." She studied his face. "You have been holding that back." "I have been waiting for the right moment to use it." "And this is the moment." "There is no other moment left." She looked down at his hand still suspended between them. "That is a good plan," she said. "It is a desperate plan." "Those are the only ones that work." Merrick's hand closed the distance. His fingers brushed her wrist, light enough that she could have pulled away. She did not. "Kiss me." The words came out before she had decided to say them. His eyes held still. "If this is the last night before everything breaks," she said, "I am going to do to their right what they did to my memories." She held up the knotted cord. "I am going to make sure nothing comes out the way they planned." Chapter 22. She came in just after midnight, hood pulled low, hair different, shaved close at the temples and cropped short on top. The woman who stepped through the door was not the hospice clerk Ottavia had met in the market quarter. This one moved like someone who had spent the last hours burning the last traces of a name she would never use again. Taliah Noom set a leather satchel on the table beside the ledger. The buckle was warm. She had been running. "I counted the wards between here and the central complex," she said. 3, maybe 4 if they have reinforced the north gate since the last census. You will not get past the first without a seal they recognize." Marique was already at the window, watching the floodplain. "We have the dispatch. The council signed it. That is a seal." "That is a paper seal for a dead woman's transport." Taliah pulled the satchel open. She did not look at Ottavia. Not yet. "They will have a different protocol for a live body walking in under her own power. I need to see the ledgers." Ottavia pushed the Causeway ledger across the table. Taliah's hands found the pages before her eyes did. She traced the columns, her finger moving faster than any clerk Ottavia had ever watched, reading the ink the way Swin read bone, like the dead had already written their testimony into the margins. "The appointment codes are embedded," she said. "Not in the cargo class, not in the expected duration. Look." She turned the ledger so Ottavia could see. Her fingers stopped on a sequence of numbers beside the entry for St. Vay's Causeway. 3 digits. A dash. 4 more. "That is a cross-reference," Taliah said. "I processed contracts like this for 12 years. Those digits match a house code, the same house that processed my summons, the same house that wrote your death contract before you died." Ottavia leaned closer. The numbers meant nothing to her eyes, but her skin remembered the cold of the stairwell, the blood, the bells. "The same brokers who moved people in our world handled the logistics here," Taliah said. "They did not just summon me, they summoned me through the same desk, The same code system, the same men with clean hands who approved the transfer. I am not a one-time experiment. I am a repeat shipment. The room went still. Marique turned from the window. How many? I processed 63 contracts in the year before I crossed. Most were crossed out before arrival. Some were fulfilled. I never knew which ones survived until I stopped checking. Taliah's voice did not waver. I stopped checking because I found my own name on the list. Second summons, Hospice quarter, do not process. She looked at Ottavia for the first time. I was supposed to be erased before you ever woke up in that flooded chamber. The only reason I am still breathing is that I saw my name in time and walked out of the appointment house before they could close the door behind me. Ottavia reached for her knotted cord. Her fingers found Taliah's knot, the first one she had tied after the mid-ceiling confession. You removed your name from their ledgers. I removed my face from their memory, Taliah said. A new alias, a different quarter, no scars, no trail back to the desk that processed me. I have been invisible for 3 months. Until now. Taliah did not answer. Marique crossed the room and stood beside the table, looking down at the ledger. If the same house handled both of you, then the summoning is not a ritual. It is a procurement process. They identify candidates in your world, mark them for death, and bring them here when the wards need fuel. The wards need the Cindering, Taliah said. They already have a plot for me. They have had it since before you crossed, Taliah said. The contract was written, the plot was assigned, and the seal for evidence retention was stamped before your heart stopped in that stairwell. You were never supposed to leave the central chamber. The room held its breath. Ottavia touched the knot for Taliah on her cord, then the knot for Marique, then the knot for Suen. 3 names, 3 people who had walked into the machinery and were still breathing. Then we changed the delivery instructions, she said. She turned to the table and began gathering the ledger, the appointment sheet, the concealed evidence from her coat lining. Her hands were steady. Taliah, if I give you the appointment codes from the Causeway ledger, can you reconstruct the full timeline of the house's involvement? Which orders came from which desks? Which seals authorized each shipment? Yes. Marique, you have the Ash Flats route and the judiciary contact. Can you reach Curlin before dawn if you leave now? I can try. Do not try, do it. He held her gaze, then he nodded once and reached for his coat. Suen stepped forward. What do you need from me? Ottavia looked at him. The novice whose reverence had shattered, whose faith had cracked open, who had brought her the testimony of the dead. I need you to stay with the bone slabs, she said. When Marique presents the evidence, the dead will speak for themselves. They cannot be lied to. They cannot be bought. Make sure their testimony is the last thing the wardens hear before the council opens the census chamber. Suen's hands tightened on his tools. I will. Taliah was already moving toward the table, spreading the ledgers, her fingers finding the appointment codes the way a surgeon finds the seam of a wound. Ottavia picked up her knotted cord and pressed it into the heel of her palm. She walked to the door and looked back at the room. The ledger, the bone slabs, the appointment sheet, the 3 people who had chosen to stand beside her. The messenger arrived before she reached the threshold. He was young, pale, shivering in a coat too thin for the hour, and he carried a sealed despatch with the appointment house's crest pressed into black wax. His eyes found Ottavia. House's council summons Ottavia Yelvaine, he said. Phrasecationing will be raised. Between 3 sealing contracts in the year before I crossed, most were crossed out before arrival. Some were fulfilled. I never knew which ones survived until I stopped checking. Taliah just not answer. Marique crossed the room and stood beside the table, looking down at the ledger. Figures founds the plages before our ear and the move our breathe. And the Meredith post pays the Roans had asked is that we can re-retend for memorial lead. Hospice consul summons Ottavia Yelvaine, he said, preparing to boast someone. There is no knave if you just begin. Tale is not considered them in this poured power version imaginately, which spy would inspide you, still to me and the 30 complete. I save ye look for my best or coming on for me the results. Tense it is amosing me oving, it's making a weight than said the feels that I believe. Tempter 33. Suin stood at the bone slab station with his tools spread across the table, his hands hovering over the cracked surfaces, as if he could still coax the dead to speak more clearly. The lamp smoked. The room smelled of wet wool and old ash. Ottavia watched him from the doorway, the dispatch still warm in her hands, the appointment house's seal broken into 3 pieces at her feet. She had not moved since the messenger left. Brother Suin. He looked up. His face was the color of the bone slabs. You have been reading since we arrived at the station, she said. What have you found? He swallowed. His fingers traced the edge of a slab that Ottavia recognized from the Breckhold site, the one with the chisel marks Nadira had preserved. Patterns, he said. The same patterns on every slab from every site I have access to. The Breckhold anchor, the floodplain stones Merrick found, St. Vay's Causeway, even the southern Great Ward. He pulled 3 slabs side by side, their surfaces cross-hatched with stress lines and fragment indentations. The dead do not lie, he said. I keep reading the same story in different bones. The strikes are identical. The timing is precise. The ward failures were not natural, and they were not random. Ottavia stepped closer. The lamplight caught the bone's surface, showing the fine strex fractures Suin had marked with ink. Show me. He traced a line across the first slab. The Breckhold anchor was struck from inside the chamber. A single blow with a chisel weighted to impact. Not a crack from the breach pressing through. Not structural fatigue. A deliberate strike. He moved to the second slab. The floodplain stones. Same strike, same angle, same tool weight. The dead cannot describe the person holding the tool, but they can describe the tool itself. Iron, narrow head, made for stonework, not fighting. The third slab was smaller, a fragment from St. Vay's. This one shows the same strike pattern repeated 7 times on a single arch. The dead witness recorded each one as a separate event. 1 chisel, 1 hammer, days apart. Someone came back to cut deeper. Ottavia's fingers found the knot for St. Vay's on her cord. Whoever did this knew the ward architecture. Suin continued. They knew where to strike. They knew how deep to cut without triggering a collapse. They wanted the wards to fail at a specific time, not all at once. Operational retention, Ottavia said. Suin paused. What? The note on the Gallimire dispatch, that is what they call it, keeping me alive long enough to seal each breach, but not long enough to ask questions. She turned from the bone slabs and walked to the window. The mist had not lifted. It pressed against the glass like a wall of waiting breath. Behind her, Suman's tools clicked as he gathered them. There is more, he said. She turned. He held a fragment of bone so small it fit in his palm. This came from the station's own floor, the Southern Watch Station, the one with the collapsed staircase and the sealed records. I found it under Rolval when we arrived. It has been buried for years. He laid it on the table. The surface was dark, stained by water and time, but the stress lines were still visible. Cross-hatched. Deliberate. This station was not sealed because it was decommissioned, he said. It was sealed because someone tried to destroy the records, and the bone reader here preserved them anyway. The slab was fractured to prevent reading, but the dead do not stop witnessing because their bones are broken. Ottavia touched the fragment. The surface was cold, roughened by the hammer that had tried to silence it. Who was the reader? A woman, Suin said. Name not recorded. She died the same night the station was sealed. The order buried her in an unmarked grave on the ash flats. Calmo, Ottavia said. Suin shook his head. No. Someone before Calmo. Someone who saw what was coming and tried to leave a record before the houses closed every path. The room held a long silence, then footsteps. Suin looked toward the door. Ottavia already knew who it was. Sister Calmo Riad stepped through the opening, her ink-stained hands folded into her sleeves, her face as calm as still water. She was wearing traveling clothes, not Gallimire robes, and her hair was wet from the mist. Brother Suin, she said, am I going to use the ceremony to burn it all? The ledgers? The records? The testimony? Once you enter the central chamber, the houses will declare everything before that moment void. They will call it a new beginning, a world purified by sacrifice. She touched the cloth. But paper can burn, wax can melt, bones can be ground to ash. Only the dead who have already witnessed cannot be made to unsee. Ottavia looked at the archives spread across the table. 40 years of work. 40 years of preserving what the order had tried to erase. Why give it to me? Because you are the witness now. Calmo's voice was steady. I have kept the record. You must make it speak. She turned and walked to the door. The ceremony will begin at dawn. The houses will try to reduce everything to paper that can burn, but the dead cannot falsify, and they will not be silenced by ceremony. She paused, her hand on the frame. Survive long enough to tell them what you have seen. She left. The door clicked shut. Suin stared at the archive. His hands trembled. Ottavia picked at a fragment of bone. The scratch marks were nearly illegible, worn by time and moisture, but the stress lines were still visible. Cross-hatched, deliberate. The signature of Sabotage repeated across years. She pressed it into her palm. Suin. He looked up. How quickly can you read the full archive? His voice cracked. Hours. Maybe longer. The bone script is gold and some of it was deliberately damaged. Noon, she said. I need you to have a summary by noon. If the house is, you have until noon. Read everything. Commit what you can to memory. If the archive burns, your voice will be the only record left. He nodded, his face pale but his hands steady as he reached for the first wax tablet. Ottavia turned toward the window. The mist had begun to thin. The first gray light of approaching dawn bled through the cracks in the sky. She touched the knot for Calmo on her merry cord. Then she walked out into the corridor, the broken archive seal still on her coat, and found Merrick at the far end. He stopped when he saw her face. What happened? Calmo was here. She brought the archive. Merrick's jaw tightened. The full archive? The one that proves every ward failure was purchased, every chisel strike, every contract. She has been collecting fragments for 40 years. Mara looked past her toward the door Suin had closed. Where is she now? Gone. Calmo couldn't ask, draughtily on her ender maced. If the house is that you have until noon, read everything. Commit what you can to memory. If the archive burns, your voice will be the only record left. He nodded, his face pale but his hands steady as he reached for the first wax tablet. Ottavia turned toward the window. The mist had begun to thin. The moan fragments, wax tablets. The roll of cloth so old the dye had faded to gray. She died for this, Calmo said. She died because she copied the records twice. Once for the order, once for the truth. Ottavia stepped forward. You have been carrying her work since then. Carrying, copying, preserving. Calmo spread a fragment of cloth across the table. It was covered in bone script, the same precise hand Ottavia had seen in Calmo's own ledgers. For 40 years I have watched the same patterns repeat, the same chisel strikes, the same seal breaks, the same men signing contracts for repairs they knew would fail. She looked up at Ottavia. The order tried to fragment the evidence. They scattered it across archives, sealed it in collapsed stations, buried it with the dead who preserved it. His hand went to his sword hilt. She cannot just leave. The houses will find her. They will. She knew, Ottavia said. She knew when she walked in that she would not walk out of the house's reach. She gave me the record because she has already finished what she needed to do. Merrick's hand dropped from his hilt. What do you need? Ottavia held his gaze. Time. We do not have time. Then make it. He opened his mouth to answer. A bell began tolling from the watch station tower. 3 notes. The signal for a rider at speed. Ottavia turned toward the gate. The mist was burning off, and in the clearing gray light, she saw the rider. A woman, young, pale, riding hard, her hand raised. She carried no dispatch. She carried a length of knotted cord exactly like Ottavia's. And she was looking straight at Ottavia as if she had been searching for her all night. Ottavia's blood went cold. The rider reined in before the gate. Ottavia Yelvaine. The voice was breathless, scraped. I was told to find you before dawn. I was told to show you this. She held up the cord. The knots were red, not tied in memory loss, but tied in blood. Calmo riot was taken an hour ago, the rider said. They found her crossing the ash flats. She gave me this before they took her. The rider's hand trembled. She said to tell you, the archive is incomplete. They found my teacher's name in the stone. The bone readers are coming. The rider looked at Ottavia with wide, glassy eyes. She said to tell you, they have always known everything you have not yet remembered. The bell tolled again, and for the first time since she had read the hidden testimony in her coat, Ottavia understood what it meant to be hunted by people who had prepared for her long before she arrived. Chapter 34. The rider's words hung in the thinning dark. Calmo taken, the archive incomplete, the bone readers coming. Ottavia stood at the gate as the woman slid from her horse, hands shaking, the blood-knotted cord still held out like an offering. The knots were not tied in mourning. They were tied in warning. Each one marked something taken, something silenced. Merrick reached Ottavia first. We need to move. Now. She did not answer. Her eyes stayed on the cord. Ottavia. She knew they would find her, Ottavia said. She walked into that room and gave me the archive, knowing they were already on the ash flats. She traded herself for the time it took me to understand what she had carried. Merrick's jaw tightened. Then do not waste it. The watch station behind them had begun to stir. Lights flickered in the upper windows. Someone had heard the bell. Soon the corridors would fill with questions, orders, and the kind of procedural noise that buried action under talk. Ottavia turned and walked back inside. Soon was still at the table. The archive spread before him in overlapping layers of wax, bone, and cloth. He had not stopped reading. His fingers moved across a fragment of inscribed rib, his lips shaping the words as he translated. Soon. She looked up. His eyes were red, his face slick with sweat despite the cold. Calmo is gone, Ottavia said. The houses took her crossing the ash flats. He closed his eyes. His hands did not stop moving. They kept tracing the bone fragment, as if the motion were the only thing holding him upright. Then we have less time than I thought. How much do you have? He looked at the archive, at the layers of record that represented 40 years of a woman's life, a woman who had known she would be caught and had walked into the dark anyway. I will have the summary by noon, he said, or I will be dead. Ottavia held his gaze. New is not enough. It is what I have. She reached across the table and touched the fragment he was holding. The scratch marks bit into her fingertip. Survive, she said. That is your first order. The record does not speak if the reader is dead. Soon's throat moved. He nodded. Ottavia left him to the archive. The escort was already forming in the courtyard. 12 men, gray coats, badgeless, no sigils, no house marks, nothing to identify who had sent them or whose authority they answered to. They stood in 2 rows, faces blank, hands resting on hilts and harnesses. The horses were dark, matched, and still. At their head stood a woman in a long coat of charcoal wool, no weapon visible, no ledger. She watched Ottavia approach with the flat patience of someone who had already seen the outcome of this morning. Ottavia Yelvaine. It was not a question. I am. The council has dispatched us to ensure your arrival at the central ward complex before the first light breaks the ridge. You will ride at the center of the formation, you will not deviate from the route, you will not speak to anyone outside the column. Ottavia looked at the horses, at the gray coats, at the woman whose voice had no room for doubt. And if I refuse? The woman did not blink. Then I will carry you. Merrick stepped forward. His hand was on his sword hilt, not drawn but present. She is under border marshal protection. The woman's gaze shifted to him, measured him, dismissed him. The border marshal's jurisdiction ends at the ward gate. The central complex is appointment houses territory. You may accompany her, you may not obstruct. Merrick's jaw locked. Ottavia put a hand on his arm. It is fine. It is not. He looked like the man who had taught her to survive this world. The same man who had held her steady where she burned. The road climbed, the mist thinned, and then they crested the ridge, and Ottavia saw where they were taking her. The central ward complex rose from the floodplain like a scar. Black stone walls, reinforced towers, a central spire that caught the first light and threw back in fractured bands of amber and gray. Scaffolding clung to the outer buttresses, barricades lined the approach, and between the barricades, pressed against the ropes and the posts, stood the crowd. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They had come to see her. They stood in silence at first, then a voice rose from the front. The vessel. The words spread like fire through dry grass. Heads turned, hands reached out. Someone began to pray. Ottavia kept her face still. The woman in the charcoal coat raised a hand, and the column slowed. They believe you have come to save them, she said, her voice low, meant only for Ottavia. They have been told you chose this, that you walked willingly into the ward chamber to seal the breach forever. Ottavia looked at the crowd, at the faces, the hope, the desperate, hungry belief that this woman on horseback was the answer to years of fear and loss. They will cheer you until the moment the chamber closes, the woman said. Then they will be told you achieved your purpose and passed beyond. There will be a ceremony, a monument, a new bell cast in your name. She turned to look at Ottavia directly. That is the script. Ottavia held her gaze. I have read my earned debt contract, she said. I know what happens after the chamber closes. The woman's expression did not change. Then you know there is no deviation. The column began to move again. They descended toward the complex as the sun doused the ridge. The crowd pressed closer, voices rose. A child was lifted on a father's shoulders to see the vessel pass. An old woman threw dried flowers into the path. A man with a bell in his hand rang it once, twice, 3 times, and the sound was taken up by others until the air vibrated with it. Ottavia rode through the noise with her hands steady on the reins. Merrick rode close behind her. She could feel his presence like a held breath, coiled, waiting. Drinnick had moved up. He was now beside her. He did not speak. She did not look at him. But when the column slowed at the first barricade and the woman in the charcoal coat turned to issue an order, Drinnick leaned in. "The gate will close behind you," he said, his voice barely audible. "Once it does, I cannot reach you." She did not answer. "There is still a choice." She turned her head, met his gray eyes. "You had 3 vessels before me," she said. "Did you tell them that too?" His face did not break, but something in his silence told her everything. They reached the gate. The woman in the charcoal coat gestured toward the gate. "The council is waiting, but my name does not wouldn't do. I am." The column began to move again. They descended toward the complex as the sun broke the ridge. The crowd pressed closer. Voices rose. A child was lifted on a father's shoulders to see the vessel pass. An old woman threw dried flowers into the path. A man with a bell in his hand rang it once, twice, 3 times, and the sound was taken up by others until the air vibrated with it. Ottavia rode through the noise with her hands steady on the reins. Merrick rode close behind her. She could feel his presence like a held breath, coiled, waiting. Drinnick had moved up. He was now beside her. He did not speak. She did not look at him. But when the column slowed at the first barricade and the woman in the charcoal coat turned to issue an order, Drinnick leaned in. "The gate will close behind you," he said, his voice barely audible. "Once it does, I cannot reach you." She did not answer. "There is still a choice?" She turned her head, met his gray eyes. "You had 3 vessels before me," she said. "Did you tell him that too?" His face did not break, but something in his silence told her everything. They reached the gate. The woman in the charcoal coat gestured toward the gate. "The council is waiting." Ottavia stepped forward. And behind her, above the cheering, she heard the bells begin to toll. Not the measured notes of ceremony, but a faster rhythm, an alarm. The woman in the charcoal coat went still. A rider was approaching from the north, riding hard, his horse lathered and stumbling. He reached the gate and slid from the saddle before the animal had stopped. His face was bloodless. "The bone readers," he gasped. "They are not coming to witness." He looked at the woman in the charcoal coat. "They are coming to seal the chamber early. They are already inside the spire." The woman's hand went to her belt. The bells kept tolling. And Ottavia understood. The script had not changed, but the page had been turned before she was ready to speak. Chapter 35. The alarm bells kept tolling. Ottavia did not move toward the gate. The woman in the charcoal coat was already issuing orders, her voice sharp, the badgeless men shifting formation. The rider who had brought the news stood bent over his knees, still gasping. But Ottavia was watching Drinnick. He had not moved when the rider spoke. His face had not changed. But his hands, the ones with the salt-burned fingertips, had gone still at his sides, not reaching, not writing. Still. She crossed to him before she knew she had decided to. The crowd still cheered, but the sound had frayed, uncertain, the rhythm of the bells bleeding through. "Now," she said. He looked at her. "Now, before the gate closes, before your bone readers finish whatever they are doing in there." She did not wait for his answer. She walked toward the shadow of the nearest buttress, where the scaffolding threw a wedge of darkness between the crowd and the spire. She heard his steps behind her. The noise dropped when they reached the alcove. Stone on 3 sides. A sliver of gray sky above. The bells still present but muffled, as if the walls ate the edges. She turned to face him. "You have until I finish speaking," she said. "Then I walk through that gate, and you will have lost the 4th vessel." Drennick stood with his hands at his sides. The ink rings around his wrists were dark against his skin. "What do you want me to say?" "The truth. All of it. Not the version you curated into silence. Not the one you let me find in faded stitches. The whole shape of what you have done." He was quiet for a long moment. The bells marked time. "I steered the Cindering," he said. His voice was flat, not defensive, not confessional, simply stating a fact long held. "I watched what it reached for, and I directed it toward the memories you could afford to lose. The intimate ones, the ones that ached but did not keep you upright." She felt the words land like stones in her chest. "The woman's face," she said. "The kitchen, the laughter." "Yes." "Why those?" He met her eyes. "Because they were the ones that would hurt most to lose, and the Cindering reaches for pain first. That is its nature. It wants what burns. If I had let it choose freely, it would have taken your knowledge of wardcraft, your memory of the archives, your understanding of who had wronged you. You would have been empty of function before you reached the Causeway. So you took my heart instead of my mind." "I took what would keep you useful longer." She let the silence stretch. "And you call that mercy?" "I call it the least terrible option in a world where no good options remain." She stepped closer. "You had 3 vessels before me." His jaw tightened. "Yes." "Did you steer their losses too?" "I tried." "And when they died?" His gray eyes held hers. "One lasted long enough to seal a single ward. The second made it to her 3rd sealing before her mind gave way entirely. She lived another 6 days, but could not remember her own name by the end. The 3rd..." He stopped. "The 3rd lasted 14 days after her 1st sealing. She was empty by the 2nd. Ottavia heard Taliah's voice in her memory. The 3rd lasted only 14 days after her 1st sealing and was empty by the 2nd. "You watched them hollow out," she said, "and you kept doing it." "I kept trying," he said, "because if I stopped, the wards would fall faster than anyone could rebuild them. The Grey Breach would take everything south of the Causeway within a year. The cities would burn. The dead would rise in numbers no garrison could hold. And that justifies it." He did not flinch. "No, it does not justify it. It makes it necessary. There is a difference, and I have lived with it long enough that I no longer expect anyone else to see it." She wanted to hit him. She wanted to walk away. She did neither. "The final sacrifice," she said. "The cleansing rite. Tell me." He closed his eyes. When he opened them, something in his face had shifted. Not softer, more exposed. "The central ward chamber is the keystone of the entire lattice," he said. "If the Cindering is fully released there, in a controlled burn, it can seal every breach at once. It can stabilize the network for another century." "And what happens to the vessel?" He did not answer. "Say it." "The vessel does not survive the release. The Cindering takes everything at once. Memory, identity, life. It is complete expenditure." The words hung between them. "You brought me here to burn me alive." "I brought you here because the lattice is failing, and I have watched 3 women die trying to slow what only you can stop. I brought you here because I have spent 20 years watching this world bleed to death by inches, and you are the only cure that has ever worked." His voice cracked on the last word. She stared at him. And you love me. It was not a question. He did not answer, but his face told her everything. In the only way you can, she said, her voice dry, almost hollow. The way a warden loves his charge, the way you love something you are preparing to lose. The way I love something I have already lost, he said. I lost you the night I read your name in the bones. Every day since has been a slow goodbye. The bells kept tolling. Ottavia felt the cold rise through the stone, into her boots, into her blood. Let me understand, she said. You steered my memory losses so I would stay functional long enough to reach this chamber. You held the truth about the previous vessels. You let me believe I had agency. And now you want me to walk through that gate and let the Cindering consume me completely? So that a world that bought my death before I was born gets another century of borrowed time. He said nothing. And you want me to do this willingly? Yes, so that history can hate you and call me a saint. He met her eyes. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped past him, out of the alcove, into the gray light. The woman in the charcoal coat was standing where she had left her hands still on her belt. The bone readers have finished sealing the antechamber, she said. They are opening the central ward door now. Ottavia did not look back at Drennick. She looked at the gate, at the dark opening beyond it, at the spire rising above her, catching the first true light of dawn. Then let us not keep them waiting. She walked toward the gate. Behind her the crowd began to cheer again, and in the shadow of the buttress, Drennick stood alone, his hands hanging empty at his sides, the ink rings dark as bruises against his skin. Chapter 36. The air inside the central ward chamber was dry. Ottavia had expected cold, the same bone-deep chill that had lived in her since the drowning. But the air here tasted of salt and heated stone, as if the ward itself had been baking under pressure for days. The walls curved upward into a dome she could not fully see, the upper reaches lost in shadow where skyfire lamps failed to reach. The crowd had been allowed into the gallery. She saw them as she walked beneath the arch, their faces pressed between iron rails, their hands gripping the balustrade. Some wept, some watched with the quiet reverence of people attending a funeral they had rehearsed. The cheering had stopped when she crossed the threshold. Someone had closed the gate behind her. She did not turn to check. The chamber was circular, its floor inscribed with a spiral of letters she could not read, the grooves deep enough to cast shadows in the lamplight. At the center, a raised stone platform waited, waist-high, its surface black and polished to a dull gleam. The ward plate. The bone readers stood in a half-circle around it, 7 of them. Gray robes, hoods raised. Their hands were clasped at their waists, their faces hidden, but she felt their attention like a physical weight. One of them held a bone-shard blade, its edge catching the light. The woman in charcoal wool had not followed her inside. Neither had Drennick. She was alone. The senior bone reader stepped forward. His hood shadowed his face, but she saw the salt burn whiten his fingertips. He raised his hands. Citizens of the Southern Ward. His voice carried. It had been trained for spaces like this. You have come to witness the sealing of the central lattice. You have come to witness the final covenant between the Cindering and the walls that hold back the gray breach. Ottavia stood at the edge of the spiral and watched him perform. The words were not for her. They were for the gallery, for the soldiers at the doors, for the clerks with their ledgers and the witnesses who would carry the official version into the settlements beyond. The vessel has walked the path willingly, the bone reader said. She has accepted the cost. She has chosen to give what remains of herself so that Sevrast may endure. A murmur moved through the gallery. Praise, gratitude, the sound of people receiving a story they needed to believe. Ottavia felt her hand move to her coat, to the lining, to the knotted cord sewn into the seam. Do not let him choose for you. She did not remember writing it, but the knot was there. Her own hand, her own warning. The senior bone reader lowered his hands. "Approach the ward plate," he said. She did not move. She heard Taliah's voice in her memory, flat and steady. Ash Quarter, Plot 14, no marker. She heard Marek's voice. Make a third choice. She heard the Cindering stir inside her, not hungry now, but listening. Waiting. She looked at the 7 bone readers, at the gallery of faces, at the black spiral beneath her feet, its letters coiling inward toward the polished stone where she was meant to lie down and let them finish what Drinnick had started. No. The word was quiet. It carried anyway. The senior bone reader went still. The murmuring in the gallery faltered. I said no. She stepped back from the spiral's edge. I have read the ledgers, she said. I have seen the chisel marks on the anchor stones. I have held the own testimony of dead men who cannot lie. I know what this ceremony is. I know what happens to the vessel when the ward plate closes. She pulled the knotted cord from her coat lining and held it up. I have tied this cord for every memory the Cindering took, for every loss Drinnick chose, for every name the appointment houses wrote into a contract before I was born. She wrapped the cord around her hand. And I am done being their fuel. The senior bone reader did not move. The right is the only way to stabilize the lattice, he said. If you refuse, the gray breach will reach the southern settlements within days. The dead will rise in numbers no garrison can hold. You have seen what happens when a ward fails. You know the cost of walking away. I know the cost of staying, she said. You have already written that cost into your ledgers. You have already assigned my body to an unmarked plot. You have already decided what my death will mean. She stepped forward, not toward the ward plate, toward him. But you forgot to ask me whether I would stay dead. She opened her hand. The cord unspooled, and the Cindering answered, not as fire, not as light, as something older, colder, rising through the stern beneath her feet. The inscriptions began to glow, not with the warm gold of ceremony, with the white of bone cracked open to reveal what lived beneath. The gallery screamed. The bone readers fell back, their robes tangling as they stumbled away from the ward plate. The senior reader shouted something, a word she did not catch, but his voice was swallowed by the sound of stone grinding against stone. The spiral was moving. The letters were rearranging themselves. And in the center of chamber, the polished black ward plate clacked. A single line. Clean. Straight. Exactly like the chisel marks on every anchor stone she had seen. Ottavia stood at the heart of the broken inscription and felt the gray breach breathe through the crack. Not attack, not surge, just breathe. The way the Cindering breathed inside her, the way something vast and patient breathed through the gap between worlds. She looked at the senior bone reader. Tell the appointment houses their monument is finished. She pressed her hand into the crack. And the breach showed her what was coming. Chapter 37. The vision did not end. It poured through her hand like water through a broken dam, images stacking and overlapping until she could not tell what she was seeing or whose eyes she saw it through. A city on fire. A river of ash. The dead standing in rows, their mouths open, singing with voices that had no breath behind them. She saw the ward lattice from above, a web of light stretched over a map of darkness, and she saw where the cuts had been made. Not 12, not 20, scores of them, each one placed by a hand that knew exactly where to strike. She saw the faces of the bone readers who had done it. She saw her own face, reflected in black stone, and behind her, something rising that had no shape yet, but would. The vision released her. She was on her knees on the spiral inscription, her hands still pressed into the crack, her knotted cord wrapped around her wrists so tight the fibers had cut into her skin. The chamber was chaos. The gallery was screaming. The bone readers had scattered to the edges of the room, their ceremonial robes dragging through the rearranged letters. The senior bone reader stood alone at the center, his face white, his hands raised in a gesture that might have been a blessing or a plea. "You have opened the breach," he said. "No," she said. "I opened the truth." She pulled her hand from the crack. The gold receded. The inscriptions dimmed. The gray breach withdrew, not defeated, just waiting, the way it had been waiting beneath every ward she had ever sealed. She stood the cord of lash. The cord unwound from her wrist and hung in the air, suspended by nothing. "This is my ledger," she said. "Every knot is a loss. Every loss was chosen by the man who was supposed to protect me." She looked at the senior bone reader. "Where is Drennick?" The bone reader did not answer. "Where is he?" He did not enter the chamber. The words hit her like a blow she had been waiting for. Of course he had not. He had delivered her to the gate. He had watched her walk in. And he had stayed outside because his role in the script was already complete, because he had done what the clean-handed men above him had ordered, and because he believed, with the full weight of his terrible love, that letting her die in the dark was mercy. She let the cord fall. It coiled through feet, a circle of knots and gaps and losses, the map of everything she had been and everything they had taken. She stood in the center of it. "The appointment houses bought these ward failures," she said. "They paid for the chisel cuts. They paid for the missing anchor stones. They paid for the dispatches that told my keeper to steer the Cindering toward my heart instead of my mind, so I would stay useful long enough to seal the breaches they had engineered." Her voice carried. It carried because the chamber had gone silent. They wrote my death contract before I was born in this world. They assigned my body to an unarced plot. They built a monument to a lie, and they filled this gallery with witnesses who would carry that lie back to every settlement in Sevrast. She looked at the senior bone reader. "But I have seen the ledgers. I have held the bone testimony of the dead. I know what the spiral does when it completes its full rotation." She pointed at the polished black ward plate in the center of the room. "That stone is not a seal. It is a cage. When the ritual ends, the Cindering does not stabilize the ward. It is consumed into the lattice, and the vessel goes with it. Memory, identity, life, all of it, ground into fuel for a lie." The senior bone reader's face was unreadable. "You cannot prove that." "I do not have to." She stepped onto the ward plate. The inscriptions began to glow again. Not the cold white of the breach, and not the worn gold of ceremony. Something else. Something that pulsed with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, the rhythm of every loss she had ever tied into the cord, every knot, every name, every face she could no longer summon. She turned and faced the gallery. "Let them watch." She knelt. She placed her hands flat on the black stone, and she reached for the Cindering. Not as a weapon, not as a seal, as a key. She felt it rise inside her, vast and patient and hers, and she felt the breach answer from the other side of the crack, and she felt the ward lattice pulse through the stone beneath her hands, the same lattice that the appointment houses had cut and scored and prepared for collapse. She found the cuts. She found every single one, and she pushed. The stone cracked. Not a single line this time. A web. The sound of it rolled through the chamber like thunder through a closed room. The gallery screamed again. The bone readers fell. The senior reader stumbled backward, his hands raised, his mouth forming words that meant nothing against the grinding, splintering sound of the ward plate breaking open. Ottavia did not stop. She felt the gray breach surge through the cracks, felt it rise like breath from a chest that had been held underwater too long, felt it stretch and test and sign the web she had opened for it. She had not sealed the ward, she had shattered it. And the monument the houses had built for her was coming down with the rest of the lie. Chapter 38. The gray breach surged through the cracked ward plate like breath forced through a broken rib cage. Ottavia felt it rise past her knees, cold and vast and patient, the same presence she had touched when she pressed her hand into the first crack weeks ago, but closer now, stronger, unfiltered by stone and inscriptions and ritual preparation. The gray light poured upward in steady columns, not violent, not grasping, just rising, filling the spiral inscriptions one groove at a time until the entire chamber floor glowed with it. The gallery screamed. Ottavia stayed on her knees on the shattered plate, her hands still flat against the broken stone, her knotted cord coiled beside her on the black surface. She watched the light move through the inscriptions, and she saw what she had done, not with her eyes, but with the cindering, with the sense that had always shown her the lattice. The hidden sabotage signatures flared. They blazed in the stone like wounds that had been sewn shut, and were now torn open again, every chisel cut, every deliberate slice through the binding points, every mark left by the bone readers who had spent years preparing the lattice for collapse. They glowed in the arches, they blazed in the floor, they wept gray light from the pillars that held the gallery above her. The senior bone reader stumbled backward, his hands raised, his mouth moving in a chant that meant nothing against the sound of the stone groaning. "You see?" Ottavia's voice carried through the chamber, rough and raw and steady. "You see what they did?" A woman in the gallery screamed something about the breach. A man shouted for the guards to seal the doors. A child cried in short, panicked bursts. But some of them were looking at the inscriptions. Some of them were engineers, wardens, architects who had spent their lives studying the wards and who recognized what the light was revealing. She saw it in their faces, the understanding spreading like the gray light itself, cold and undeniable. Ottavia turned her head. Marek stood at the side gallery entrance, his ledger raised, his voice cutting through the chaos. "The Breckhold anchor was struck from inside the chamber. I have the procurement records, I have the dispatch seals, I have the signed testimony of the dead." He held up a sheaf of papers, the ledgers he had carried from Kharod's gate, the evidence grid he had laid on the floor of the watch station. Every ward failure in the last 3 cycles was purchased. The cuts were made by bone readers paid by the appointment houses. The anchor stones were delivered late or not at all. The dispatches that steered the Cindering toward the vessel's heart were signed by the same seals that appointed the man who delivered her to this chamber. Ottavia heard soon, before she saw him. He was shouting from the base of the gallery stairs, his thin body braced against the rail, Calmo's archive clutched to his chest. 40 years, he shouted. 40 years of records, every cut, every missing stone, every sealed dispatch, the names, the dates, the payments. He held up a bone fragment, the edge catching the gray light. "I have testimony from the dead who watched them do it." A guard moved toward him. Ottavia saw it happen, saw the man's hand go to his belt. "Stop." The word came from the gallery, not from her. A woman in border Marshal gray stepped forward, her face hard, her hand raised. Ottavia did not know her name. She did not need to. The guard stopped. The Marshal looked down at Ottavia, at the glowing inscriptions, at the breach rising through the cracks, and her jaw tightened. "Let him speak." Suin climbed the last 3 steps to the gallery landing, gasping, and he began to read from the archive, not the formal language of ceremony, but the raw data, chisel angles, tool weight, the number of strikes per cut, the matching fracture signatures between sites. The crowd listened. The gray light kept rising. Ottavia felt it touch her hips, her ribs, her chest. Cold, but not painful. vast but not hungry. The breach had not surged forward. It had risen, filled the space, and waited. She turned her head farther. Drunick stood at the main entrance. He had not entered the chamber. He stood at the threshold, one hand braced against the stone arch, his pale gray eyes fixed on her, his face unreadable. She did not know how long he had been there. She did not know if he had watched her shatter the plate, or if he had only arrived when the screaming started. But he was watching now, and he was not moving to stop her. Ottavia reached for her knotted cord. She picked it up from the stone and wound it around her hand, the knots pressing into her palm, each one a loss, each one a choice she had made, or a choice that had been made for her. She stood. The gray light reached her throat, her chin, her lips. She did not close her mouth. She let it touch her tongue, cold and clean and tasting of stone, and she looked at the gallery, at the faces pressed against the railings, at the bone readers scrambling in the corners, at the senior reader collapsed against the far wall with his hands over his face. "The monument is finished," she said. The gray light surged. It rose past her eyes, past the crowd of her head, and for one long, terrible moment, she could not see anything at all. Only gray, only cold, only the vast, patient presence that had been waiting beyond the wards for 200 years. Then it receded. It drew back into the cracks, not retreating, but settling, filling the lower chamber like water finds its level. And Ottavia stood in the center of the shattered ward plate with her knotted cord in her hand and gray light pooled at her feet. The chamber was silent. The gallery held its breath. And Ottavia heard a sound she had never heard before in Sevrast, the sound of something in the very structure of the ward complex groaning, shifting, beginning to tear. The crack ran up the wall behind the ward plate. It ran straight and clean, following the line of a chisel cut that had been hidden in the stone since before her birth in this world, and on the other side of that crack, something was moving. A claddam shut it would take a lady. Struckly Rofe, say directly unfolding the back tap. Every ward failure in the last 3 cycles was purchased. The cuts were made by bone readers paid by the appointment houses. The anchor stones were delivered late or not at all. The dispatches that steered the Cindering toward the vessel's heart were signed by the same seals that appointed the man who delivered her to this chamber. Ottavia heard soon before she saw him. He was shouting from the base of the gallery stairs, his thin body blessed against the rail, Calmo's archive clutched to his chest. 40 years, he shouted. 40 years of records, every cut, every missing stone, every sealed dispatch, the names, the dates, the payments. He held up a bone fragment, the edge catching the gray light. I have testimony from the dead who watched them do it. A guard moved toward him. Ottavia saw it happen, saw the male's hand go to his belt. Stop. The word came from the gallery, not from her. A woman in Border Marshal gray stepped forward, her face hard, her hand raised. Ottavia did not know her name. She did not need to. The guard stopped. The Marshal looked down at Ottavia, at the glowing inscriptions, at the breach rising through the cracks, and her jaw tightened. Let him speak. Soom climbed the last 3 steps to the gallery landing, gasping, and he began to read from the archive, not the formal language of ceremony, but the raw data, chisel angles, tool weight, the number of strikes per cut, the matching fracture signatures between sites. The crowd listened. The gray light kept rising. Ottavia felt it touch her hips, her ribs, her chest, cold but not painful, vast but not hungry. The breach had not surged forward. It had risen, filled the space, and waited. She turned her head farther. Drunick stood at the main entrance. He had not entered the chamber. He stood at the threshold, one hand braced against the stone arch, his pale gray eyes fixed on her, his face unreadable. She did not know how long he had been there. She did not know if he had watched her shatter the plate, or if he had only arrived when the screaming started. But he was watching now, and he was not moving to stop her. Ottavia reached for her knotted cord. She pricked it up from the stone and wound it around her hand, the knots pressing into her palm. Intricately the loss and instruction is over, but we don't forget them for everything resters that is taken. Automio. Chapter 39. The crack in the wall behind the ward plate widened while Ottavia watched. It ran from the floor to the ceiling arch, following the hidden chisel cut, as though the stone had been waiting for permission to split. Gray light bled through the seam, thin at first, then thick enough to cast shadows in the wrong direction. The gallery screamed again. Ottavia did not move. She stood on the shattered ward plate with her knotted cord wound around her hand and watched the crack breathe. The gray breach had not surged. It had filled the chamber, shown the sabotage signatures, and withdrawn to floor level, where it pooled like water after a flood. Patient. Waiting. She understood now that it had always been waiting. A guard near the side door dropped his spear and ran. The sound broke the chamber's frozen moment. Other guards followed, some toward the exits, some toward the gallery stairs, some toward nothing but the need to move, to be anywhere but inside that room with the crack in the wall and the gray light at their feet. The senior bone reader had not moved from the far wall. His hands were still over his face, his shoulders shaking with something that might have been sobbing, or might have been the onset of hysterical laughter. Ottavia looked past him. Avendel was already in motion. She had not seen him enter. He must have come through the side passage during the chaos, because he was moving through the gallery crowd now, his weathered hand closing on arms and elbows, steering people toward the northern exit with the rough efficiency of a man who had pulled passengers from sinking ferries. "Move," he said, not shouting. The word carried anyway. "Move now or you die in here." A woman in gallery clothes grabbed his sleeve. He did not stop. He pulled her with him, kept moving, kept clearing the path. A soldier in border Marshal gray tried to block the exit. "Orders from the council," the soldier said. "No one leaves until—" Ivana's did not slow down. "The council is 3 floors up and already running," he said. "You want to die holding a door for men who left before the stone cracked?" The soldier's hand dropped from his sword. Aventald pushed the civilians past him and did not look back. Nadira Peth came through the same side passage a moment later. She was not running. She walked directly to the shattered ward plate, stepping over fragments of black stone, her dark hair pulled tight, her hands steady. She carried a leather roll in one hand, the kind she had used at Kharod's gate to hold bone fragments and ash samples. She did not speak to Ottavia. She knelt at the edge of the cracked plate and began picking up pieces of stone, examining each one in the gray light before placing it in the roll. Ottavia watched her. "They will try to say it was natural," Nadira said without looking up. "That the plate failed because of age or the cindering strain or the vessel's instability. They will write it into the records tomorrow, and by the next day no one will remember what the gray light showed them." She held up a shard, the edge still glowing faintly where the chisel cut had been. "I will remember." She tucked the shard into the roll and closed it. Ottavia turned. Drinnick was still at the man entrance. He had not moved from the threshold. His hand was still braced against the stone arch. His face was still unreadable. But something had changed. She saw it in the angle of his shoulders, in the way he held himself as though the stone arch was the only thing keeping him upright. The careful composure that had been his armor since the day she woke in the flooded chamber was cracking, not outwardly, but beneath the surface, in the small spaces between breaths. He could stop her. She saw the knowledge pass through his eyes, the calculations she had learned to read in the days when she still trusted him. He was fast enough. Close enough. The cindering was settled at her feet, not burning through her veins. If he crossed the threshold now, if he raised his hand, If he called the bone readers still crouching in the corners to act, he could still salvage the ceremony. He could still contain the damage. The houses would condemn him later, but later was not now. Now, he could still hold the door against the truth. He did not move. His hands stayed on the arch. His eyes stayed on her. And Ottavia understood that he was letting her go not because he had changed his mind about what she was worth, but because he had finally seen the cost of stopping her, written in the faces of the gallery, in the crack running up the wall, in the gray light that had shown every lie the order had buried. He had delivered her to the gate, believing his mercy was kinder than the truth. But the truth had come through anyway, and he could not bring himself to be the man who killed it a second time. Ottavia held his gaze. She did not speak. There was nothing left to say to him that the crack in the wall had not already said. The groan came from deep within the stone. Not the crack behind the plate, something farther down below the chamber floor, below the ward lattice, below the foundations that had stood for 200 years. The gray light at Ottavia's feet rippled. Nadira stood up fast, the leather roll clutched to her chest. What was that? Ottavia did not answer. She looked at the crack in the wall, at the thing moving beyond it, and she felt the cindering stir inside her chest, not in hunger, not in warning, but in recognition. The same way it had recognized the dead beneath the causeway, the same way it had recognized the empty grave at the crossroads. The crack widened. Gray light poured through it like a tide. And something stepped out. Chapter 40. The thing that stepped out of the crack was not a shape Ottavia could hold in her mind. It had presence without edges, a shifting mass of gray that moved like fog but heavier, each tendril pressing against the stone floor with the weight of wet stone. Where it touched, the chamber's inscriptions flared white and died. The cindering inside her did not recoil. It leaned toward the thing the same way water leans toward a gap in a dam. Nadira backed away from the ward plate, the leather roll pressed to her chest. Ottavia? Get to the passage. When is that? I do not know. Ottavia did not look away from the thing. But it knows me. The gray mass hesitated at the edge of the broken plate. Not blind, not mindless. It had come through the crack the same way she had pressed her hand into it, deliberately, with purpose she could not read. The cindering pulsed once, low and warm behind her ribs. Recognition. The same recognition that had answered the dead beneath the causeway. The same pull that had tugged at her when she stood over the empty crossroads grave. This was what had been waiting. This was what the breach had been reaching toward through every cracked ward and every chisel cut, and it had found a door. It did not attack. It spread. Gray light bled across the floor, not fast, not slow, but with the patience of something that had been waiting 200 years and could wait a little longer. It touched the fallen bone readers where they crouched against the walls. They did not scream. They stopped moving entirely, frozen in place, the eyes neither open nor closed. Nadira grabbed Ottavia's arm. We have to move. Now. Ottavia could not look away from the thing. She remembered what she had seen when the crack first opened. What is coming, the breach had shown her. But it had not shown her a future. It had shown her this shape. This patient rising tide that fit through every opening the order had cut into its own lattice. Drennick was still at the entrance. His hand had dropped from the arch. His face was no longer unreadable. She saw shock there, raw and unguarded, the first honest expression he had worn since she met him. He had not known. Whatever this was, he had not planned for it. The thing took another step into the chamber. The stone beneath Ottavia's feet groaned. She ran. Not toward the entrance where Drennick stood frozen, but toward the side passage where Evans had cleared the gallery. Nadira was already ahead of her, the leather roll clutched under one arm, her boots slipping on the scattering gone fragments that littered the floor. The passage was dark. The skyfire lamp had failed, but Ottavia could feel the way ahead the same way she felt the cindering inside her. By pressure and pull, by the spaces where the air was colder and the stone was older. They emerged into a stairwell. A body lay at the bottom. A gallery guard in border Marshal gray, his throat cut cleanly, his sword still in its sheath. Evans's work, dirty and efficient. Nadira stepped over him without slowing. The stairs led up, they led out. Ottavia followed because there was nothing else to do, because the chamber behind her was filling with a thing that did not burn or strike, but simply froze whatever it touched, and because Merrick was not in that chamber. She did not know where he was, but she knew where he was not. She climbed. The stairwell opened onto a narrow corridor lined with empty supply crates and a single cracked window showing the compound yard. Smoke rose from somewhere beyond the walls. Voices shouted in the distance, orders and panic mixed together. Nadira stopped at the window. "The gallery," she said. "They are still getting people out." Ottavia came up beside her. The yard below was a chaos of civilians, soldiers, and horses moving in conflicting directions. A skyfire lamp at the gate had shattered, spilling white fluid across the stone. Someone had tried to form a line and failed, and at the edge of the yard, near a side gate that stood half open, she saw him. Merrick. He was not running. He stood with his back to a stack of supply crates, his sword drawn, his coat torn at the shoulder. 3 soldiers in Gattermeyer gray faced him, none of them close enough to strike. He was buying time. For her. Ottavia pushed away from the window and ran. The corridor ended at a door that opened onto a loading ramp used for supply deliveries. She hit the ramp at a sprint, her boots skidding on the wet stone, and she did not stop when she hit the yard. The soldiers saw her coming. One of them turned, reaching for something at his belt, and Ottavia felt the cindering rise before she thought to call it. It spilled from her chest in a wave that was not fire, not light, but pressure. The same pressure that had shattered the ward plate. The soldier stopped moving. All 3 of them stopped moving. Not frozen like the bone readers in the chamber, just stopped, held in place by something they could not see and did not understand. Merrick looked at her. His face was bloodied at the temple, a cut he had not had when she last saw him. His eyes were the same, steady, watching her. "The chamber," he said. "Gone. The thing in the crack. Still coming." He nodded once, as if she had confirmed something he already suspected, and sheathed his sword. "Then we move." He did not ask where. He took her wrist and pulled her toward the side gate, and she went because she had stopped deciding and started following the only person in this world who had never tried to spend her. They passed through the gate into a narrow service alley that ran between the compound wall and a row of collapsed storage sheds. The gray light from the chamber had not reached here yet. The sky was still dark, the 2 broken moons hidden behind cloud. Nadira caught up to them at the end of the alley, her leather rose still clutched to her chest. "There is a drainage channel 200 yards east," she said. "It leads under the outer wall to the ash flats." Merrick looked at Ottavia. "Can you run?" She thought about the thing in the chamber, about